Everything is just as it's supposed to be.
Chapter 28. So, Nightmare sneaked into the house and stole some comic books? Said Max, his expression more than a little skeptical. My Rebel Z comics, Adrian clarified. I drew them when I was about your age. I don't remember you drawing any comics. I never showed them to you. Don't worry, you didn't miss much, and I only made 3 issues. Since Max hadn't been able to venture out into the world, Adrian had made it a priority as the kid's big brother to bring the world to him as much as possible. That responsibility included supplying Max with plenty of popular movies, books, and video games, along with Adrian's personal favorite, comics. Max had pretty much learned to read on Adrian's comics collection, but Adrian had never felt that Rebel Z was good enough to be shared with anyone. Why did you stop drawing them? Adrian picked up a stray soccer ball that had rolled against Ruby's dresser. I don't know. I got to the part where the main character transformed himself into the badass superhero and just started to lose interest. I hadn't really thought past that in terms of the storyline, and it started to feel like actual work. He chucked the ball against the wall, where it bounced back and landed squarely in a clothes hamper. He and Max were both sitting on the floor of the small bedroom, and it felt weird to be there, knowing this was supposed to be Ruby's space, and it was Ruby's space. At least on this side of the room, where there were Super Scouts graphic novels on the shelf beneath the window, a hand-painted dartboard behind the door, and a poster of sarcastic emoticons beside the bed. The opposite side of the room, with the bunk beds and bins full of action figures, obviously belonged to the twins. The room was supposed to be Max's now, too, but he hadn't brought any belongings with him. No favorite books, no witty artwork, nothing to suggest he was the new resident in the space that smelled of popcorn and Ruby's strawberry-scented shampoo. He wondered how long it would take for Max to establish a home here, and he hoped he wouldn't ever find out. He wanted a permanent home for Max, and as grateful as he was to the Tucker family for welcoming the kid with open arms, he knew that this wasn't where he really belonged. The thing is, said Adrian, leaning his head against the bed's quilt, those comics were the inspiration for the Sentinel. The character pretty much becomes the Sentinel by that 3rd issue, and I modeled my armor off what I drew back then. And you think that's why Nightmare wanted them? To blackmail you or something? Maybe. Or just to have the evidence to tell the world who I am. Max frowned, apparently unconvinced. But how did she know about them in the first place? How many people did you show that comic to? Not many. I mean, Dad and Pops have seen them, but it's been so long, I don't think they remember them all that well. And he trailed off, considering. He had no memory of showing the comics to anyone else. I think that's it. What about Ruby or the rest of the team? No, I never showed it to them. I hadn't looked at those comics in years. I have no idea how Nightmare knew about them. You never showed them to Nova? Max said, lining up a collection of small figurines on the carpet. No, I would definitely remember showing them to Nova. Max hummed, but Adrian couldn't interpret the sound. What? I don't know, said Max, adjusting one of the toys to stand straighter. You never mentioned them to her? Adrian opened his mouth, but hesitated. In fact, his dads had said something about Rebel Z that time Nova had joined them for dinner, but it had been just a random comment, nothing that would lead someone to be interested in the comics, much less suspect they held the identity of the Sentinel within their pages. Besides, Nova's not Nightmare. I know, said Max, but his tone said otherwise. Max, she's not. She was in prison when the librarian's granddaughter showed up in the department store and she had the helmet. Yeah. Max flicked one of the figures in the head, sending it toppling onto the carpet before meeting Adrian's eye. But it doesn't really make sense. It makes perfect sense, Adrian insisted. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, and with all the mirrors and her access to Not that. It doesn't make sense why she would help me. Max swiped his hand across the toys, knocking them over in one fell swoop so that he could start all over again. This time arranging them as opposing army lines preparing to face off in battle. Heroes on one side, villains on the other. I've never met the librarian's granddaughter. Why would she risk herself to help me like she did? Adrian pondered this, watching as the figures were slowly pitted against one another. Maybe she had a connection to the Roaches. Maybe she knew your biological parents or something. Max scoffed. The parents who tried to kill me? In that case, you'd think she'd be more than willing to finish the job. And also, it doesn't explain how I ended up with her power. If she really did steal the vitality charm, then she was protected from me. Fine. But then, how did I put that nurse to sleep? Well, again, maybe you had some interaction with her when you were a baby. Her grandfather probably sold arms to the Roaches, so you could have come in contact with her. Max shook his head. If I'd been able to put people to sleep my whole life, I think I would have known about it. Maybe not, though, said Adrian. You haven't exactly had a lot of human contact. Max grunted. I would have known. Adrian looked away. He didn't want to doubt Max, but he knew there had to be some explanation, some piece to the puzzle they didn't have. Because Nova wasn't Nightmare. Nova was innocent. Anyway, he said, studying the spot over the dresser where a mirror had recently hung, its silhouette crisply outlined by the faded pink color around it. I hope it wasn't too much trouble to have all the mirrors taken down. I'm sure Nightmare still has the vitality charm, which makes you vulnerable until we can find her and get it back. The Tuckers didn't seem to mind about the mirrors. They're pretty easygoing about stuff. Did I tell you that Turbo got into Mrs. Tucker's desk and shredded apart a bunch of her old photos and postcards? She tried to pass it off as no big deal, but I felt horrible. Adrian grimaced. Well, it's not your fault. I'm the one who created him. I know. Maybe next time you can make, like, a sloth or a platypus. Laughing, Adrian glanced around the bedroom, which was about 50% toys, 40% dirty clothes, and 10% bedding. He wondered how Max or the twins ever managed to find anything, but he figured he'd probably been just as messy at their age. No wonder his dads never dared venture into his basement unless they absolutely had to. Where is Turbo, anyway? Pressing his lips, Max pointed to the top drawer of the dresser, which was pulled open a few inches. Sleeping? Adrian stood and peered inside. The creature was curled up on top of a wad of t-shirts. Adrian slipped his hand inside and scooped Turbo into his palm, then slid down next to Max again. They both spent a moment watching the little dinosaur, who had not stirred at Adrian's touch. That was unusual in itself. Plus, his coloring was off, more ash-gray than before, and his breaths so shallow Adrian almost couldn't feel them against his skin. He doesn't look so good, Adrian murmured. I know, said Max. It's been like that since yesterday. I tried to feed him last night, and all he ate was 2 little bacon crumbles. He usually loves bacon. He gently took Turbo out of Adrian's hand. I knew it would happen eventually, but I'm gonna miss him. I can draw you another one. Max shook his head. Don't do that. He's irreplaceable. Adrian didn't argue. He knew the feeling. Cradling Turbo in one palm, Max returned his focus to the arranged battle scene, appraising the figures like a warlord preparing his strategy. But when he looked up at Adrian, there was stark worry in his face. About Nightmare and the mirrors. Yeah? I'm putting the Tuckers in danger by being here, aren't I? There was no point in denying it. Max's presence would always come with heightened danger. Instead, Adrian said, You would have been putting the hospital staff in danger too. But I could go back to headquarters. You're not going back to headquarters. But wouldn't I be safer there too? At least until you find Nightmare? Adrian drew his knees closer, draping his arms around them. Do you want to go back? It took Max a long moment to answer. I like living here, but I don't want to hurt anyone else. A sharp pain jabbed Adrian's chest. He knew Max carried a lot of guilt over the superpowers he'd stolen in his short lifetime, and he knew no amount of justifying it would make the kid feel any better. It wasn't his fault. He couldn't have helped it, and besides, he'd stopped Ace Anarchy, which was worth a lot more than a few powers stolen from time to time. As if reading his thoughts, Max added, "I've been having nightmares about Ace Anarchy." He picked up one of the action figures, a muscled, gray-clad man in a cape and helmet that might have been loosely modeled after the infamous villain. "I keep dreaming that he comes after me, but this time, instead of him getting weaker when he gets close to me, it's the opposite. I get weaker while he gets stronger and stronger." "Just dreams," said Adrian. Reaching forward, he plucked the doll from Max's hand and held it up. "I met Ace Anarchy, remember? He doesn't look anything like this. He's not that scary anymore, just a frail, cranky old man. And in a few days, he'll be dead," Max murmured. Adrian tossed the figure into the middle of the battle. It landed face down in the carpet, defeated. Max stared at it a long moment, then picked it up and set it back into the line of combatants. "So," he said, his tone more upbeat, though Adrian sensed some strain, "what are you going to do about the missing comics?" "I'm not sure. Maybe it's time I come clean, though, tell everyone the truth." Max turned to him, surprised. "Really?" "I don't know. I don't feel like I'm ready, but it also makes me sick to my stomach to think of Nightmare holding this secret over me. Whatever she's planning, if I outed myself first, it would take away her ammunition. And besides, with everyone so focused on Ace Anarchy and the Agent N publicity and Janissa Clark's threats, and now the ongoing search for Nightmare and the rest of the anarchists, maybe the whole Sentinel thing won't seem like such a big deal. It could kind of blow over, you know?" Max's cheeks twitched with a stifled laugh. "Sure. The vigilante who's been embarrassing the renegades for months and defying the Code Authority every few minutes turns out to be none other than Adrian Everhard himself." He nodded sagely. "That will hardly cause a stir." "Thanks for the encouragement." Max's crooked grin returned, for real this time. "On the bright side, at least no one thinks your girlfriend happens to be one of the world's most wanted villains anymore." Adrian's pulse skipped to hear Max referring to Nova as his girlfriend. Coming from someone else made it sound so official. "True," he said. "That does make things easier." Thinking of Nova made him even more determined to fix whatever he had ruined when he hadn't believed in her innocence. The way she'd kissed him on the pier seemed to suggest that she'd already forgiven him, but he didn't want to take any chances. He never wanted to lose her again. His thoughts were interrupted by a tiny, shrill screech. Adrian started, but Max, used to the noise, lifted his palm and examined Turbo. "About time you woke up, little dude. Are you hungry?" The velociraptor unhinged its jaws in what might have been a yawn, then untucked its back legs. It took a few awkward attempts to climb to its feet. Max sighed. "Yeah, you don't feel so great, I know. I'm sorry." Turbo stood, watching Max with its black eyes. It made another sound, this one a pathetic mewl, and slowly reached forward one little claw, stretching the tiny needle-like talon forward until it barely tapped the end of Max's nose. Then, like watching a wind-up toy as it finally wound down, the little dinosaur grew still. Neither Max nor Adrian spoke for a long time. Adrian wanted to say something to comfort Max as he stared at the creature, now as motionless as one of the plastic figurines, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, Max let out a long, slow exhale. "I'm glad you made him. He was a fierce little dude." Yes, he was. A small, impish smile sparked over Max's face. He set the dinosaur, frozen in its final stance, in the middle of the battlefield. "And he is going to make one hell of a supervillain.
Chapter 29. I don't know if I can travel through a magic mirror. Nova considered Narcissa with disbelief. That might have been good information to have yesterday. Narcissa shot her an exasperated look of her own. Well, maybe you should have told me what you were planning. I know you anarchists are all every man for himself, but I would have thought spending so much time with the renegades would have made you more of a team player. Nova opened her mouth to rebuke the idea that she could learn anything useful from the renegades, but she stopped herself. In truth, Narcissa might have had a point. Exhaling, she asked instead, Do you really think it won't work? Narcissa screwed her lips to one side, pondering the question. I mean, it probably will, but I guess it depends on what sort of enchantment or whatever it has on it. She shrugged. Do we have any other options? Nova blew a lock of her bangs out of her face. Not really, so let's assume for now it's going to work. I stashed the mirror here in a pile of construction equipment. She drew an X on the blueprint that showed the floor layout for the headquarters ground and mezzanine floors, including early plans for the laboratories near the quarantine. Once you're in, you'll go down this corridor, then left through these doors, and the storerooms are on your right. I don't know which storerooms, so you might have to check them all. And I also don't know who they have on night duty these days, but you can bet they'll be watching this floor closely. So you have to be quick once you're in. Narcissa appeared thoroughly unimpressed. And here I was hoping to get some quality reading time while I was there. Ignoring her, Nova added, And don't forget to bring the mirror with you in case you need a quick exit. You can stop with the obvious. I've been doing this my whole life. Fine. What if the storerooms are locked? They will be. Nova reached for the pile of folders beside them and shuffled through until she emerged with a white ID card, the same she'd once nicked off an unconscious administrator outside the renegade security room. This should get you access. Should? Narcissa said dryly, pocketing the card. What if it doesn't? How good are you at picking locks? Narcissa's eyebrows rose in dismay. Kidding. If this doesn't work, then just get out of there and come back here. We'll switch to Plan B. What's Plan B? I'm not sure yet. Comforting, Narcissa deadpanned. You're the one who got me out of jail. You wanted me to help with strategy, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, but I figured we'd be plotting the ultimate downfall of the renegades, something that would take months, maybe even years. I didn't think we'd give ourselves less than a week to rescue the most infamous supervillain of all time. I like to aim high. Narcissa laughed, but there wasn't much humor in it. I'll talk to Cyanide and check on how the decoy is coming. Be ready to move on this tonight. Headquarters tends to be emptiest between 3 and 4 a.m. Yeah, I'll be ready, said Narcissa. But look, I need to be honest with you. I think trying to stop the execution and rescue Ace Anarchy is a terrible idea, and I know a lot of the rejects think so too. Maybe you can persuade some of them to join you in this crusade, but I won't be one of them, and I'm not going to push anyone else into it either. What are you talking about? You just said... Nova pointed at the blueprint. Yeah, I'll do this, said Narcissa, but not for you and not for Ace Anarchy. I'm doing it for all the prodigies who have been oppressed by the renegades. This will be a huge blow to them and their dominance, and I'm all for that. This is what my grandfather would have wanted me to do. But I'm not going to the arena with you, and I don't know how many of the others will go voluntarily either. We're doing this so we can live better lives, lives with peace and freedom. But people are going to die if you do this. And that's not a risk we're all willing to take. Not for Ace Anarchy, at least. Nova crossed her arms. So much for teamwork. Don't you realize how much Ace Anarchy has done for us? For all of us? Yeah, I do realize what he did. But he also drove everyone into a war. And I know you care about him, but I'm not sure I agree that we need him to take down the renegades. We can do this without him. And if you and the anarchists don't make it back, then we'll do it without you, too. You are handing us a pretty awesome weapon here." Nova glared at the blueprint. It felt like a betrayal, but she'd known Narcissa for such a short time. She wasn't sure why it surprised her. "Fine." Nova started to roll up the blueprint. "You wouldn't be much use at the arena anyway. But I do need to know who's with us so I can work it into my strategy. And make sure you don't leave any Agent N behind when you're leaving that storeroom." "Of course." One of the harbingers appeared in the hall, his gold robes rustling around his legs. "Cyanide asked me to tell you the substance decoy is just about—" Ow! He clamped a hand to his arm and spun around. Nova jumped to her feet, already tensed for an attack, but it was only Leroy standing behind the boy, a small needle in his hand. He grinned sheepishly. Apologies, I only had to be sure." Before he could finish, the harbinger boy let out a groan and collapsed against the wall. "So very sorry," Leroy said again. Honey appeared, coming to see what had caused the yelp. She seemed mildly intrigued as she took in the unconscious boy. "What's wrong with him?" "He'll be fine. Should wear off in 10 minutes, 20 at the most." Leroy held up the needle, showing Nova. "Good news. The paralysis poison is ready. I'm going to call it Agent P." Nova grimaced. "For the sake of fostering goodwill, let's try to find willing volunteers next time you need to test something, all right? But nice work. Thank you." "That still doesn't solve the problem of how we're going to simultaneously inject hundreds of renegades with it," continued Nova. This dilemma had been cause for much discussion since she first broached the possibility of rescuing Ace. Originally, they planned to dose the renegades with a gaseous anesthesia pumped in through the venting system, except, thanks to Nightmare's Agent N bombs, most of the renegades would now be outfitted with gas masks. "Don't worry," said Honey. "Leroy and I are working on a few options. You stay focused on getting to Ace and making sure the Agent N reveal falls through. We'll take care of the rest." She draped an arm over Leroy's shoulder and steered him back toward his makeshift laboratory in the basement's far corner. Nova watched them go, her gut tight with apprehension. There were so many things that could go wrong. But there wasn't time to dwell on any of them. "All right," she said, turning back to Narcissa, who was still staring dumbfounded at the unconscious harbinger. "Did you find what I asked for at the mansion?" Narcissa blinked at Nova for a few seconds before giving herself a shake. "Yes, I did. Right where you said they'd be." Narcissa pulled a satchel from behind her and set it on the table. Reaching inside, she produced a thick stack of papers, many yellowed with age and crinkled at the corners. Some tears fixed messily with clear tape. "At first I thought this was just a part of your infatuation with the Everhart guy, but now I get it." Nova tensed. "You read them?" "Of course I read them." Narcissa flipped through a few pages, then stopped on a child's drawing of a shadowy monster with narrow white eyes. "It's just a blob at first, but as he got older and his art got better..." She kept flipping. The papers were more organized than when Nova had seen them the first time, stuck in a forgotten box on a forgotten shelf. Narcissa must have put them in roughly chronological order, and the result was striking. She stared as, page after page, Adrian's phantom took shape. At the bottom of the stack were the 3 issues of Rebel Z, the comic Adrian had started in his younger years. Nova had flipped hastily through the first one when she'd been sneaking around the office, but Narcissa took her time now, turning page by page. In the story, a homeless street kid who looked an awful lot like a young Adrian was abducted by an evil scientist. He, along with 25 other children, were subjected to cruel testing. Narcissa stopped on a page showing one of the other kids strapped to a medical table, screaming in agony as the doctor and his assistants applied some sort of high-tech probes to his skull and chest. Narcissa turned another page, and Nova's breath caught. The boy on the table appeared dead, and rising up from his parted blue lips was a monster, the same shadowy figure that had plagued Adrian's artwork for so many years. But it was no longer vague and obscure. Now its edges were outlined in crisp black. A hooded cloak hovered over the boy's body, bending down as if to see into the boy's dead eyes. A skeletal finger stretched out from billowing sleeves. A weapon was clutched in its opposite hand, glinting faintly in the doctor's laboratory. A scythe. It could be coincidence, Nova whispered. I thought that too, said Narcissa, lowering her voice. So I asked Honey about him. Most of the anarchists had followed Ace for decades. Some had been with him since before the start of the Age of Anarchy even. But Phobia just appeared out of nowhere a year or so before the Day of Triumph and told Ace that it was his purpose to bring terror to their mutual enemies. As far as Honey knows, he's never told anyone his real name or who he was before he became Phobia. She shivered. The timeline works. Adrian Everhart would have been, 5 or 6 when he first started drawing this thing? She pulled some of the older drawings from the stack. His skills weren't there yet, but it seems safe to say that he was drawing Phobia, even back then. Nova massaged her temple. She had half expected this. Thoughts of Phobia and Lady Indomitable had plagued her in her prison cell almost as much as thoughts of Adrian himself. It was a puzzle that had quickly resolved itself once Adrian told her about the card found on his mother's body. One cannot be brave who has no fear. Phobia's power was to prey on his enemy's deepest fears, and Adrian himself had told Nova that the greatest fear of his childhood had been that someday his mother would leave and never come back. She'd hoped she was wrong, but now... He created Phobia, she whispered, taking the child's drawing from Narcissa and inspecting it with mounting dread. She was startled to find her vision misting as she tried to imagine what Adrian would feel if he knew the truth. He created the monster that killed his mother. Nova. Narcissa reached forward and took the drawing back. Adrian Everhart is a renegade. He's not on our side. Nova straightened, blinking back any signs of approaching tears. I know that. Yeah, but... Narcissa frowned doubtfully. Hell, she looked borderline sorry for Nova. Scowling, Nova gathered up the papers and shoved them back in the bag. Thanks for getting these. I need to talk to Millie and... Whoa! There was something else I wanted to show you. Narcissa grabbed the Rebel Z comics before Nova could put them away. Have you read these? I don't have time. But there's something later, Nova snapped. Then, feeling guilty, she forced a smile. She wasn't mad at Narcissa. She was mad at this whole impossible situation. Adrian Everhart was her enemy. Phobia was her ally. So why did it feel like her heart was breaking? To know how much pain it would cause Adrian to ever learn the truth of their connection. I'm sorry, she said. You can show me later, okay? I really need to talk to Millie about some stuff. It's important. Fingers tapping on the comic's cover, Narcissa slowly nodded. Sure, it can wait. It doesn't change much at this point anyway. Nova had a long list in her head of everything she needed to do and everyone she needed to talk to in order to make sure all was going according to plan. The plan that was still forming by the minute. Especially now that she knew not all of Narcissa's rejects would be willing to pull their weight as she'd been led to believe. But she wanted to talk to Millie first. She hoped the psychometrist might offer answers that Nova doubted she'd find anywhere else. The basement beneath the pawn shop was divided into a series of large rooms. where a few members of their fledgling alliance had staked out a corner here or set up a cot for themselves there. There was one toilet and a shower with running water that never truly got warm, and so it was only the prodigies who were wanted by the renegades who spent much time in the underground hideout. Many of the others still had their own homes to return to, though Nova had insisted they meet at particular times to hash out the details of her burgeoning plan. Of the prodigies who were more permanent fixtures in the shelter, Millie had been given her own space, sharing a converted closet with the power generator that rumbled and cranked incessantly. When Nova arrived at the room, she saw Millie sitting cross-legged on an old sofa cushion, cradling a teacup in the palms of both hands. Her eyes were closed almost blissfully, but one popped open in annoyance when Nova knocked at the plywood door. "Could you look at something for me?" said Nova, stepping into the room before Millie could shoo her away. Grunting, Millie peered down into the cup, which Nova realized was empty. "I'm busy. This is important. You young people think everything is important." Nova tensed, annoyed at the idea that her problems might be trivial. "If we fail, Ace Anarchy is going to die. Or am I the only one who cares about that?" Millie hummed, unflustered as she turned the teacup upside down, examining it. 18th century bone porcelain, gilt edging, hand-painted botanical motif. She rubbed her thumb over a red imprint on the bottom. Clear back stamp. Back when pretty things were valued more highly than they are today, this would have sold for upward of $2,000. Though Nova was irritated at Millie's willful ignorance of her statement, at this, her eyebrows rose in mute surprise. She studied the teacup more carefully now, but to her, it continued to look like an antique. Useful only for holding tea. With a crooked grin, Millie set the teacup on her table. "At least, that's what it wants you to believe. Alas, it's a fake, a quality replica, but still an imposter. It's interesting, don't you think? How an imposter, no matter how good it is, can never be as highly valued as the original." Her expression turned faintly mocking. "I suppose you know something about that, don't you, young renegade?" "I suppose I do," Nova muttered. "Is that from the pawn shop?" "Was brought in to be pawned yesterday morning. Dave's been hiring me to do appraisal work for years. People bring in a lot of random stuff to sell, and it can be hard to sort the gold out of the dung heap. Luckily, that's where I excel." "Coming here was your idea?" She shrugged. "Miss Cronin tracked me down at my boat and told me what she was planning, trying to bring together the old cohorts of her grandfathers. I liked the idea. It's been getting harder and harder to conduct business, with the renegades always breathing down everybody's necks. But we weren't all going to fit on my little houseboat, so I suggested Dave's place. The ghouls and a few of the other gangs used to have meetings down here." "What about your boat?" Nova asked. "Aren't you worried about leaving it unprotected while you're here?" "It'll be fine," said Millie, her eyes sparking. "Leroy helped me set up some defenses. If anyone tries to steal my treasures, they'll have regrets." Setting the cup on the floor, she folded her hands on her lap and turned her full attention to Nova. "What is it you wanted me to look at?" Nova shut the door behind her. Stepping across the room, she unlatched the bracelet, her fingers fumbling with the clasp Adrian had once drawn for her. The chain slid from her skin. The star brightened momentarily before returning to its faint glimmer. "I want to know more about this," she said, holding it out to Millie. "When I stole the helmet, my bracelet reacted to it, almost like the two were magnetized. And she stumbled on the word star instead, saying, jewel, had some sort of reaction too. It helped me break into the chromium box that the helmet was being kept in. I feel like they're connected somehow." Millie's face as she stared at the bracelet was akin to a curator admiring a fine piece of art, and yet she didn't reach out to take it. "I haven't touched the helmet, so I may not see any shared history, if that's what you're hoping for." "I can have Phobia bring you the helmet if you need it," said Nova. "I've been thinking maybe we should all try it on anyway, to see how it affects our powers. It's supposed to amplify any prodigy ability, which could be useful. And we're going to need every advantage we can get." Millie guffawed. "You go right ahead, but I've seen enough hardship in my life." Standing, she paced to a small table littered with a mishmash of dishes. She selected a chipped ceramic coffee mug, but rather than coffee, she grabbed a green bottle and filled the cup with red wine nearly to the brim. "The destruction wrought from 1,000 relics, the tragedies of too many family keepsakes to count." She sat down again, cradling the mug in both hands, and took a sip, eyeing Nova. "I don't need to see what that helmet has seen." Nova tried not to think too much about the early days of the Age of Anarchy, the sacrifices that Ace had made in service to his vision, the people who had been killed, the devastation wrought on this city, and the world, as other prodigies followed his example. She supposed she couldn't blame Millie for not wanting to think about those things either. "Can you look at this at least?" she said, holding out the bracelet again. "What is it?" "What is it made out of?" "Anything you can tell me might help." Millie squinted, but still her hands stayed around the mug. "That pretty bauble was not here the last time I saw this bracelet." Her mouth quirked teasingly. "I'd almost forgotten about the boy I'd seen then, the one who fixed the clasp. Now that I recall his face—" "I know," said Nova, feeling heat rise up her neck. "It was Adrian Everhart, but I didn't know it at the time. That's just a coincidence." Millie chuckled. "Once you've seen as much history as I have, you won't believe in coincidences anymore." She took another drink of wine, this one almost a gulp, like she was fortifying herself. She sighed and set the mug on the floor beside her chair. Finally, she held out her palm. With a twinge of nervousness, Nova dropped the bracelet into her hand. Millie jolted upright. She glanced at Nova with surprise. It was a brief look, and without explanation, she cupped her other hand over the star and shut her eyes. Nova watched with mounting curiosity as Millie's features went through a series of transformations. Sometimes her brows would rocket upward, other times they would furrow deeply. Sometimes her lips would move as if she were speaking to herself, and sometimes she would laugh inexplicably or clench her teeth with concern. Nova said nothing through it all. After the first minute, she pulled a rickety wooden chair from the room's corner and sank down onto it, fingers drumming on her thighs. 5 full minutes passed before Millie's eyes popped open, slightly unfocused. She seemed to be waking from a bewildering dream as she scanned the room. "Well," she said, "that answers one question at least." Nova leaned forward. "You sense a connection between this bracelet and your uncle's helmet, because they are deeply connected. They were crafted from the same raw material, taken from the same source." Nova peered at Millie's hands, still clasped around the star, shielding it from view. "And that material is what exactly?" Millie giggled. "The stuff of stars," she whispered, almost mockingly, and Nova realized that she must have seen some of Nova's conversation with Adrian as they discussed the impossible star in his jungle. She bristled. She knew it wasn't a star. Stars were suns, billions of light years away. This was a fancy marble. But what was she supposed to call it? "You seem skeptical," said Millie, Cradling the bracelet in one hand, she bent down and picked up her wine with the other. "Tell me, Miss Artino, are you familiar with the Monteith theory of prodigy origin?" Nova's skepticism grew. "Let me think. Is that the one that says all prodigies are descendants of ancient gods? Or that we came here aboard alien spaceships? Or... No. That's the one that has something to do with radioactive sludge, right?" "Actually, Dr. Stephen Monteith was an astrophysicist who speculated that all prodigy abilities are the result of our physical systems reacting to a cocktail of biological chemicals and the stardust that lies dormant in our physical makeup." Nova snorted. "Stardust, right. I'll go with the sludge myself. Don't be so quick to judge. I have traced the history of several prodigy artifacts back to the very star from which their mystical abilities seem to have originated." Millie leaned forward. "Consider that every chemical in our world is formed from stars that long ago exploded. From the salt in our oceans to the cobalt in that teacup's paint." "You can't be named Nova and not know about supernovas," Nova said, growing weary of this conversation. "Are you going to tell me about the bracelet, or—" "I am, if you care to listen." Nova bit the inside of her mouth. "According to Monteith," Millie continued, pausing to take another sip before going on, "the particles from one particularly powerful supernova reached our solar system many centuries ago. They came to our planet, an invisible invasion, settled upon our dirt and in our oceans, and took up space in the very air we breathe. These particles, this energy, would become the substance that your father could detect in our world. This raw energy is everywhere, but only visible to a lucky few." Finally, something Nova could relate to. "The energy my father could see," she said, scooting to the edge of her seat. "I saw it too, or I think I did, when the star first attached itself to the bracelet, and again once when I put the helmet on, like beams of light all around me." "Now, consider," said Millie, "that this energy isn't simply in the air. It is inside us. Every human being on this planet has trace amounts from this supernova inside of them. And that raw energy contains the potential for great power, but only if it's awakened by a chemical reaction. That was Monteith's theory. Everyone has the potential to become a prodigy, but for those who are not born with this inherent power already awakened, their powers will only reveal themselves in the face of great trauma. Monteith believed the chemicals released into the bloodstream during extreme duress create the conditions necessary to awaken our latent abilities." "Okay," said Nova, trying to disguise her disbelief. "So a big star exploded, its tiny little particles crashed down to Earth, and now we all have the potential to be superheroes. Sure. Great." She pointed at Millie's clasped hands. "What does that have to do with my bracelet? Are you telling me that this is the central core of that star that exploded or something?" "Of course not. I'm only pointing out that your father gathered and used the raw energy, which is possibly the most powerful substance in our galaxy. He made the helmet, among other things, and he made this magnificent gem as well." She opened her hands to reveal Nova's bracelet. Nova frowned. No, my dad made the bracelet, but the gem was made by Adrian Everhart? Oh, I saw." Nova flushed self-consciously. "The mural was remarkable, but no. How do I explain this?" Millie rubbed her thumb over the star. "As one of his final acts while still alive, your father made this bracelet, yes?" "Right." "Well, the setting was not left empty because he ran out of time to complete it. In fact, He had already created the gem that was intended to fill the setting some months before, and hid it where he did not think anyone would ever find it. Leaning forward, Millie pressed a finger against Nova's heart. He hid it inside of you. Nova blinked, once again sensing that she was being teased. Excuse me? I mean, not actually right here, said Millie, tapping Nova's chest again. That just seemed more dramatic than the truth. It was actually stored at the base of your amygdala. Not as romantic, that, but... Ah, well, I'm sure your father had his reasons. Nova held up a hand. You saw all this? With a chuckle, Millie held out the bracelet. Nova took it from her, cradling it in her fingers. You came to me for answers, didn't you? Nova rubbed her thumb over the surface of the star. It brightened at her touch. But why? What did my father make it for, and why hide it inside of me? We can only guess. Millie rubbed her cheek, stretching her thin, pale skin with each press of her thin, pale fingers. Then she took another large draught of wine. Perhaps it was intended to be a weapon, like the helmet. Nova chewed the inside of her cheek. It was possible. Her family had never had enough food when she was growing up, and with Evie getting bigger, things had been more desperate than ever. Another weapon crafted by David Artino would have been incredibly valuable. He could have sold it to the highest bidder. But that didn't seem right. A faint memory came to Nova, the day her parents had been murdered. Her father had said to her that he hoped the bracelet would put right some of the injuries he'd caused the world. Still, what did that mean? Nova's fingers felt cold as she clasped the bracelet back onto her wrist, remembering the power the star had exhibited, imbuing the chromium spear with added strength. With the help of the star, she had destroyed an otherwise indestructible box. If the star was supposed to be a weapon, what if her father had been making it for Ace, to be used against the Renegades? The Renegades had promised to protect her family from the Roaches, but a part of her had always wondered why her parents hadn't gone to Ace and the Anarchists for protection instead. Maybe even back then her family knew that the Renegades couldn't be trusted. Perhaps her father had made a weapon that was even stronger than the helmet. A weapon that was strong enough to defeat even the invincible Captain Chromium.
Chapter 30. Adrian had barely seen Nova since she'd been released from Cragmore. His guilt over not believing her grew stronger every day, mingling with the fear that he might have ruined everything. He wanted things to go back to the way they'd been the night she fell asleep at his house. They had been comfortable in each other's presence. He felt like he could tell her anything, and like he'd earned the same trust from her. He'd begun to think that he might even be falling in love with her. But things had changed, and he knew it was his fault. Nova hadn't joined them for patrol duties the past few nights, and he couldn't blame her after what they'd put her through. They crossed paths a couple of times at headquarters, but their conversations were stilted and awkward. Adrian had more daydreams of telling her about the Sentinel than he could count, wondering whether maybe sharing his greatest secret might show her, in some way, how much he really did trust her. But then he recalled the loathing with which she spoke the Sentinel's name and knew the time wasn't right. There hadn't been any more sightings of Nightmare since she'd taken his drawings, which added to Adrian's anxiety. He was sure she was plotting her next strike. With Ace Anarchy's execution only hours away, he suspected that strike would come sooner than later. He wanted to believe Nightmare wouldn't be arrogant enough to attack an event in which almost every renegade in the city would be present. But then, she'd never shied from taking big risks before. Adrian made his way down the concrete stands of the arena, the same venue where the trials were held every year. The seats weren't nearly as crowded now. Members of the media had been invited to witness the reveal of the Renegade's new weapon as well as the execution of Ace Anarchy, but these proceedings would not be open to the general public. Adrian had never been in the stands of the arena, only down on the field. It was a completely different perspective, the buzz of energy from the crowd making the hair on his arms stand on end, the elevated view of the field making him feel more like a bystander than a participant, which he supposed he was. He was a renegade, but he had no role to play in the reveal of Agent N, the neutralization of dozens of known villains, the execution of Ace Anarchy. His father's, on the other hand, would be in the spotlight, as always. He saw Simon on the field already, standing alongside Tsunami as they talked to a crowd of journalists. Spotting Oscar and Dana in the front row, Adrian hurried down the rest of the steps to join them. "Hey," he said, claiming a seat. "Ruby's not here yet?" "Not yet," said Oscar. He glanced back up into the stands as if searching for her, then leaned conspiratorially toward Adrian. "Before she gets here, can I ask your opinion on something?" "What, my opinion wasn't good enough?" said Dana, stretching her arms and lacing her fingers behind her head. Oscar shrugged. "I'm just trying to be thorough." "It's not poetry, is it?" asked Adrian. "Even better. Check it out." Oscar made pistols of his hands, aiming toward the empty air beyond the edge of the stands. A stream of smoke shot from his left finger, forming a pale gray heart a few feet in front of them. It was followed by a Cupid's arrow from his right finger that shot straight through the heart. The image lasted only a few seconds before the smoke began to dissipate into the air. Then I thought I could follow it up with words, something like, "Hey, Ruby, I really like you. Like, so much that even thinking of doing this makes me want to spew my breakfast tacos all over these seats." "Inspired," Dana muttered as the renegades in the next row cast Oscar concerned looks. Oscar sighed. "It's honest, at least. I did read somewhere that honesty is a keystone of a healthy relationship." Adrian scratched the back of his neck. "Anyway," Oscar continued, "I'm still working on it. I thought I'd be reminiscent of those old airplanes that used to do skywriting over sports events, you know? So, what do you think? About the general idea, not the spewing part." Adrian glanced at Dana in time to see her roll her eyes. "Is this something you were thinking of trying out today?" "Yeah, maybe," said Oscar, rubbing his hands together. "I'd make the heart a lot bigger, put it somewhere over by the megascreen so everyone can see it. I did check with the council to see if I could put a message up on the screen before the whole Agent N thing goes down, but they denied the request. Thunderbird, not a romantic." "Oscar," said Adrian, "they're going to drain the powers of some of society's most dangerous villains and then execute someone." Oscar studied him expressionless for a long moment. "So you think it might be in bad taste?" "Just a little." "Told you so," said Dana. Glowering, Oscar sank down into the plastic seat. "Do you have any idea how hard it's been finding the right time to make a dramatic proclamation? It's like someone's always getting arrested or unarrested, or we're apprehending a criminal or taking down a villain. When is a guy supposed to make his move in the midst of all of that?" "You could try not making a dramatic proclamation," suggested Dana. "Just ask her out. It's not that big of a deal." Oscar groaned. "Not a big deal? I'm trying to tell the girl of my dreams that she's, the girl of my dreams. That's the biggest deal of my life." He shook his head, his brow creased with anxiety. "And I'm worried I'll screw it up." "What the heck, Adrian?" yelled Ruby, suddenly barreling down the stairs. Oscar tensed and smacked Dana and Adrian with a hasty shush, as if they were preparing to give him away. Dana smacked and shushed him back. "Hey, Ruby," said Adrian, standing so she could get past him to her seat. "What's up?" "The concession stands are closed," she said, gesturing toward the back of the arena. "Every last one of them. Who's in charge of this shindig?" Proof that you two are made for each other, muttered Dana. Ruby glanced at her. Huh? Nothing, said Dana, shaking her head. This isn't a sporting event. Let's all show a bit of respect. Ruby huffed. There is no occasion that doesn't warrant the sale of stale popcorn and licorice ropes. It's practically a basic human right. Protest, said Oscar, nodding stoically. Flopping into her chair, Ruby crossed her arms. Where's Nova? Adrian winced, though he tried not to let it show. I don't think she's coming. He tried to ignore Dana's arched eyebrow. He knew she still harbored doubts about Nova's innocence, and it was beginning to irk him. They had seen Nightmare, and it wasn't Nova. Why couldn't she accept that? Why not? Said Ruby, surprised. He pushed up his glasses. She's always been against H&N, and I think having spent some time at Cragmore made her really against it. My dad told me she made a pretty passionate plea for them to call off the neutralization. She thinks the criminals should be given a chance at rehabilitation instead. Imagine that, said Dana. Adrian shot her a look, which she ignored. I guess I can understand, said Ruby, disappointed. I've hardly seen Nova since she came back. I'm worried she might be mad at us. Don't be, said Adrian. I think she's just trying to work through a lot right now. You know, the explosion, Cragmore, being reunited with her uncle. Just give her some time. Of course, said Ruby, though she didn't seem to find much comfort in Adrian's words. He couldn't blame her. He'd been telling himself the same thing lately. He would give Nova the space she needed. He would be patient, and when she needed him, he would be there for her. But it was easier said than done. The truth was, he missed her. He missed her more now than he had even when she'd been in prison. At least then he'd been able to tell himself it was for the better. Oh, look, there's Janissa, said Oscar, pointing. As cheerful as ever. Janissa Clark was on the field, an impressive crossbow strapped across her back. She was talking to Captain Chromium. Even from up in the stands, Adrian could tell that they were both frustrated with each other. Is that a cooler? Said Dana, indicating the box at Janissa's feet. It is, said Oscar. Damn her. She probably thought to bring sandwiches. I don't think it's sandwiches, said Adrian. I heard she was planning to execute Nightmare with an icicle, thinking it would have some sort of poetic justice. I bet she brought one with her. Ruby made a disgusted noise. That would have been so unnecessary and messy, said Oscar. And overdramatic, added Dana. Would you prefer an old-fashioned hanging? Said Adrian, his insides churning to think of how narrowly Nova had evaded this fate. Or burning at the stake like they used to kill prodigies? No, said Ruby. I would prefer, I don't know. Isn't there a way to put someone to sleep first so they don't feel anything? Adrian peered down the line of his friends and knew they were all thinking the same thing. Putting people to sleep was Nightmare's specialty, her attack of choice. Never before had it occurred to him that it could also be an act of mercy. How is your dad going to, Oscar started, do in Ace Anarchy? Adrian watched Hugh for a second, still arguing with Janissa. I'm not sure what he has planned, but I think right now Janissa is trying to be the one to do it. She's been threatening them all week, ever since Nova was released, saying that she at least deserves some glory if she can't have revenge. Otherwise, she's still saying she'll ruin the Renegades by going to the media with her laundry list of complaints. Dana grunted. That girl has a strange sense of glory. People have been talking, though, said Oscar. I never really thought of it before, but it is strange, isn't it? That no one has ever stopped to consider what might be best for us and not just the organization. I mean, we all chose this life. We're willing to risk a lot for the cause, but... He trailed off. But shouldn't we have a little bit more say over what that cause is? Suggested Ruby. And what exactly we're risking? He sighed. I hate to sound like I'm with Janissa, but it's made me think. You don't just sound like Janissa, said Dana, slightly teasing. "You almost sound like an anarchist." Oscar wrinkled his nose. "Now, that's just uncalled for." "I think they're starting," said Ruby, drawing their attention back down to the field. A long stage had been erected, stretching nearly the full length of the field, and 7 chairs were set up in a line at its center beside a narrow podium. The media had been sent to the box at the forefront of the audience. Adrian wasn't sure where Janissa had gone. As the council approached their seats, the crowd began to quiet. The council, Captain Chromium, the Dread Warden, Tsunami, Blacklight, and Thunderbird, was joined by Dr. Hogan, one of the lead researchers and developers for Agent N, and Adrian leaned forward, squinting. They were just far enough away that he felt like his eyes must be playing tricks. "Is that the puppeteer?" "Sweet skies, I think it is," murmured Ruby. "But he looks so different." The last time Adrian had seen Winston Pratt, his skin had been ghastly pale, almost as pale as when permanent makeup had been painted on his face, complete with rosy cheeks and black lines on his jaw, reminiscent of a ventriloquist dummy. Those physical markings of his alias and superpower had faded when he'd been injected with a dose of Agent N. In less than a minute, his power, which was the eerie ability to morph children into brainwashed puppets, had been stripped away. The puppeteer was no more. Adrian had seen Winston a couple of times since that day, having questioned him about Nightmare and the other anarchists, but in those meetings, Winston had been dispirited and weak, a shell of his former self. That was not the man standing on stage now. His back was straight. Healthful color had returned to his complexion. He was smiling. And not a cruel, preparing to manipulate a 6-year-old smile, but something genuine and unexpectedly warm. It rendered him almost unrecognizable. As the others took their seats, Captain Chromium approached the microphone. He spent a moment welcoming the crowd and the media who had gathered for their important announcement, conveying how the purpose of the Renegades was and had always been to ensure the safety of their citizens, while working to improve the quality of life for both prodigies and non-prodigies around the world. He talked about his enthusiasm for the new asset they were about to reveal and the pride he felt having been a part of its development, how he foresaw the potential of this tool to be literally world-changing. As the audience clapped politely, the captain stepped back and welcomed Dr. Hogan to the microphone. Her speech was almost exactly the same as when she had first introduced the concept of Agent N to the Renegade patrol units. Agent N offers a non-violent solution with instantaneous results. It is completely safe to be used around non-prodigy civilians. This will provide a humanitarian consequence for prodigies who defy regulations. Adrian kept his attention on the media gathered in their box, their surprise and interest, their pens scribbling across small notepads, their cameras zoomed in on the doctor's face. He wondered what the news would soon be reporting. The council hoped this would replace the rumors that the Renegades had become incompetent and ineffective. Agent N was their big chance to show the world what they had been putting their efforts into all these years. This was their chance to demonstrate how they intended to deal with wayward prodigies going forward. This was their chance to show that villainy would not be tolerated, not so long as they were in charge. And Adrian wanted to believe it. His marker was in his hand, though he didn't remember taking it out, and he found his fingers fiddling with it unconsciously. He wasn't nervous so much as unsettled. He remembered watching as Frostbite and her team bullied the anarchists, trying to force them to incriminate themselves, whether or not they'd actually been involved in the attack on the parade. He'd seen them torture Hawthorne, ultimately murdering her and framing the Sentinel for the brutal attack. The anarchists and Hawthorne were villains. Perhaps they deserved no sympathy. But in those moments, Adrian had been forced to question who the true villains were. If Frostbite's team could get away with it, he knew that more renegades could too. Who would stop them? Who would even try? Shortly, we will have a demonstration of what Agent N can do, the doctor said, so that you can see its effectiveness with your own eyes and witness both how swift and how merciful a weapon it is. But first, we wish to invite one of our greatest success stories to offer his own opinion on the serum and its life-changing effects. Please join me in bringing to the microphone none other than a former villain and associate of Ace Anarchy himself. You will know him by the name of the Puppeteer, but today he is known only as Mr. Winston Pratt. There was applause, though it was stilted and unsure. Murmurs flooded the crowd as Winston stood and took his place before the microphone. It all felt so surreal. The day he'd been neutralized, he had used a young renegade to try to attack Dr. Hogan. He had been led from the stage in shackles. What had changed to now make him appear so relaxed, so jovial? "My gratitude, Dr. Hogan," Winston said, bending toward the microphone that had been lowered for the doctor and left far too short for his willowy build. "I am grateful, not only for the ways in which the direction of my life has changed, thanks to Agent N and the team of doctors and therapists who have been working with me. I am also grateful for this chance to tell my story." He smiled again, but it was more bashful now. Adrian could tell he was nervous. He spent a moment awkwardly adjusting the microphone, then cleared his throat and took a set of index cards from his pocket. "I have known many villains over the years. I was an anarchist for more than half my life, starting at only 14 years old. I joined Ace Anarchy's cause after running away from home." Pausing, he tapped at the edges of the cards on the podium, inhaled deeply, and continued. "Often when a new member joined us, we would talk about our origin stories. It's a popular topic among us prodigies, both heroes and villains, I think. I gave little thought to it at the time, but it's become clear to me that our stories all had something in common. With the exception of those of us who were born with our abilities, the rest of us became prodigies after, well, some great trauma. Though we spoke of our origins with pride, in reality these times were often horrific and painful. Perhaps the fact that we survived them made our pride greater, but I never thought to ask my companions, or even myself, whether we would have been better off to have never undergone such trauma in the first place." Adrian's brow creased. He glanced at his teammates. Dana, like him, had been born with her gift, but Oscar had become a prodigy after nearly dying in a fire, and Ruby gained her powers after being viciously attacked by a member of the Jackals gang. In fact, every origin story he knew was rooted in trauma of one sort or another. "As for me," Winston continued, his tone growing weary, "I never shared my real story. Not with the anarchists, not with anyone for all those years. The story of how I became the puppeteer brought me no pride, only shame and anger." Gone was the easy smile of minutes before. He hesitated and looked out at someone in the audience. Following his gaze, Adrian recognized the counselor who had been working with Winston after his neutralization. She gave an encouraging nod. Stooping down, Winston opened a bag at his feet. The journalist near the front tensed, perhaps expecting him to pull out a bomb or gun. But it was only a doll. Adrian recognized Hetty, Winston's childhood doll that he had once traded to the ex-villain for information regarding Nightmare. "This is Hetty," said Winston, holding the doll up for everyone to see. "My father made Hetty for me for my 7th birthday. A part of me thought I might be too old for dolls, but there was something about this one. I loved it immediately." He paused, a shadow eclipsing his expression. A few months later, my parents were out one night, and I was being watched by a neighbor, a long-time family friend who often babysat me. He took an interest in Hetty, suggested we play a game. Winston paused, and Adrian could feel his own chest tightening in the horrible silence that followed. Finally, Winston gave his head a shake and set the doll on the podium as if unable to look at it. The doll's shiny black eyes peered emptily into the crowd. I didn't understand it then, but the game became a foil for him to molest me. For the first time. It would not be the last. There were gasps in the crowd, hands pressed over speechless mouths, looks of pity and horror. From the corner of his eye, Adrian saw Ruby squeeze Oscar's arm. I had never felt so powerless, so ashamed and confused. Winston was scrutinizing the doll as he told his tale. I would not know that I had become a prodigy until weeks later when, at school, my anger boiled over and I lashed out at a kid who was a grade older than I was, who had taken the last slice of pizza in the cafeteria. Before I understood what I was doing, I had my strings around him. I made him... He paused, clearing his throat. I made him bash his own face into the tray. It broke his nose. A long silence followed this statement. My powers began to change after that, Winston continued. They changed me inside and out. Since that day, I have hurt more children than I could count. Not in the way that I was hurt, but as victims, powerless under my control. I don't tell you this story because I want your pity. I also don't mean to justify the things I've done, or to make excuses for the role I played as an anarchist and a villain. He uncurled his spine, no longer bending over the microphone. I tell you this because many prodigies will insist that their powers are a gift. I believed this too. My powers were my identity. They were the source of my strength, my control. I didn't know until recently, until after my powers were neutralized by Agent N, that they were none of these things. They were a burden, a curse. They kept me in the head of a victim for all those years, and they turned me into a monster too. I know that I will never be free of the trauma I experienced or the memories of all the awful things I've done. But thanks to Agent N, I feel, for the first time, I feel there might be a path forward. For the first time, I feel like I'm beginning to heal. To speak on my own behalf and maybe, someday, on the behalf of kids who were like me. I am so sorry for the hurt I've caused. I may never be able to make amends to the many children I used as puppets, but I do hope to make amends in as many ways as I can. I can't say that other prodigies who are neutralized will feel the same way, but as for me, I am not sorry to be free of my powers. He took Hetty and set the doll down on the floorboards of the stage, then held out a hand toward Captain Chromium. The captain stood and lifted the tall chromium pike that had been leaning up against his chair, the silver spear. He handed it to Winston. Winston stood back, gripping the pike in both hands. I am no longer a victim, he yelled. With that, he swung the pike down. The flat end crashed into the doll. It shattered from the impact. Its head caved in. One arm flew off the stage. A leg skidded off beneath Tsunami's chair. Winston hit it again, 2 times, 3. He finally stopped after the 6th time, rendering the doll little more than broken pieces and battered clothing. Panting from the exertion, Winston handed the spear back to the captain. Then he craned his head one more time to the microphone. "But even more important than that," he said, his voice full of emotion, "I am no longer a villain."
Chapter 31. Even above the buffeting wind, Nova could hear the crowd inside the arena erupt over her earpiece. She flinched from the noise, a thunderstorm of applause. She used the moment to catch her breath. She wasn't exhausted from scaling the exterior wall of the arena. Rather, she felt like she'd hardly breathed during Winston's speech. She was supposed to be focusing on the job ahead, but instead, she was caught up in his story. Her throat was dry. Her heart felt like it was strapped into a vice. She wondered how it was possible to live beneath the same roof, or in the same subway tunnels, with a person for 10 years and still know so very little about them. As the cacophony within the arena quieted, Nova heard Phobia's voice rattling in her ear. "Traitor." She flinched. Though she knew Phobia was talking about Winston, it felt like an accusation of her and her sympathy, too. She didn't respond. "Let him choose weakness and mediocrity if that's what he wishes," said Honey. "We need to focus on getting our AC back." "Precisely," said Leroy. "Nightmare, what's your status?" Shaking away the lingering feeling of heartbreak, Nova double-checked the reading on her laser measure. "Almost in position," she said, marking the exterior outline of her entry point. Precision was important. Cut the entry point too far afield, and she'd end up with a 100-foot free fall right into the waiting arms of the renegades. 30 more seconds, she said, her own voice muffled behind the metal face mask. "No rush," said Leroy. "They're just now bringing out the prisoners." Honey sighed heavily. "And knowing Captain Chromium, he'll be droning on for at least another 20 minutes before anything exciting happens." Nova hoped the captain was feeling particularly verbose. Calculations complete, she hooked the laser measurer back to her belt and retrieved the diamond-bladed electric saw. She waited until the captain's booming voice filled her earpiece, being fed to the group by Cypher, one of Narcissa's allies who was unknown to the renegades and had no trouble getting entry to the event, along with 16 others from their growing group, after Millie concocted fake media passes for them. They would be positioned around the arena, waiting to help Nova and the anarchists complete their mission. Nova's objective was simple. Get the helmet to Ace. The curved roof of the arena vibrated beneath her knees, both from the buzz of her saw and the thundering speakers inside. She paused each time the captain did, trying to sync the noise she was making to the times his speech grew particularly impassioned. With one hand gripping the suction cup she'd attached to the roof, she finished the last cut. She gave a hard tug, and the piece of roofing popped upward. She slid it away from the hole. Exactly 8 feet below her hung a platform for one of the lighting and sound system operators. She could see only the top of the woman's head, covered in large headphones, her attention on the huge spotlight she was aiming toward the field below. The beam of light was following the line of prisoners that were being led out from what had once been the arena's locker rooms, where Nova had waited for her turn at the trials. The prisoners all wore the glaring black and white jumpsuits from Cragmore Prison. Their ankles were bound in shackles, each shackle chained to the next prisoner in line. Their hands were fully enclosed in chromium cuffs. A number of armed guards walked beside them, most of whom Nova recognized from Cragmore, their weapons targeted at the more dangerous of the prodigies in the line. Ace came last. And even from so high above, Nova could sense the buzz in the crowd as he appeared. His complexion was ghastly white, with deep purple bruises beneath his eyes. The skin hung from his bones as though it could slough off at any moment. He was broken and defeated, his back bent and his head heavy as he was led in on the chain of prisoners. A mockery of the prodigy he had once been. He was not a threat. He was not to be feared. Not anymore. Nova's teeth ground, hating to see him reduced to this. "Everyone at their stations," she said, tightening the straps on her backpack. She abandoned the saw on the rooftop, not wanting the added weight. Bracing her arms on either side of the hole, she slipped her legs inside, dangled for a moment, then dropped. She landed with a thud behind the lighting operator. The woman startled, but before she could turn, Nova's fingers were on the back of her neck, and she collapsed into Nova's arms. Nova laid her down on the platform. "I'm in." She checked that the spotlight was still positioned on the stage. It was one of 4 such spotlights, each one currently targeting Captain Chromium, who was at the podium again, while the inmates stood shoulder to shoulder down the length of the field. Knowing that the other 3 operators would likely be the first to notice their absent peer, Nova ducked back toward the scaffolding that connected the platforms around the perimeter of the roof line and started making her way toward the next operator. She mostly ignored the captain's droning voice, but a handful of words still filtered into Nova's consciousness as she crept through the shadows. Villains. Neutralized. Execution. She reached the second operator and felled him as easily as the first. 2 down. Below, the captain was listing Ace's many crimes against humanity, justifying their choice to end his life in this public manner. "Before we proceed," he said, "I would extend a dignity that this villain never offered to any of his victims. Please escort Ace Anarchy to the stage." At the end of the line, Ace's shackles were unlocked from his neighbors. The guards prodded him, urging him toward the steps and onto the platform. He fixed his attention on the captain, who waited for him at the podium. The loathing between the 2 men was palpable. The arena hushed. Nova slowed so that her footsteps would make no sound as she made her way to the 3rd platform with as much stealth as possible. Once Ace stood before the council, Captain Chromium spoke again into the microphone. "At this time, I ask my longtime rival, this enemy of humanity, Alec James Artino, if you would like to express any final words." He stepped back, offering the microphone to Ace. Nova swallowed. She wanted to stop and watch, to listen, but she knew there was no time for that. She reached the 3rd platform and put to sleep the woman she found there. 1 more to go. Below her, the arena was quiet. Her thoughts shifted to Winston, who was still on the stage, now only feet from Ace. She wondered if the 2 of them had made eye contact as Ace was brought up to the podium. She wondered if Ace had heard Winston's story. Would he, like Phobia, see Winston as a traitor? Or would he feel the same sympathy that Nova had? She thought also of Adrian, who she knew was somewhere down in that crowd. She wondered if she would ever see him again, knowing that, if all went according to the plan, the answer would likely be no. She wondered if she would regret not finding a way to say one last goodbye. Ace approached the podium. It felt like the whole arena had gone still. Even Nova had to remind herself to keep breathing as she crept along the walkway. His voice, when he spoke, was brittle and dry from disuse. "As I stand before you," he said, his words barely a croak. Nova flinched to think of him as he once was, powerful and strong, a true visionary. Now he was little more than a relic, a memory from a foregone era. "Knowing that my time left on this earth is short, I am faced with an excruciating truth. I once destroyed a world order in which prodigies were condemned and persecuted by those who feared us, those who could not appreciate our potential. And now, he faced the captain, now we are condemned and persecuted by our own. He lifted his chin. Alec James Artino is already dead. But anarchy will live on. It will persist in the hearts of all prodigies who refuse to bow before this dictatorship. Our fight is not over, and we will not rest until there is freedom and autonomy for all our brethren. Until we no longer need to fear for our well-being, not from those who fear us, not from those who hate us, and not from those who envy us. The renegades will fall, and we will rise again. The fourth operator was reaching for his walkie-talkie, probably confused as to why the other 3 lights had fallen motionless, when Nova's fingers reached out from the shadows and brushed the back of his hand. She caught him as she had the others, then released a long exhale. Phase 1 complete. Down below, Ace was being led back onto the field, while a parade of men and women in lab coats marched out to join the prisoners, each one holding a syringe. The spectacle of it was too surreal. It felt more like a choreographed stage production, like it had all been planned with more consideration for the pictures that would later appear on the fronts of newspapers than for the dignity of those involved. Nova examined the trusses that held the light fixtures and speaker boxes, a complicated maze of metal scaffolding crisscrossing the ceiling of the arena. She pulled herself onto the railing surrounding the spotlight's platform, reached for the nearest overhead truss, and hauled herself up the rigging. Black light had the honor of signaling for the neutralization. All of the inmates were to be neutralized simultaneously, and so he began by counting down from 10. Nova did her best to ignore what was happening below, focusing instead on putting one hand in front of the other as she crawled toward the center of the building. She did pause, though, when black light reached number 1. She peered down through the metal bars. She could only see the tops of their heads, the prisoners, the lab technicians, the council. Winston and Ace. She couldn't see any of their expressions. She was too far away to tell if any of the prisoners flinched as the needles were plunged into their arms. A second passed, then 2. 10 seconds. 20. Even from her bird's-eye view, Nova could tell when the technicians began to stir uncomfortably. She saw the council shifting in their seats, trading looks with one another. She noticed Dr. Hogan checking her wristwatch. The arena was quiet enough that she heard one of the journalists cough from their box. Not all prodigies had physical characteristics that indicated their powers, but plenty did. Not just Nova's yellow-skinned friend, but also Colosso, who was more than 10 feet tall, and Billy Goat, who had vicious pointed horns growing from the top of her head. And the Scrawl, who regularly had blue-black ink overflow from her lips and stain the front of her jumpsuit. By now, all of those characteristics should have been fading away. By now, those villains should have been reduced to average humans. But, as the renegades were beginning to realize, that wasn't happening. Even the inmates were squirming uncomfortably, unsure if they were supposed to feel something different. Nova spotted a flicker of movement from the otherwise motionless stands. She did not need a close-up view to know that it was a small paper crane, crafted from the most delicate pink and gold paper. She smiled.
Chapter 32. The audience's attention shifted from the row of prisoners on the field, who had apparently not been neutralized, to the paper bird fluttering over their heads. Adrian stared, his brow pinched with suspicion as the bird made a full circle over the stands before dipping down and hovering in front of Captain Chromium. He snatched it from the air, crumpling its wings in one fist. His visage was already dark as he unfolded the square of paper. There must have been something written on the inside, because his scowl deepened before he crushed it again and threw it onto the stage. He was about to speak when a voice boomed throughout the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, prodigies and prisoners, superheroes and scientists, The voice did not seem to be coming from the overhead speakers. If anything, it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. "We do apologize for the delay in today's Renegade-sponsored programming," the voice continued with an edge of sarcasm. "While your honorable council members sort through these technical difficulties, we hope you'll enjoy this free entertainment, compliments of the Crane." Adrian frowned at his team, who were all sharing the same baffled look. "The Crane?" said Ruby. "Wasn't he at the trials?" "The origami guy?" said Oscar. Adrian saw them then. Everyone saw them. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of paper cranes in the most beautiful array of pastel and jewel tones soaring into the arena. Adrian leapt to his feet. He wasn't alone, as the stands all around him erupted with concern. But only a little concern, Adrian noted. They were just paper cranes. "They're coming in through the air vents," said Dana. She was gripping the railing, her knuckles white. "Could it be a diversion?" asked Ruby. Adrian didn't respond. He had no answers, but he had a feeling that Nightmare and the anarchists had something to do with this. He loosened his collar, making easier access to the zipper tattoo. The cranes spread throughout the audience, hovering inches over their heads. One was caught by Fiona Lindala, or Peregrine, who was standing in the next row with her beloved bird of prey perched on her shoulder. Adrian watched as she unfolded the paper, the falcon's head bobbing curiously. All around him, renegades were doing the same, snatching the paper birds from the air, unfolding them to uncover their secrets. Fiona cried out in surprise, drawing Adrian's attention back to her. Her eyes were wide, though perhaps in more surprise than pain. She dropped the crane, but it left behind another creature, a chubby, fuzzy black and yellow bumblebee sitting on her palm. Adrian had barely registered the sight before the peregrine shot forward and caught the bee in its beak. "It stung me," Fiona said to no one in particular, picking the stinger out of her palm. Then there were more bees, almost adorable in their plumpness, leaving the protection of the paper cranes and buzzing toward the nearest renegades. "Queen bee," said Adrian, swatting one away. All around he could hear disgruntled gasps, though the sounds were more of annoyance or surprise than anything else. It wasn't fun to be stung by a bumblebee, but compared to daily life as a renegade, it wasn't exactly petrifying either. Dana's face was contorted in disbelief. "Why bumblebees? Why not hornets or wasps or—" Adrian yelped in surprise and clapped a hand to the back of his neck. His fingers came away, cradling the furry body of a bumblebee. He tossed it to the ground and reached back, rubbing where it had stung him. Around them, people were crushing the bees in fists and under boots, tearing the beautiful paper cranes into shreds, baffled, confused, until a sickening wail began to rise up around them. It started with Peregrine, who was gaping horrified into her companion's intelligent eyes. "No!" she cried, stretching one finger to stroke the bird's wing. But the bird ducked away. It walked down the length of her outstretched arms, staring at her like it wasn't sure whether or not she was edible. "Pern, please, it's me." The peregrine shifted its head away, its talons digging into her forearm. Then it spread its massive wings and leaped into the air, soaring over the stands. Fiona cried out, reaching, but she had no hope of catching it. Her eyes filled with tears. "I can't sense him anymore," she stammered. "He doesn't understand. What's happening?" She looked around, searching nearby faces for answers. "My power. It's gone." Realization struck Adrian like a gunshot. He scanned the audience as all around expressions morphed into panic. Renegades inspecting their outstretched hands as they felt their powers drain away. As scales sloughed off of baby-soft human skin, as sixth sense antennas retracted beneath human hair. A girl made of smoldering black embers watched as her skin mutated into plain human flesh. A boy with horns on his back cried out as the horns snapped off and were left like discarded nail clippings on the ground. Sparks extinguished, energy evaporated, shadows dispersed. The voice returned, echoing and amused. If you're one of the unlucky renegades who have just received a tiny sting, we urge you to remain calm. You're bound to experience some slight discomfort, maybe a bit of queasiness, but in just a few moments, you'll be back to normal. Completely, utterly normal. Agent N, said Adrian. The stingers have Agent N on them. Oscar cursed and squished a bumblebee beneath the butt of his cane, even though Adrian was pretty sure it was already dead. The syringes must have had a decoy, said Adrian. The anarchists switched it out somehow. Adrian, said Dana. Your powers? He shook his head. My tattoo should protect me, but something tells me this isn't the worst of it. Come on, I need to find a place to transform. We're coming with you, she said. He slipped from the row, preparing to dash up the stairs to the back of the arena, but he was stopped by a voice, meek and trembling. Guys? He turned back. Dana and Oscar paused too, all of them staring at Ruby. Her face was pale, her eyes watering and round. In her right palm, she held a dead bumblebee. In her left was the red stone that always hung from the wire at her wrist. Adrian's heart sank. Ruby. No. They all watched as the stone began to melt, dissolving into a sticky, bloody mess over her fingers, dripping down to the concrete floor below. Ruby swallowed and tried to put on a brave face despite her shock. My brothers, she whispered, are going to be so disappointed.
Nova was halfway across the first lighting truss when she realized what was happening. She gripped the edges of the cold steel, peering down at the audience as their cries went from bewildered to horrified. She pressed a hand to her earpiece, hoping that maybe she was wrong. Maybe she was misinterpreting the situation, unable to see clearly from so far away. What is going on down there? Honey's voice crackled. Can't you tell? We're finally winning. Nova's hands felt clammy, but she was perched too precariously to wipe them off. Her jaw throbbed behind the mask. Tell me that's not Agent N. It was supposed to be Leroy's poison. You were just supposed to paralyze them for a few minutes. Stay calm, Nightmare, said Leroy. We need you to stay focused on your prerogative. How am I supposed to stay focused when you change the plan in the middle of it? She realized that she was practically yelling, but knew that no one would hear her above the chaos below. She found herself scanning the stands for signs of Adrian and the others, but the seats were too crowded, too jumbled with identical renegade uniforms. It was my idea, said Honey, sounding very proud of this fact. Why would we leave our enemies momentarily paralyzed when we could neutralize them forever? It's nothing they wouldn't have done to us. But that's not what we agreed on. Because you wouldn't have agreed, Honey snapped back. Because you've gone too soft for these superheroes. But they deserve what they're getting, and you know it. Nova strangled the steel bars. How many bees had Honey unleashed? How many renegades would no longer be prodigies? And why did this fill her with fury when, not long ago, she would have been delighted by it? Would have even encouraged the plan herself. They were supposed to be paralyzed, she repeated. Do you know how much more difficult you just made this for me? You're resourceful. You'll figure it out, said Honey. I did what was best for the anarchists. What's best for us. No more playing both sides, Nightmare. It's time to choose whose side you're really on. Nova flinched. Below, renegades were spilling onto the field. Most of the bees had already been killed, and it was impossible to tell how many superheroes had been stung. Half? More? While the council barked orders trying to whisk away the civilian journalists into the sublevels for safety, while simultaneously setting up a defensive perimeter, a second wave of bees surged in through the air vents. This time, Honey didn't bother with the disguise of the paper cranes. The swarm fanned out, hundreds of tiny black specks from Nova's perspective, diving into the crowd. Amid the chaos, Nova's focus landed on Ace. He stood almost serenely in front of the platform, his wrists and legs still shackled. She felt the weight of the backpack pressing down on her. Though anger continued to surge through her veins, she tucked her chin and kept moving.
Adrian cursed when he saw a fresh swarm of bees flooding the arena. Captain Chromium's voice boomed through the speakers, urging renegades to protect the members of the media whose panicked cries were mixing with the loud buzz of the incoming insects, while trying to organize others into some sort of counterattack. No enemies had yet shown their face, though, only the bees, and they were so small and quick, most renegade superpowers were useless against them. "I know this goes without saying," said Adrian, "but Oscar, Dana, try not to get stung." "Real sensitive sketch," Ruby said. Her face was still stricken, but Adrian could tell she was trying not to show how devastated she was at the loss of her powers. "I have a better idea than not just getting stung," Oscar growled. His expression had a rarely uncovered ferocity as he lifted both hands and began to flood the stands and the arena with sweet-smelling smoke. "What are you doing?" said Adrian. The smoke quickly changed from a fine mist to a thick fog. It wasn't long before Adrian could barely see his own hands, much less his companions beside him, or the bees that he could hear buzzing nearby. "Smokescreen, is this supposed to be helpful?" "They're bees," came Oscar's voice. "Smoke tranquilizes them." Adrian tried to blink back the smoke as it stung his eyes, but soon his annoyance dimmed. True enough, the buzzing noise grew quieter as the smoke filled the arena. "Okay, good thinking," he admitted, even as he heard a number of their colleagues starting to cough. The smoke offered one other benefit. Now concealed, Adrian reached for the zipper tattooed over his sternum. With a hiss and a series of clanks, the Sentinel's armored suit unfolded from the non-existent pocket beneath his skin, extending over his arms, down his chest and back, enclosing his arms and legs, and finally pulling up over his head. The visor came last, dropping down over his face. "Oh dear, that's not very bee-friendly, my smoky friend," came the thunderous voice again. "I suppose that means we'll have to resort to Plan B," he cackled. What followed was pure pandemonium. With everyone disoriented by the smoke, it was impossible to tell what was happening throughout the arena, but Adrian could sense from the yelling and grunting that it wasn't good. He saw flashes of light from the field below and caught a glimpse of Thunderbird's wings churning through the smog. He felt the boom of an explosion under his feet. Dana dissolved into butterflies and swept toward the field. Slowly, the fog thinned. Bees were crawling around the backs of chairs and along the rails, but they seemed disinclined to attack anymore. Something soared past Adrian's helmet. An arrow? A spear? To his left, he heard the ricocheting clang of metal. To his right, what sounded like the roar of a feral beast. One thing was clear. They were under attack, and it wasn't just bees anymore. Adrian waited until the mist had cleared enough that he could see vague shapes on the arena floor so he wouldn't crush anyone beneath his weight. As he prepared to launch himself toward the stage, movement above made him pause. He squinted at the shadow making its way across the scaffolding near the high arched ceiling. He waited until he was absolutely certain of what he was seeing. His gauntlets clenched into fists. Nightmare.
Chapter 33. Nova was nearly to the center of the arena's lighting system when the truss she was on trembled from a jolting impact. She cried out as the scaffolding rocked beneath her. Taking hold of a steel safety cable, she glanced over her shoulder. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." The Sentinel was perched precariously on the scaffolding, his armored hands holding the bars of the truss as he tried to get his footing. He lifted his head, and despite not being able to see his face, Nova could practically feel his hatred hit her like a wave. She pulled herself to her feet, using the cable for balance. Her other hand hovered near her belt. "Didn't expect to see you here today," she said. "What are you doing, crashing a renegade party?" "Could ask you the same thing," he said, as he tried to stand, but the scaffolding swayed from his weight and he quickly returned to a crouch. "Except I think I know, and it's not going to work." "So far, so good," she spat. Maintaining a hold with his left hand, the sentinel raised his right fist. The gauntlet began to glow white-hot. She sneered. "Not this time, toy soldier." She pulled a gun from its holster on her hip, one she'd designed for precisely this moment. They both took aim. They fired. The sentinel's concussion beam struck Nova in the left elbow. She stumbled back, and for a moment there was empty air beneath her, before her flailing hand caught hold of the safety cable again. She dangled from the rafters, her right hand on the cable, one knee looped over the thick bars. She exhaled in relief. The sentinel was not so lucky. The projectile struck him square in the chest, magnetizing itself to his suit, before releasing a powerful electroshock. Nova, dazed from her own hit, barely registered his yelp of pain. Then he was falling. She heard the impact as he landed on the field below, along with startled cries from those around him. Nova grunted. Her left arm had gone numb from the blast. She cursed, sweat beading on her neck as she struggled to haul herself up one-handed. "That jerk," she muttered, with a few curses before she finally had both knees securely planted on the truss again. A quick survey of the scene below showed her the sentinel's prone body splayed out on the ground. She wondered briefly if the shock had killed him. She hadn't had time to test its effectiveness. No matter. It was clear that she had lost the element of surprise. Multiple sets of eyes turned her way. Thunderbird's burning glare fixed on Nova. She prepared to launch herself into the air, a lightning bolt crackling in her fist, when Cyanide appeared from the fog and jabbed something into her back. Thunderbird howled in pain and swiveled to face him. Within seconds, the bolt in her hand sputtered, flashing brightly just once, before dissolving in the air. She dove at Cyanide with all the fury of an enraged thunderstorm. Nova tore her attention away, searching for Ace. No longer standing stoically beside the platform, he had slumped to his knees, his head bowed and one hand clutching his heart. Debris was scattered around his feet in a perfect circle, and Nova could tell he'd been using what little ability he still had to protect himself from flying objects and shrapnel. His powers were enough, just enough, to keep him safe amid the carnage. But his strength wouldn't last. She could only guess at what it had cost him to deflect whatever weapons and projectiles had been flung his way since the onset of the battle. It was only a matter of time before he was targeted, despite his frailness and the shackles. Nova had hoped to lower herself as close to him as possible, but as she considered the trusses stretching out before her, she knew it would take her too long to traverse the rest of the way with her injured arm. She'd be faster on her feet, even if there were more obstacles below. Adjusting the backpack, she fumbled for the clip at her belt and hooked it around the safety cable. Her lips contorted as she measured the distance. She'd never rappelled one-handed before, and she didn't relish the opportunity to try it now. Opening a pouch on her tool belt, she wriggled out one of her gloves and used her teeth to pull it onto her hand. She shook loose the nylon rope, watching it cascade to the ground, then secured her ankles around it. Her hand took hold. She sucked in a deep breath and dropped. The rope hissed between her boots. Despite the protective glove, she could feel the friction burning hot in her palm. Her left arm began to tingle. A few seconds later, she let go, landing in a crouch in the midst of a battlefield. She peeled off the glove and shoved it back into the pouch, then started in Ace's direction. She weaved through the melees and wrestling matches, the glinting weapons and projectiles and blasts and screams. She saw Locksmith moving down the line of prisoners as sneakily as he could, undoing their shackles one by one. She saw Leroy pinned to the ground by a dark-haired woman who was trying her best to strangle him, even while he pressed his acid-oozing fingers into her face. His expression was wild and manic, almost as if he was enjoying the brawl. And it occurred to Nova with a shock of surprise that it was Thunderbird who had him by the throat. Thunderbird without wings. He had neutralized a member of the council. A whip lashed around Nova's ankle, yanking her to the ground. She grunted from the impact. A second later, she was being dragged through the dirt. She flipped onto her back, facing the renegade, Whiplash, with a snarl. She snatched a throwing star from her belt and hurled it at her attacker. Whiplash yelped as it caught her in the arm and dropped the handle of her whip. Her distraction gave Nova enough time to untangle her leg, and a second later, she leaped for the woman, who bared her teeth and lifted her hands to meet Nova's attack. Her bare hands. Big mistake. The moment their skin met, Whiplash's eyes widened in realization, half a second before they rolled back into her head and she collapsed into the dirt. Checking the security of the backpack, Nova started running. Though her attention was focused on getting to Ace, she couldn't help scanning the faces of renegades as she bolted past, wondering if Adrian was near. But the only member of her team that she saw was the occasional glimpse of a monarch butterfly weaving in and out of the thrum. When she spotted Ace again, she was startled to see him watching her. He was still bent over his knees, panting. His eyes carried an unfamiliar desperation, a pleading. "I'm coming," she whispered, as much to herself as to her uncle. "I won't fail you. Not this time." Nova ducked out of the way of a barbed tail. Stingray? Then launched herself over a suspicious puddle of inky black goo. Her feet touched the ground again just in time for an enormous wave to crash into her, knocking her onto her side. The water eddied way, leaving her spluttering as the dirt floor thickened into sticky mud. She cursed Tsunami and climbed back to her feet, preparing to fight, but the councilwoman was already fending off an attack from one of the freed prisoners. Arm tingling as sensation returned to her muscles, Nova pushed the sopping wet bangs back from her face and readjusted the weighted hood over her face. Between the mud and the drenched clothes, it felt like every step toward Ace was becoming more and more of a struggle. She had just caught her breath when her own name pierced her ears. "Nova! No!" She spun in time to see Winston Pratt throwing himself at her. Nova reeled back, bracing herself for a fight. But Winston didn't attack her. Instead, he gasped and stumbled to one knee, gaping up at her in shock. It took Nova too long to understand what was happening. It took her too long to notice the stain of red spreading across the front of his shirt. It took her too long to see the clear glass shard jutting from his chest, slicked with blood. Distantly, she heard someone cursing. She looked past Winston and saw Janissa Clark gripping a crossbow. She dug out another projectile from a small cooler at her feet and loaded it onto the crossbow's track. Not glass, Nova realized. Ice. Janissa's face was red with fury, her teeth gnashing as she lined up the sights with Nova's heart. Nova dove to the ground. The icicle whizzed past and shattered on something behind her. Nova pushed herself up and lunged at Janissa. The girl had another icicle in hand, but no time to knock it into the crossbow before Nova tackled her. They fell to the ground. Janissa swung the icicle, trying to stab Nova with the tip, but Nova grabbed her wrist and pinned it to the ground. Nova's body was aflame with anger. Her blood pumped with adrenaline as she replayed Winston's panicked voice shouting her name. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to murder Janissa Clark. Instead, she screamed as loud as she could, the contempt tearing at her throat. "You are so lucky I don't have time for this!" Then she pressed a hand to Janissa's forehead and released her power like a sledgehammer into the girl's skull. Janissa's head dropped limply to the dirt, her lips parted, her pale skin coated in dust and muck. Panting, Nova ripped herself away. Mere seconds had passed since she'd heard Winston call her name, and he had not moved. He was still kneeling in the dirt, his back to her, the white shard of ice prominent against the red stain on his clothes. "Winston!" She collapsed beside him, a hand on his shoulder. He met her gaze, and she could see him already losing the fight to stay with her. His skin was as pale now as when he had been the puppeteer. "It's okay," she whispered. "It's okay. I can't take out the ice just yet because... the bleeding." She sniffed and scanned the arena, wondering if there had been any renegade healers in the audience. She knew none of the anarchists' new allies had healing abilities, but if they really saw Winston as one of them now, then maybe the renegades would take care of him. "I'm going to find someone. Just hang in there." "Nightmare," he said with a bit of a cough. He sagged, sitting back on his heels, grimacing at the movement. "I'm sorry. I called you Nova before." "It's okay. I don't think anyone's paying attention. Can you walk? We have to get—" "Nightmare." He took her hand, and she realized he was crying. In that moment, she realized that she was, too. "We were friends, weren't we?" He coughed. A bit of blood sprayed across his bottom lip. "I know I wasn't always a good friend, but I liked having you around back then. When you were little, it was nice to be a kid again." Her breath started to come in erratic gulps. Of course we were friends." He smiled, but it was laced with pain. His eyes were losing focus. "I wanted to tell you." He coughed. The ice in his chest jostled with each movement. "I'm no longer sure I was meant to be a villain." His gaze softened affectionately as he squeezed her hand. She wasn't sure when he'd started holding it. "I'm not sure you are, either. Maybe none of us." A nearby explosion made Nova jump. She threw her arms wide as if to protect Winston from the blast. A dozen steps away, a cloud of smoke was spreading outward, sending rejects and prisoners and renegades alike scrambling to cover their faces. "Winston, I need to get to Ace. And then I'll get you out of here, okay?" She faced him again. "Ace and I will—" Her words faded away, settling with the smoke and dust. Winston had slumped forward, barely supported by Nova's arm, and the ice that kept his chest from collapsing on itself. He was already dead. Chapter 34. Nova stumbled to her feet, feeling like her insides had been raked out with a fork. She spun in a dazed circle, expecting another attack on her life to come at any second, from any direction. She saw no sign of Leroy or Thunderbird. She saw Honey in the stands, having barged in when the fighting ensued, the cloud of wasps and hornets surrounding her so dense that her body resembled a living hive. She caught sight of Phobia at the same moment that his body transformed into a writhing pit of venomous snakes that darted at a group of renegades, driving them apart. The prisoners, having been freed of their shackles, had joined the fight. She saw allies and enemies doing their best to survive, doing their best to maim and kill. She saw a lot of blood, a lot of terror, a lot of fallen bodies. Pulse running hot, she looked up, blinking dust from her eyes. Ace. If she could just get to Ace, she could put a stop to this. She reached for the strap of the backpack and froze. It was gone. She reeled around, searching, frantic. There, not far from Janissa Clark's unconscious body, she raced toward it, then stopped, skidding through the dirt as her hand grasped the handles. She immediately knew that something was wrong. No! No, no, no! The zipper was partially undone, and though she already knew the truth, her hands worked on autopilot, yanking it down the rest of the way, revealing an empty receptacle inside. Nova threw the bag to the ground and searched out Ace, hoping that maybe he'd used whatever power he had left to call the helmet to himself. But no. When she spotted her uncle, he was half collapsed over the edge of the platform, his breaths coming in ragged gulps of air. The helmet was nowhere in sight. 1,000 possibilities flashed through her mind, each more terrible than the last. As she desperately scanned the arena, she wanted to believe that maybe it had fallen out during the fight. Maybe it had rolled beneath a chair or gotten buried in the mud, or... Looking for this? Her head jerked up. Magpie was standing in the front row of the stands, holding Ace Anarchy's helmet. You really should keep a closer eye on your things. Growling, Nova ran for her, already calculating the best way to scale the short wall up to the audience seats. Magpie didn't wait for her to catch up. She bolted up the steps, taking them 2 at a time. She had a head start, but Nova was faster. She had just hurtled herself over the railing when Magpie reached the top of the first level. Instead of running to the exit, though, Magpie sprinted down a row of seats, yelling, "Catch!" Nova's heart galloped as she imagined Magpie giving the helmet to Captain Chromium or the Dread Warden or even Adrian or... Magpie threw it as hard as she could. Nova's gaze traced its arc over the bleachers, one hand gripping the rail she'd just vaulted over, her mouth dry. A pair of hands clumsily caught the helmet. Nova blinked, dismayed. She stumbled. Calum? He appeared equally bewildered, almost frightened, as he looked from Magpie to Nova. He was practically alone in the stands, most of the renegades having made their way to the field to join the fight. He surveyed the helmet that was suddenly in his possession, not with a hungry greed, like some might have, not with revulsion for its history either. He just looked like Calum, awestruck and giddy. "What are you waiting for?" Magpie screeched at him. "Put it on!" Pressing her lips, Nova started moving down the nearest row of seats. Calum was an easy enough target. She just had to get close enough to put him to sleep. Wouldn't be the first time. Calum lifted the helmet and dropped it on top of his head. It made him look like a kid playing dress-up. Snarling, Nova catapulted into the next row. Calum was not a formidable opponent. She would get the helmet, and she would complete her mission. But she hadn't gone a dozen steps when she was struck by a thought so staggering, so brilliant, that it made her stumble over her own feet. Her knees smacked the hard plastic arm of one of the seats, but she barely felt the stitch of pain because she was still alive. She laughed, a little startled by the realization. How many attempts on her life had been made in just the past 15 minutes? And yet, she had survived them all. She was still standing, still breathing, and... what was more, she wasn't the only one. Frozen in place, Nova peered out across the arena floor and felt as though she was seeing it clearly for the first time. Yes, there had been death. Not only Winston who sacrificed himself for me, but others too, heroes and villains alike. There was havoc, there was ruin, but amid all that, there was still hope. Hope that things could change. Hope that this wasn't the end. Nova's lungs squeezed. She had been a recipient of Calum's wonder-inducing superpower enough times to know that what she was feeling was a byproduct of his ability. But she also knew her thoughts were the truth, or at least, what she believed to be true. There was still hope that things could be different, that things could be better. She was not the only one who had been frozen under the weight of this realization. All around her, people were exchanging speechless looks. There was a clarity in their expressions, born out of the stillness of the moment. Despite all odds, she still had this one precious life. She still had a chance to do things differently, which meant they all could do things differently. They could choose a different future, a different fate. Together they could end this senseless destruction. They could choose to rebuild, to create rather than tear down and destroy. Isn't that what Calum had been trying to tell her all along? She realized that Calum was watching her from behind the face of Ace's helmet, and she knew beyond a doubt that he recognized her. He saw her. He knew her. And still, somehow, he did not look at her like she was the enemy. What would have seemed impossible moments before now seemed not only possible, but inevitable. Life was full of second chances.
Not 2 minutes ago, Adrian had woken up flat on his back in the Sentinel's armor, feeling like he'd been struck by lightning, then run over by a truck. He didn't know what nightmare had shot at him, but he hoped he never came in contact with one again. In the first few moments after opening his eyes, he'd been confused, hurt, and somewhat shocked that he hadn't been trampled where he lay. The arena was a disaster. The fight showed no sign of letting up, not until one side was completely demolished. He staggered to his feet, hoping that the tingling vibrations in his limbs would fade with movement, and started scanning for signs of nightmare. All his old fury returned, and he swore that this was the last time she would defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Many times he had sworn to himself that he would find Nightmare and he would destroy her. This time, he meant it. Or he had. In the 2 minutes since then, the battle had fallen into an unexpected ceasefire. Adrian looked around, awestruck not by the mayhem, but by the mere fact that everyone here was willing to fight with such conviction for their own cause. How could they all feel so compelled to risk everything for what they believed? He saw his dads amid the chaos, Simon helping Zodiac to safety. It seemed she might have a broken leg, while Hugh uncharacteristically still beaming up at the stands with actual tears in his bright blue eyes. Adrian was overjoyed to see them both, knowing that the loss was devastating, but also knowing that it could have been worse. He saw a group of men and women wearing the Cragmore prisoner's uniform and recalled Nova's plea to give them a chance for rehabilitation. He thought of his mother, who had died defending the people of the city she loved. He thought of his dads, who had worked tirelessly these past years to rebuild their fallen society. Was it possible that the lines that had divided them for so long could be approached with a bit more understanding, blurred with a bit more empathy, even erased altogether with just a bit more compromise? He was so startled by the thought that he actually started to laugh. He kept searching the crowd, wanting to find his friends and ask them if they, too, felt that they'd been going about things all wrong all this time. He didn't see Oscar, Ruby, or Dana in the confusion, but his attention did fall on Nightmare. She was in the stands, gripping the back of one of the seats, scanning the arena with apparent awe, until her gaze latched onto him. Logically, he knew it could have all been in his own head. His practical thoughts fought to stay in control, reminding him that there was no real way for him to know what Nightmare was thinking. But somehow, he felt like there was an understanding that passed between them in that moment. I have fought to protect the people I care about. I have fought to defend my beliefs. I see now that you have, too. Are we really so different? Nothing had changed, and yet everything had changed. 2 minutes ago, he would have killed her. But in the light of this wonderful clarity, nothing but a truce would suffice. Nothing but a chance for peace, for compassion, for a shadowy form gathered at the edge of his vision. Adrian cocked his head, feeling the disturbance in this stunning new reality like a knife slashing through tissue paper. Phobia appeared in the stands, standing behind a boy who was inexplicably wearing Ace Anarchy's helmet. The boy didn't seem to notice Phobia towering over him. It was as though it were happening in slow motion. One moment, Adrian's thoughts were full of wonder and possibilities and truth, of second chances and hope. The next, they were nothing but horror. "No!" His scream made Nightmare shift to see what had caught his attention. Phobia swung his scythe. The blade punctured the boy's abdomen, slicing from his navel to his breastbone. The world stilled. The air left Adrian's lungs and refused to return. He heard a scream and thought it might have been Nightmare. As the boy collapsed, Phobia withdrew the blade, sending blood splattering across the stands. He took hold of the helmet with one skeletal hand and lifted it off the boy's head. Calum Treadwell. Wonder. "One cannot be odd who has no soul," Phobia said, and it seemed almost as though there were humor in his brittle voice. "Just as one cannot be brave who has no fear." Adrian blinked. He was still in shock at the senselessness of it, dazed not only by the sight of Calum's lifeless body slumped over a seat, but by the jumble of worldviews crashing through his thoughts. Heroes and villains, friends and foes, and those words, that phrase, "one cannot be brave." A sour taste filled Adrian's mouth. He gaped at Phobia and felt the injustice of Calum's death surge through him as the words that had haunted him for nearly his whole life burrowed into his skull. Phobia. It was Phobia, and now standing over Calum's body, Phobia held Ace Anarchy's helmet. He lifted his voice so all would hear him, even as the spell of wonder evaporated from their minds.
"You have all fought bravely," he said, "and now it is time for you to know fear."
Then he was a phantom, an inky, transient monster soaring like a bird of prey over their heads, his cloak like darkness. He dropped into the center of the arena, making no noise as he stepped across the platform and lifted the helmet overhead. The helmet left his grip, hovering in the air for a moment before settling onto Ace Anarchy's shoulders. Ace Anarchy lifted his head. The shackles on his wrists sprang loudly apart and fell to the dirt.
"Master of Anarchy,"
Phobia rasped.
"rise again, and let us watch them fall."
Chapter 35. The moment that Ace Anarchy was in possession of his helmet, everything changed. He did not stand so much as float upward, his spine straightening and his hands flexing as if he were regaining feeling in his extremities. The arena began to tremble. Wood splintered and metal groaned. Seats were yanked up from where they had been bolted into the stands and sent soaring toward the renegades who still had enough strength to fight, pinning many of them in place. The steel trusses that held the light fixtures were torn from their structures, dropping onto Ace's enemies, curling around them into makeshift cages. Adrian felt like he was watching the scene unfold from somewhere outside of himself. None of it felt real. Not the armor heavy on his skin, not the blood dripping down the bleachers, not Ace Anarchy suddenly, impossibly returned to power. Sensing that they would soon lose this fight if they didn't stop him, the remaining renegades shifted their attention to Ace. It might have left them open to attacks from the anarchists and Cragmore prisoners, except they too seemed dazed by the quick turn of events. How swiftly their worldviews had been altered and tested in the space of only a few minutes. First, Calum Treadwell, and now this. On the field, Blacklight threw a blinding strobe into Ace Anarchy's face. The villain instinctively ducked his head, putting the briefest pause on his assault on the arena. It was enough time for the captain to hurl his chromium pike. The weapon speared through the air, glinting in the spotlights still aimed at the stage. Ace flew upward. The pike missed him by mere inches. He snarled at the captain, and then with a wicked grin and a flick of his wrist, he lifted the chains that had held the Cragmore prisoners off the ground and sent them flying at Blacklight. One chain wrapped around Blacklight's torso, locking his arms at his sides. Another chain swept around his head, gagging his mouth. "No!" Adrian screamed, his voice mingling with 100 others. But it was not enough. Ace flicked his fingers. The chains yanked in opposite directions, snapping Blacklight's neck. Cold sweat dripped down the back of Adrian's neck as the arena filled with screams. He heard his dad yelling, "Evander!" Fury roared inside Adrian. He called the laser diode up on the forearm of his suit. Every part of him that had been filled with wonder when Calum had taken over the helmet was now filled with rage. White sparks flashed in his vision as his gauntlet began to glow. He was not the only one spurred on by Blacklight's murder. On the field, Tsunami released a guttural scream and sent a tidal wave crashing toward the villain. But Ace merely flicked his wrist, and the entire platform on which he'd been shackled flipped onto its side, creating a barrier between him and the water. The wave broke and crashed away from him, flooding half the arena. Ace's fingers twitched, tossing the platform at Tsunami. She cried out and raised her arms to defend herself as the makeshift stage crashed on top of her, burying her beneath its weight. In that moment, Ace roared with pain, one arm jerking back but striking only air. Adrian held his fist toward the villain but hesitated. Ace spun, allowing Adrian to see a knife buried to the hilt in his back, near his left kidney. Adrian had not seen anyone throw it, which meant the Dread Warden had just stabbed him. Adrian gulped. He was so far away. An attempt to hit Ace would put his invisible dad at risk. He didn't have time to make the decision. From the stands on the opposite side of the field, Queen Bee screeched at the sight of the blood soaking into Ace Anarchy's prison uniform. She threw her arms forward, and every wasp flew in Ace's direction, searching for the invisible assailant. They found him easily, the black cloud of their thick, buzzing bodies forming the silhouette of the Dread Warden. Adrian heard his cry of pain. Simon flickered in and out of view a couple of times before becoming fully visible as he collapsed to his knees, curled into a ball in an attempt to defend himself from the painful venom of the insect's stings. Adrian adjusted his aim and fired. The concussion beam struck Queen Bee in the chest, probably the best shot he'd ever had from such a distance. She fell backward, landing awkwardly across a row of plastic chairs. The swarm shifted away from the Dread Warden, flying back to protect their fallen queen. But Ace was waiting. The knife had pulled itself from his back, and as soon as the distance between him and the Dread Warden was clear, he sent the weapon straight for his enemy's throat. Another flutter of motion replaced the swarm of bees, golden butterflies converging in front of the Dread Warden. Dana blocked the knife with her forearm, knocking it from the air. "Nice try," she hissed. Ace cocked his head.
I remember you. Last we saw each other, I believe I had you trapped in a pillowcase.
Whatever counterattacks either of them were planning were interrupted by a new volley of attacks aimed at Ace, drawing his attention away from Dana and the Dread Warden. No one dared attack him with more weapons, seeing how easily he deflected them and turned them on their own, and so he was pummeled instead by sandstorms, streams of acid rain, even deafening sound waves. Ace blocked what onslaught he could, using everything at his disposal to put a series of barriers around himself. Chairs, doors, the podium, cinder blocks torn out of the walls, sheets of metal dragged down from the ceiling. Adrian himself sent a series of fireballs and concussion beams into the melee, but none of them made it through Ace's defenses. All the while, Ace's eyes were shining, as if this were a game he'd come to miss. Until a bolt of black smoke struck him directly in the face, sending Ace into a frenzy of coughs and wiping the grin away. Pride swelled inside Adrian. He was sure it had come from Oscar somewhere in the chaos. Dana morphed again into the monarch swarm. The Dread Warden was on his feet, still visible and trying to stumble out of the path of destruction, but his movements were jerky and he kept slipping on the uneven, muddy ground. Adrian crouched and leaped, landing with a hard thump in the squelching mud. He ran the rest of the way toward his dad, skidding beside him as Simon stumbled and fell hard onto one knee. This close, Adrian could see the marks of dozens of stings he'd received on his face, hands, and throat, everywhere his uniform didn't cover. Swelling splotches marked with raised white welts. "Are you okay?" Adrian said. Simon looked up at him, surprised. Seconds later, Hugh dropped down on Simon's other side, breathing hard from his sprint. His steely eyes glanced at the sentinel, but darted immediately to his husband, while the ground rumbled and walls cracked around them.
Simon, what happened? What's wrong?
"At least one of those hornets must have had Agent N," said Simon. He seemed almost apologetic as he met Hugh's gaze. "I've been neutralized." Hugh set his jaw, and Adrian knew that he'd been expecting this response. The air left Adrian's lungs. The Dread Warden, a member of the Council, an original renegade, now a normal human just like that.
"We need to get you out of here," said Hugh, putting an arm around Simon. "Can you stand?"
Simon ignored the question and the offer of help. "Have you seen Adrian?" Adrian flinched at the worry that passed between his fathers. As Hugh shook his head, Adrian had to bite his tongue to hold in the truth.
"We'll find him,"
said Hugh as he helped Simon to his feet.
"He's strong. He has to be fine."
He said it almost like a threat to the universe. Adrian grimaced. Simon nearly crumpled as soon as he put weight on his legs. "I'm okay," he said, waving a hand at Hugh's concern. "It's just my whole body feels like it's burning up from the inside out. Whatever venom those wasps have." He groaned. "Here, let me take him," said Adrian. Hugh frowned. "You need to stop Ace Anarchy," Adrian added, knowing that he was lucky to not have drawn the villain's attention so far. He remembered how Ace had easily taken control of the Sentinel's armor in the catacombs, and that was without his helmet. If he tried to engage Ace Anarchy now, He would be more a liability than an asset. Hugh's expression eased just a fraction. "Thank you." "Don't get killed," Simon muttered. Hugh almost smiled. "I'd like to see him try." Then he was gone. Only once they were alone did Simon sigh. "I wouldn't." "He'll be okay. Come on, put your weight on me." Simon leaned into Adrian, and together they started for the nearest exit, a concrete tunnel leading toward the arena's administration offices. Despite his pain and the distress of losing his powers, Simon kept looking around, squinting through the smoke and dust. Adrian knew he was searching for him. They were halfway to the tunnel when Simon tripped over the outstretched leg of a fallen prisoner. Dead or unconscious, Adrian couldn't tell. Simon grunted in pain as his shoulder bashed into the ground. Adrian stooped beside him, trying to help him back up while keeping one eye on the fight at the center of the field. The ground around Ace was littered with debris and fallen bodies. Many renegades were seeking cover in the stands, but it was futile when Ace could so easily tear those seats apart. Captain Chromium reached his fallen pike. Simon gripped Adrian's forearms and pulled himself to his feet again, but they both stood entranced and hopeful as Captain Chromium began charging toward Ace Anarchy. "Come on, Hugh," Simon whispered. Hugh picked up speed. Adrian gripped Simon's elbow as he watched his dad close the distance to his longtime foe. He was 20 feet away. Ace's back was turned. The attacks from the renegades were less frequent as more and more were trapped beneath piles of rubble and furniture, but they hadn't given up. Ace had pulled down so much of the arena's roof that there was a wide hole above them, open to the cold, cloudy night sky. The edges of its domed shape were beginning to cave in without proper support, yet he continued to rip out chunks of sheet metal and I-beams, deflecting a bolt of electricity, blocking a stream of molten lava, sending a group of renegades scattering for cover as he shot a volley of steel pipes after them. Captain Chromium was 12 feet away. 10. 8. A set of shackles reared up from the busted platform underfoot, latching on to the captain's ankles. He fell forward, sprawling across the ground. The pike speared into the dirt only a few feet away from where Ace stood. "No!" Adrian and Simon yelled simultaneously. Simon made to move toward Hugh, but Adrian gripped his arm, holding him back. As Ace Anarchy faced his arch-enemy, 2 more shackles lifted from the rubble and clamped around the captain's wrists, chaining them together. "Use your impressive strength to break free of those, Captain." Someone from the stands sent a ball of crackling energy toward Ace. He lifted his head, and the arena's enormous display screen fell to the ground, absorbing the blast. "Or have you lost your edge in the 10 years since we last met?" "Go," Adrian hissed. "I'll help him." He released Simon and faced Ace Anarchy, though fear was pounding inside his skull. One cannot be brave who has no fear. His fists tightened. "No offense," said Simon, "but I don't think that tin can suit of yours is going to protect you against him." "Yeah, Pops, I know, but trust me, I've got this." There was a pause before Simon asked, "What did you say?" Exhaling, Adrian pressed a hand to his chest. The armor began to retract.
Nova had stopped trying to revive Calum. She had known it was futile from the beginning, but she'd spent countless minutes trying to staunch the bleeding coming from his abdomen. It was hopeless. She doubted even the most talented of prodigy healers could have closed up a wound like this. Finally, she stumbled away from his body. No tears came, but she could hardly breathe. She looked around. She'd almost forgotten where she was. The arena was barely recognizable from the place where she had once fought the gargoyle and earned a place among her enemies. Death and destruction. Isn't that what Ace was known for? Isn't that precisely what Calum had so desperately wished to prevent? There were so many bodies, heroes and villains alike. She spotted a fair number of renegades hiding behind crumbled walls and overturned chairs, occasionally daring to reveal themselves to throw another attack at Ace. But nothing was working. They were no match for him. They hadn't been 10 years ago, and it was as if no time had passed. The sick, frail uncle she and the others had cared for this past decade was gone in a blink, replaced with the villain the world remembered. Nova wasn't sure that she remembered this villain. Who was he? Either way, the battle had become his show now. She saw Honey on the opposite side of the arena, up in the stands, bent over a couple of chairs as her bees climbed across her body. It reminded Nova of maggots on a corpse, and she shuddered, hoping Queen Bee wasn't dead. Phobia was harder to find, until she noticed the inky black boa constrictor wriggling its way toward the wingless Tamaya Ray, and remembered that the councilwoman was supposed to be afraid of snakes. Her gut curdled, and Nova was surprised at the sympathy that surged through her. She had no love for Thunderbird, and yet, hadn't she suffered enough? Dragging her attention away, she spotted Leroy against the short wall that surrounded the field, along with a group of Cragmore inmates. The lot of them were covered in blood and dirt, watching Ace Anarchy with equal parts awe and uncertainty, and, in Leroy's case, an eager grin. With her allies accounted for, Nova dared to search for Adrian. She hadn't seen him once throughout this whole ordeal. Maybe he'd stayed home in silent protest of Agent N and the execution. Was it too much to hope? She did occasionally catch glimpses of Dana's butterflies in the cacophony. And yes, there, Ruby and Oscar were together, up in one of the commentator booths that lined the top of the stands. The glass window had been smashed, and Oscar was shooting darts of smoke at Ace for what it was worth. She wondered why Ruby hadn't joined the brawl on the field. It wasn't like her to sit out a fight. Either way, Nova was relieved to see them both alive. But where was Adrian? She stumbled away from Calum's body, her legs heavy as lead. Ace was going to destroy them all if she didn't stop this. He had his helmet now. They had succeeded. They could leave. Why hadn't they left? At the end of the aisle, she nearly tripped on a small form that was curled up against the last plastic seat. Nova froze. Magpie didn't raise her head, though she no doubt knew that Nova was there, that Nightmare was there. She had her knees pulled to her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around them. Her face was coated in dust and streaked with tears. Nova didn't know what to do. Magpie was a renegade, an enemy. She'd never even liked the girl to begin with. But still, something inside Nova refused to let her just walk away. "He annoyed the hell out of me," Magpie said with a hiccup. Nova was surprised that she was speaking at all, and at that, not making sassy commentary for once. She sniffled. "But still, I thought if he had the helmet, we might be able to win. He was obnoxious as hell, but he was always more heroic than any of us. He didn't deserve—" Magpie grimaced. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have given him the helmet." Nova swiped the sweat from her forehead, no doubt leaving traces of blood in its wake. It's Phobia's fault. Sniffling again, Magpie turned her head to Nightmare, her eyes full of loathing. "It's your fault, too." Nova swallowed hard. "I know." She reached forward. Magpie started to pull away, but it was too late. Nova's fingers brushed her forehead, and the kid sank down onto the steps, asleep. Nova staggered down the rest of the stairs and over the rail. She was too weary for a graceful landing, and instead collapsed when she hit the muck-covered field. She forced herself to stand and keep going. She noticed him then. The sentinel standing in front of the dread warden, who was remarkably visible for once. Visible, with his face covered in swollen welts. Ace was speaking again, taunting Captain Chromium, who had shackles binding his wrists and ankles. Nova could still stop this. Everything had spun out of control so quickly. This had not been what she'd planned, what she'd wanted. She needed to get to Ace. "Ace," she started, but it was barely a croak. How many times tonight had she screamed, in anger and heartbreak, in denial? Ace! The Sentinel put himself between Ace Anarchy and the Dread Warden, acting like a protective shield. Nova shook her head. He was an idiot if he didn't realize how vulnerable that suit would be to a telekinetic like Ace. Except, it was the Sentinel who captured him in the first place. Then, the Sentinel pressed a hand to his chest, and the armored plates started to condense, the suit folding in on itself. It was like watching an origami doll as it got smaller and smaller, then disappeared altogether into the chest of a human boy. Nova froze. The world faded, a tunnel around her vision, like peering through narrow binoculars, bringing the world into sharp focus, yet being unable to comprehend what she was seeing. The boy. The Sentinel. It was Adrian. Even as she stared, trying to comprehend, her uncle was lifting 1,000 weapons from the debris, surrounding Adrian and his dad with everything from abandoned blades to splintered wooden beams. "No!" Her voice broke. Ace didn't hear. She staggered forward. She couldn't quite align the identity of Adrian with the Sentinel, but she could see that Ace intended to kill him. There would be no surviving the attack of so many weapons at once. She couldn't watch it. Not him, too. Anyone but Adrian. "Ace!" she cried. "Ace, wait!" He didn't wait. With a twitch of a finger, he sent the amassed shrapnel flying at Adrian. Nova screamed. Adrian thrust out his left hand. Something erupted from his palm, expanding outward, encapsulating him and Simon before Nova's scream had broken. The spears, the daggers, the broken pieces of concrete, all struck it with deadly force and ricocheted harmlessly away. Nova's screams stammered and fell silent, in shock, in utter disbelief. What was it? A wall of sorts, a protective barrier made of invisible bricks, each held together with glowing copper-colored mortar. It stood like a circular tower around Adrian and his father, a medieval turret, imbued with some sort of force field. How had he done it? For that matter, how did he do any of the things the Sentinel could do? He was Adrian. He was Sketch. Ace, too, seemed surprised. He inspected Adrian through the shimmering wall that divided them. "You are full of tricks," he mused. "But don't get cocky. I've yet to meet a wall I couldn't bring down." "The tattoo?" Nova murmured, remembering the tattoo he'd given himself on his inner wrist. "The castle turret." "In theory, I'll be able to use it to create a barrier around myself and anyone who's near me." She tore her gaze away from Adrian and stumbled toward her uncle. "Ace!" she panted, grabbing his arm. He startled, as if he'd forgotten there was anyone here but his enemies. "We need to leave." Through the slitted hole of the helmet, he considered her. Leave? Things are just getting interesting. "Ace!" she said, more insistent now. "You have your freedom. You have your helmet. We all sacrificed a lot for that. We need to take care of our injured. We need to regroup." He snorted derisively. "We need to finish what we've started." With a roar, Ace reached one hand toward the sky, then pulled his fist back down. Steel beams erupted from the walls. Concrete blocks blew up from the floor. A cyclone of stone, wood, plaster, and glass spun through the arena, crashing into the iridescent barrier. Adrian was motionless, his expression hinting at only the slightest bit of fear as his barrier was pummeled from every side, as Ace Anarchy did his best to destroy the wall. But Adrian's wall held. "Ace!" Nightmare yelled, her voice barely carrying over the storm he'd created. "Stop! Uncle Ace, please!" The chaos shuddered, slowed, and finally stilled. Ace's expression was still full of vitriol, his face contorted with loathing. "If this is about him, it's about us," she said, only half lying. "Your allies and friends, your family. Look around. We've done enough today. Now we need to take care of our own." Ace did look around, and Nova could only guess what he was seeing. The ravages of battle, the destruction he and his helmet had wrought. The bodies. So many bodies. A loud hiss sent a shiver along her spine. Nova spun to see the boa constrictor rising up, its eerie white eyes meeting hers. Then the snake's body melted into a sludgy liquid, and Phobia emerged once more, his cloak shimmering briefly like snake skin before solidifying around his body. The hood wavered from his raspy breaths, his non-existent mouth. Nova could feel his accusations before he spoke, and she didn't want to hear them. She didn't want Ace to hear them. The truth. She was terrified that Ace Anarchy would win this fight. She lifted a hand toward Phobia, her lips curving into a snarl. "Not now," she said, before fixing her attention back on her uncle. "Ace, please. We came here for you, and we succeeded. Remember your purpose. A world without persecution, a society with free will. We can achieve that, but not here, not like this." As quickly as the fit of anger had come, Ace morphed back into a picture of quiet temperament. Muscles relaxing, fingers spreading wide. Everything still caught in his frozen cyclone came crashing down. Their allies slowly appeared from the rubble, emerging from their hiding places. Not only the anarchists and the rejects, but the prisoners too. Ace scanned them mutely, then allowed his gaze to linger a moment longer on Captain Chromium, the Dread Warden, and Adrian. There was a promise in his silence, a promise and a threat. Nova tried not to think about it. Ace turned to the Cragmore inmates, those still standing amid the chaos, and stretched out his fingers. The group of them grimaced and bent over simultaneously, their faces tight with pain. Nova winced, sure that Ace was hurting them, though she couldn't imagine why. And then, one of the inmates, the same who had sat beside her in the cafeteria, reached for the collar of his jumpsuit and tore apart the flimsy fabric. A small device clattered to the ground at his feet. The tracker that had been buried in his skin, now slick with blood and covered with dust. Ace released himself of the device too, pulling it out of his skin and down his sleeve before dropping it into the dirt and crushing it beneath his heel. Ace lured a wide concrete slab into their midst and stepped up onto it, gesturing for the others to follow. Nova felt a twinge of relief to see Honey alive, though bedraggled and stumbling, leaning on Leroy's shoulders as they both limped toward Ace. Others followed, the rejects, the inmates, gathering at Ace's side in the midst of the battlefield. All except Phobia, who dissolved into a wisp of black smoke without another word. Their dead were left behind, including Winston Pratt. Nova cast a sorrowful last look at his body and Calum's, as Ace raised his palms and the concrete lifted into the air. It drifted slowly, smoothly over the arena's field. Kneeling to keep her balance, Nova forced herself to face Adrian. He was still standing, brave and defiant behind the shimmering wall that divided them. The wall that he had built to protect himself from her and her allies. She was overcome with more emotions than she could name as their eyes met across the distance. Then the villains cleared the destroyed roof of the arena and were gone. Chapter 36. They did not soar for long, though from the serenity and strength in Ace's eyes, Nova believed he could have kept them in the air for a year if he'd wanted. He was not tired. He was not unsure. Leroy was guiding Ace, and their time spent weightless after leaving the arena was too short. Nova wasn't ready to face whatever was going to come next. She was still reeling from the truth of what she had witnessed. Her brain kept replaying those last moments in the arena over and over again. The Sentinel was Adrian. Adrian was the Sentinel. 100 other realizations struck her in fast succession. The Sentinel's uncanny ability to gain new powers each time she faced off against him. Adrian thinking he could use tattoos to increase his own abilities. How the Sentinel always seemed nearby when she and the rest of the team were there. How she'd never seen the two of them at the same place at the same time. How the Sentinel had seemed murderous when he'd found her over Max's unconscious body. How he'd once rescued her as the Cloven Cross Library burned around them. Adrian. The Sentinel. The Sentinel. Adrian. She felt like the biggest fool in history for not having seen it sooner. Adrian Everhart, who had fixed her bracelet, brought her childhood dream to life, made it possible to have one night in which she could sleep, for once feeling safe and protected. He was her enemy. He was the one who had been hunting her all this time. He was the one who had captured Ace. Adrian. Her stomach grew tighter and wormier until she was sure she would be sick. Ace changed their trajectory, lowering them toward the ground where Leroy indicated. Nova choked back the sour bile that had filled her mouth. She would not think about it. Not Adrian, not the Sentinel, not Winston, not Calum. Not those who had died, nor the hundreds of renegades who were now powerless. Not the fact that even the anarchists had lied to her. She had done what she'd set out to accomplish that day, and she would allow herself this moment to be proud. Though she had hoped for far less devastation on both sides, what was done, and there was no going back. She tried to find solace in knowing that the anarchists were together again. Ace had his helmet. The renegades could no longer threaten them with Agent N. Things were not what she'd hoped. But at least she had not failed. This was a good day. Ace had set them down in the street outside Dave's pawn shop. A man smoking a cigarette near the side alley stood gawking at their ragtag group with their muddied jumpsuits, blood-soaked clothes, Ace, and his helmet. The man's mouth hung agape as the cigarette burned, forgotten, down to his fingers. Ace twitched, and the cigarette dropped to the ground, extinguishing itself in a puddle of standing water beneath the nearest street lamp. The man let out a wail, shaky and terrified, then turned and ran. Soon the sound of his pounding footsteps fleeing down the alley was the only noise they could hear. That and the electric zaps of the fluorescent closed sign illuminated in the pawn shop window. One of the rejects cleared his throat and said quietly, "So that was Dave." No one else spoke for a long while. No one moved toward the store. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Ace to make the first move. When Nova dared to look at Ace, though, she could see disgust in the eyes behind the helmet. Finally, Leroy explained. "There is a room in the sublevels for us all. It isn't much, but—" "We are not staying here," said Ace. "We will not be sent into hiding and secrecy like rats. Not again. Not this time." He lifted his hand, and the barred door of the pawn shop blew outward toward them, snapping the hinges, destroying the locks and bolts. A bell clattered but was quickly silenced as the door landed with a bang on the sidewalk. The noise was so jarring and unexpected, the whole group jumped, except Ace, who strolled through the opening as if nothing had happened. "There are more allies here?" he said, scanning the shelves of electrics and household appliances, the cases of costume jewelry. "Inform them we've arrived, and it's time to leave." One of the rejects started heading for the back room, but it was unnecessary. Summoned by the commotion, it was mere seconds before Narcissa burst out into the store, brandishing a handgun. She drew up short when she saw them, and Millie crashed into her from behind. Narcissa barely caught a nearby shelf. Soon, they were all there, fanning out across the cases, gaping slack-jawed at Ace Anarchy. His prison uniform covered in rips and blood, his skinny wrists bruised from shackles. but fearsome in the recognizable helmet, his posture erect, and an undeniable sense of power that seemed to shimmer in the air around him, as if the world itself were electrified by his presence. Ace allowed them to stare, allowed them to catch their breaths, allowed them to come to terms with his return. Then, without introduction, he said, "I understand that you chose not to join the fight this evening. You opted to protect your own self-interests rather than join my comrades in an attempt to secure my freedom. You chose your life over mine." Even in the dim lighting, Nova saw Narcissa going pale. Fear flashed through the expressions of the rejects who had stayed away from the arena that night. Nova opened her mouth, prepared to come to their defense. Ace should know that they had helped, even if they had not fought. But before she could speak, Ace started to laugh. A low, amused sound. "You are anarchists now. As such, you are permitted to always choose your life over anyone else's. I commend you, and I forgive you." No one moved. No one else dared to laugh or even look relieved. Ace waved his arm, as if shooing them away. "Get your belongings and any useful supplies. You have 2 minutes." Turning away, Ace gestured to a rack of clothing against the far wall. A long military jacket peeled off its hanger and flew to him, securing itself around his shoulders and covering the disgusting jumpsuit. As the gold buttons did up themselves, Ace marched back toward the street, as if he couldn't stand to be surrounded by such mediocre junk for a second longer. The villains exchanged looks, their bodies tense in the shadowed room. Some looks were elated and hopeful. Others were filled with doubt, even dread. But there was no discussion, no questions asked, no stories told. They got to work. When the group descended from the sky a second time, their destination seemed, to Nova, no more hospitable than the pawn shop. Ace had brought them back to the wasteland, where his cathedral had stood more than 10 years before. The moment their feet touched the ground, Narcissa, clutching a backpack of hastily gathered belongings, shuddered in relief and collapsed against a toppled column. Much of the northeast side of the cathedral was still standing, the library, the chapter house, the main chapel. Even the bell tower was there, though most of the roof and the south wall had crumbled, leaving some of the huge bronze bells visible through the stone ruins. Otherwise, the cathedral was not much more than a pile of rubble. The nave, the choir, so much exquisite architecture, destroyed in the cataclysm between heroes and villains. Already Nova could sense the dismay from her companions. The pawn shop may not have been much, but it had provided shelter and security. Ace couldn't expect them to stay here. But Ace's countenance was altogether different as he stood before the ruins, taking in the abandoned bell tower with the faint light of dusk glinting off the helmet. Nova began to wonder if Uncle Ace, when he wasn't downtrodden and suffering, might actually have a taste for the grandiose. Ace stepped forward, clearing a path in the rubble with a twitch of his fingers. He paused a few steps away from where the main entrance had once stood, where worshippers would have entered the nave through a pair of vast, ornately carved wooden doors. "I am proud of you all," he said, facing them. "Prodigies the world over will be encouraged by our victory tonight." Leroy lifted a hand in Nova's direction. "Our little nightmare deserves most of the credit. She planned it all." He winked at her. "Everything will change now. You will see, Nova. Nothing shall be in vain." Nova frowned, memories of the fight flashing through her thoughts. Calum, Winston, Adrian. She didn't want credit for everything that had happened, and she certainly hadn't planned it all. By using Agent N, Leroy and Honey had double-crossed her. Perhaps the decision had resulted in some sort of victory, but Nova couldn't help feeling that she'd lost as much as she'd won. Phoebus stood off from their group, gripping his scythe in one hand as he peered toward the city buildings beyond the wasteland. "There will be a delectably exorbitant quantity of fear today," he said, his voice being carried on the evening breeze. "Panic, desperation." His cloak fluttered as he craned his head toward Ace. "Retaliation. It will not be long before they come for us." "So they shall." Ace sounded almost excited by the prospect. "And we will be ready to meet them when they do. I will not fall to the renegades again." He flicked his fingers through the air, and the rubble trembled at their feet. Rivulets of dust slid down the sides of fallen arches. Colorful shards of stained glass glinted beneath the setting sun. "Oh, Ace," Honey swooned. Nova realized with a start that Honey was crying. Already her dark mascara had made pathways down her cheeks. She sank to her knees at Ace's side and grabbed his hand, nuzzling her face against it. "It's so very good to have you back, to see you as you were." She went to kiss Ace's fingers, but he pulled his hand from her grip. "Stand up," he said, almost sharply. Honey stared, blinking up at him, but Ace was already making his way over the foundation of where the nave had stood. Stone and crumbled benches parted before him. "You are a queen, Honey Harper," he said, lifting his hands to either side. The crumbled stone blew upward and stayed, hovering in the air, a million pieces of debris waiting. Narcissa gasped and dove off the column as it too began to rise. As it all began to rise. It felt like the threat of an earthquake beneath their feet. "You must never kneel," Ace continued. "Not to me, not to anyone. Not one of us shall ever kneel again." He spun in a slow circle, studying the bits of wreckage that now filled the air. Nova remembered this look from her childhood. Ace had always seen the world differently, like a series of building blocks that he could learn the secrets to, if only he cared to inspect them a little closer. His confidence was disarming. He was finally whole again. "My friends," he said, his voice filled with tenderness. "My dream was never to be a king lording over his subjects. I never wished to rule. But history has shown me my mistakes. If hubris is the great flaw of our enemies, then apathy was mine. I did not do enough to guide humanity down the path toward true freedom. I was too passive, content to let free will run its course. I stayed in the shadows while others claimed control. But now my fate is clear. This is not the day that I become a king." He raised his hands toward the brightening sky. "Today is the day we become gods." The sun glinted off the wall of the cathedral, its beams striking Ace and setting his figure aglow. He was dazzling, golden and unstoppable. While they watched motionless, Ace did what Nova had never seen him do before. For once, he did not destroy. He created. He rebuilt. It was like watching a cataclysm in reverse. Great cracks in the cathedral's foundation fused together. The stone walls reassembled themselves piece by piece. The towering columns stood like soldiers, while the vaulted beams of the ceiling perched high above. Glass shards melted together, forming a gallery of windows along each breathtaking wall. Splinters of raw wood were knit into pews and choir seats and polished handrails. Not a piece was missing from the west face's facade. Every spire, every gargoyle, every Gothic arch, every watchful saint. When the rumbling of the earth fell quiet, Ace could no longer be seen, having enclosed himself within the opulent building. The rest of them stood outside the doors to the nave, their ornate carvings exactly as Nova remembered from her childhood. Wheat fields and lambs and serenity. No one moved. Nova's eyes stung from the dust that had been kicked up in the reconstruction, but she hardly dared blink, lest this was all an illusion. So often she heard tales of the ruin Ace anarchy had wrought on this city. In the early days of his revolution, he had collapsed whole bridges, torn down entire neighborhoods. He had been full of fury and passion. He had wanted to see this cruel world burned to the ground. But the helmet and Ace's power could be used for other purposes, too. What a marvel. What a gift. With her heartbeat thundering, Nova found herself clapping a hand over the star on her wrist. It was made of the same material, created by her father's hands, just as the helmet had been. She knew it was powerful, but could it be capable of something so miraculous? Phobia moved first. With the blade of his scythe aloft, he drifted toward the grand entrance. The doors blew back as he approached, and Nova couldn't tell if it was Phobia who had controlled them or Ace. Stirred into action, she followed, still half in a daze. The others filled in at her side. She couldn't withhold a gasp as she stepped into the nave. It was precisely as she remembered. She felt like she was that same child, stricken and afraid, who had walked into this space all those years ago, having just had her life torn to shreds. Despite her sorrow, her breath had caught even then. She had not been immune to the magnificence that surrounded her. Every little detail of the cathedral had amazed her, and it amazed her still, staring up at the vaulted ceiling. Only one thing was missing. Ace. "Where did he go?" whispered Honey, and the tremor in her voice suggested to Nova that none of the anarchists had ever seen Ace do anything like this before. Suddenly the peal of ringing bells echoed around them. They exchanged glances. Narcissa and many of the rejects appeared more than a little hesitant, while a number of the rescued Cragmore inmates hovered together at the door, wary and guarded. Narcissa was as pale as the white stone walls. Nova had to remind herself that she had nothing to fear. None of them did, not from Ace at least. And so she started toward the bell tower, walking a path that felt like walking through a long-forgotten memory. Not knowing what else to do, the others followed. A number of their allies were panting by the time they reached the top of the staircase that spiraled up to the bell tower. Ace stood at one of the open-air windows studying the city beyond the wasteland. Renegade headquarters could be seen rising up from the skyline. The bells had stopped ringing. It was almost as though Ace wanted the renegades to come find him. Was he so eager for another fight? Nova's nerves were frazzled. There was so much they had to discuss, and soon, before this went much farther. Today is the day we become gods. No, Nova didn't want to be a god. She had a much different plan in mind. One that had been seeded during her time in Cragmore prison, and one that felt more necessary now than ever before. "Ace," she started. "They're going to know exactly where we went." She gestured at the others, hoping for their support. "Should we talk about what to do from here? Make a plan?" She cleared her throat before adding, "I have some ideas." Ace turned, beaming at her. "You have always been full of ideas, my little nightmare. I owe you so much. You have returned to me my strength, my power. You have laid the foundation for our ultimate victory. You have secured for us the Renegade's own weapon, ensuring not only our survival, but their demise." Ace began to walk the perimeter of the bell tower. Though it was newly reconstructed, the wooden boards beneath his feet creaked exactly as they had when Nova was a child. He let his focus linger on the city skyline as he passed each window, 8 in all, each hung with a bell of its own, though none as enormous as the 2 giant bells that hung in the tower's center. The steeple over their heads was a labyrinth of crisscrossing support beams, pulleys, and ropes. Nova could hardly believe that she was standing here again after all these years, that it could be so unchanged. "I have been granted a great gift these past 10 years," said Ace. "Rarely are we given the opportunity to ponder our failures and prepare ourselves for a new path. For this, I shall always be grateful for the renegades and what they did. To me. To us." He dragged his fingers along the stone windowsills. "I now have a clarity of purpose that eluded me before. I was not prepared to usher our world into the society I envisioned. But that has changed. I believe in a man's freedom to craft his own life, to make his own choices, without the meddling of a higher power, without the interference of arbitrary laws, without the forced imposition of someone else's principles, all under the guise of providing for a greater good." He scoffed. For as long as Nova could remember, this had been one of Ace's most hated phrases. That vague, altogether subjective notion of a so-called greater good. What did it even mean? He had often asked. Who got to decide what constituted that greater good, and what was worthy of the sacrifice in its favor? What is anarchy but our right to have our own thoughts and to speak them, to have our own desires and to use our own resources to obtain them? To not have to live in fear that everything we have worked so hard to procure will be taken from us against our will. And yet... He sighed, and his voice grew quiet. "I must concede that it is not human nature to allow anarchy to prevail. A new ruling order will always rise up and claim power. In the past, I allowed other gangs and their leaders to become that ruling order." He surveyed the prodigies around them, many who had fought alongside them at the arena. Nova wondered how many of them he recognized as gang members from years past. So long as we were no longer faced with persecution, and those that I loved were well cared for. His gaze settled briefly on Nova. Then I did not bother myself with how the city was run, or who was profiting and who was suffering as a result. I did not wish to become the ruling elite I have always despised. I did not believe it was my place to choose the winners and losers of this world, as previous tyrants had chosen. But we must have a vision going forward. My friends, my companions. This time, I do have a vision. Ace lifted his arms. When a society collapses, a new master will rise up to replace the old. This time, we will be that master. We will be the new ruling order. If humanity is so determined to have a king to follow and a god to worship, then we will be those kings. We will be those gods. His voice rang through the tower. But first, we must destroy the renegades and everything they have built. Nova's skin tingled. She knew she should be happy to see him so spirited. This was what she wanted too, she reminded herself. No renegades, no council, no villain gangs, only the anarchists, invincible to all the world. With no superheroes to save the day, society would correct itself. No one would lie around waiting for handouts, expecting to be rescued. People would accept their own responsibilities, defend their own families, and when someone mistreated another human being, their punishment would come from society itself, not some clueless government. This was what she had fought for. But not anymore. She had a vision of her own, and for the first time, it did not align with Ace and his ideals. Not entirely. And so, She raised her voice and declared simply, "No."
Chapter 37. Adrian stood shivering for a long time, listening to the groans of compromised steel beams and the trickles of broken plaster. The villains were gone. The arena was in shambles. The renegades were in shambles. But he had faced Ace Anarchy a second time and survived again. That was no small feat. "Adrian." Simon's voice from behind him was subdued, and it brought back a shock of memories that had been buried in the storm Ace Anarchy had created. With a strained gulp, Adrian closed his fist. The clear, shimmering tower dissolved into the air like the remnants of sparklers raining down on them. Thinking of sparklers made him think of Evander. He shuddered as he turned to face Simon, braced for disappointment, maybe even anger. His identity as the Sentinel was revealed. He'd had no choice, and yet he wasn't sure he was ready for the fallout. But Simon appeared more relieved than anything as he climbed painfully to his feet. They stared at each other, catching their breaths. Some of the swelling on Simon's face and arms was starting to go down. The pain gradually receding from his eyes. Simon held out his arms. Adrian exhaled and fell into the embrace. Simon flinched, and Adrian quickly loosened his grip. "Sorry." "It's okay," said Simon. "We're all right." Pulling away, he looked around. "We need to take stock of the injured, prioritize the wounds for any healers who weren't neutralized, get everyone else to the hospital. I need to check on Tsunami." "I'll get her. You help Dad get those shackles off." Adrian ran toward the collapsed wooden stage, upturned and splintered so that it resembled a pile of old lumber more than the platform it had been only hours before. He started pulling the debris away and soon was joined by others, those who were still strong enough to help. Behind him, he could hear Simon shouting orders, urging the renegades to help the wounded and start gathering their dead. Adrian had cleared away half the wooden planks before he finally spotted Tsunami's white boot. "Please, oh please," he murmured, moving faster to reach her. Soon they had uncovered her body. Her eyes were closed, and a stream of dark, drying blood covered half of her face, the result of a deep gash to her head. Adrian fell beside her, searching for a pulse. At first, he couldn't be sure if he was mistaking his own thrumming heartbeat for hers. But no, there it was, faint but steady. "She's alive!" he cried, even as someone was pressing a cloth to the wound on her head. Others started clearing a path so she could be taken to where a handful of healers were setting up to tend to the wounded. Adrian scooped Kasumi into his arms. She felt fragile, but he had known her long enough to know her small form was deceptive. She was strong. She would make it through this. Once he had handed her off to the healers, Adrian made his way through the wreckage, searching for more survivors. Dust coated the inside of his lungs. Smoke stung his eyes. The ground was littered with dead bees and bits of plaster, melted plastics and scorch marks, puddles of filthy water and broken glass. He started to take stock of their losses, though the sight of so many casualties made him feel like he was being pulled apart bit by bit. Adrian didn't know all of his peers well, but he knew enough to have an idea of which of them still lived with their parents and who had children of their own, who had been challenged at the trials and who had chosen to work in administration rather than be sent out on patrols. He knew they all believed in their purpose, to seek justice, to protect the weak, to defend the innocent. He saw Janissa Clark's body sprawled against a wall, and in the stands, stubborn Magpie slumped onto the stairs. He saw Winston Pratt in a pool of blood, and Calum Treadwell. Calum, who had almost managed to end the slaughter when he had the helmet, who for just a moment had shown them a different path. He saw Evander Wade, Blacklight. Adrian had idolized him when he was growing up, convinced that he was by far the coolest of the Renegade's founding members. He had seemed so carefree, so suave, so quick with a joke. Now he was dead. Thunderbird had been neutralized. He spotted her tending to the injured and almost didn't recognize her, not only because she no longer had the black wings folded at her back, but also because her face was swollen and burned where cyanide had touched her. She had always been intimidating, not only with the massive wings, but also with the bolts of lightning she could conjure with a snap of her fingers. Though Captain Chromium often received the credit for being the most powerful of the group, Adrian had often suspected that Thunderbird was actually the strongest. She just wasn't the type to flaunt it. That argument could never be made again. Simon was also forever changed. The Dread Warden was gone. Simon Westwood would never again be invisible, would never vanish in the blink of an eye. But at least, Adrian thought, he would be able to visit with Max now for as long as he wished. It was a small consolation, but consolation nonetheless. If Tsunami was all right, she and Captain Chromium would be the last of the Council with their abilities intact. It was a harrowing thought. The damage wrought upon the renegades that night was inconceivable, not only in lives, but in superpowers too. How many had been stung by those bees? How many superheroes had been lost? He sought out his dad's. Hugh had managed to free himself using the chromium pike to break apart the shackles, and he was now working to clear the rubbish away, searching for anyone else who might have been caught beneath a crashed wall or fallen truss. Adrian was heading toward them when something crinkled beneath his boot. He paused and looked down. It was a square of pink and gold origami paper, still showing the creases where it had been folded into the delicate crane. Adrian recognized it as the crane that had flown directly to Captain Chromium before everything had dissolved into chaos. He picked it up and flipped over the paper, reading the message printed there. "Everyone has a nightmare. Welcome to yours." Jaw clenching, he shredded the paper in half, then fourths, tearing it apart until it was nothing but confetti fluttering to the mud. "Adrian?" He jolted and was relieved to see his friends tromping toward him through the debris. Adrian beamed, overwhelmed with joy to see them all alive. He met them halfway, accepting a tight hug from Ruby, a clap on the back from Oscar. He wrapped an arm around Dana's shoulders, each of them leaning into each other, sweaty, stricken, and exhausted. With a groan, Oscar collapsed onto a bench that had once been in the upper stands, but was now on the field, sunk halfway in mud. He started massaging the joints of his legs, which Adrian had never seen him do in public, no matter how tough a fight had been. This battle had pushed them all to their limits. "Ruby, how are your wounds?" said Adrian, not sure how to distinguish between old wounds and new. Ruby had taken off the gray uniform jacket, revealing a plain tank top and the bandages that she had always kept wrapped over her arm and shoulders. She had never stopped bleeding, not since the attack that had first awoken her powers years ago, but this was the first time Adrian had seen those bandages soaked through with actual blood. "No more crystals," she said, and he couldn't tell if her tone was sad or simply truthful. "Now they won't stop bleeding. I'm fine, though. I'll talk to one of the healers after they take care of the people who really need help." "Here," said Adrian, taking out his marker. "I can stitch them up for you." Ruby hesitated, but then nodded. Dana helped unwrap the wounds, revealing the deep gashes that had been there, unhealed for years. "Do they hurt?" Oscar asked as Adrian wiped away what blood he could and started drawing stitches onto her skin. "They've always hurt," Ruby said quietly, watching, expressionless. Oscar started in surprise. This was news to Adrian, too, who had never once heard Ruby complain about her injuries. She had always focused more on the results, the bloodstones she had weaponized, the superhero she had become. "That will do for now," said Adrian. "Keep you from losing too much blood before the healers can get to you, at least." Ruby tenderly touched the black lines that had become black thread, holding her wounds shut. "Thanks, Sketch," she whispered. Her lip began to tremble, but she hastily covered it up with a brilliant smile. "I don't know what I'm going to tell the twins." Being a superhero was the only thing that kept me even remotely relevant in their eyes. She chuckled, but it sounded forced. That is definitely not true, said Oscar. She cut him a sideways glance. You've met my brothers, right? Yes, which is how I know they idolize you, and not just because you're a renegade or because you bleed rubies. Oscar gestured at Ruby, sweeping one hand from her dyed black and white pigtails to the toes of her muck-covered boots. It's because you're like the coolest big sister any kid could ask for. You can hit a target with a dagger from 50 feet away. You're proficient at 3 different kinds of martial arts. You know how to use a grappling hook. Oh, Ruby sighed longingly. I'm going to miss my grappling hook. I will get you another grappling hook, said Oscar, reaching over to take her hand. You're still Red Assassin. You're still a totally kick-ass superhero. He must have noticed the way Ruby's eyes had started to shine, because he went on, growing more emphatic with each word. You're still the coolest person I've ever met. Except for maybe Captain Chromium, but that's not really a fair comparison. She chuckled. Oscar, and you're beyond relevant. You're like the thing that other things try to be relevant to. And you're fierce and loyal and crazy adorable when you're playing battle to the death. And I'll even admit, okay, it's not easy to say this, but you're right. You beat me in that last game fair and square, even though Oscar, stop, she said, laughing outright now. I get it. Thank you. He paused and cleared his throat. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Just saying. He hesitated, his focus landing on their entwined hands. He gulped. Just one more thing? Ruby faked an exasperated eye roll. Oh, if you insist. Oscar lifted his head. You're the girl of my dreams. Ruby's head swiveled toward him, the nonchalant smile evaporating. With or without superpowers, Oscar added, holding her gaze. Color bloomed in Ruby's cheeks. Fresh tears started to gather in her eyes until, without much warning, she grabbed the front of Oscar's uniform and kissed him. Adrian's eyebrows shot upward and he spun away, meeting Dana's amused gaze for half a second before they both spent some time inspecting the damaged roof overhead. Adrian! Adrian spun around to find himself face to face with both of his dads. Their features at first were unreadable, weary, cautious, a little relieved, a little disappointed, but not angry as far as he could tell. They must have been done organizing the others, making sure aid was offered to those who needed it, and cleanup of the arena was underway. It was time to focus on other matters. Evidently, he was up first. He swallowed. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Hugh's mouth thinned, and there was the anger Adrian had expected, but it was short-lived. He wilted and stepped forward, pulling Adrian into a tight hug. Adrian held him back. Thanks, Dad. I'm okay. That's the most important thing, said Hugh. You are the most important thing. He pulled away, stoic again. You still owe us a lot of explanations, though. Not just how, but why. You've broken a lot of rules and taken advantage of our trust. But, he sighed heavily, today at least, I'm glad you did what you did. You were very brave, and you saved a lot of people. Adrian flinched, feeling like he hadn't saved enough. We're superheroes, he murmured. That's what we do. First order of business, interrupted Simon. You need to tell us where Max is. It's likely Ace Anarchy will try to target him. We need to keep him safe, and we can't do that if we don't know where he is. Adrian nodded. He's staying with Ruby's family. I can go, said Ruby, standing beside him. I'll get him. Take him wherever you want me to. Simon frowned. What about... He hesitated, taking in the stitches along her arm. Understanding swept over his features. Ah, I'm sorry, Ruby. She shrugged, and Adrian realized that she was still holding Oscar's hand. These wounds aren't what made me a superhero.
You're right. They weren't, said Hugh.
His attention swept around the arena at all the neutralized prodigies.
I hope you're not the only one who feels that way.
What are we going to do? Said Dana, still limping as she joined them. We only have a fraction of the prodigies we had before. How are we going to defeat Ace Anarchy now? We only have a fraction here in Gatlin City, said Simon. But we've already started reaching out to the international syndicates. They're sending reinforcements. All available renegades will be arriving in the next 24 hours to help us move against the anarchists. But we don't even know where they went, said Adrian.
Actually,
said Hugh rather darkly,
we know exactly where they went.
Ace Anarchy was never known for subtlety, added Simon. He's returned to his cathedral. Adrian stared at him, recalling the ruins where he and his team had fought phobia. The cathedral? Why would he want to go back there? Maybe he's sentimental? Oscar suggested. Simon shook his head. It's brilliant, actually. He's familiar with the landscape, the location, its strengths and weaknesses. Plus, with the wasteland, it's impossible to take the cathedral by surprise. They'll see an attack coming long before we get there. But it's nothing but a pile of rubble and a bell tower, said Adrian.
Not anymore. He's rebuilt it, said Hugh. You were too young to remember the extent of Ace Anarchy's abilities, but it isn't terribly surprising to us. Some of the news media caught footage of the cathedral being pieced back together.
Adrian's jaw dropped. He had heard a lot of stories of Ace Anarchy using his powers to tear buildings down, but he'd never known the telekinetic could also put them back up. Adrian scanned the arena. So much violence, so many casualties. While they were waiting for help to arrive from the international syndicates, Ace Anarchy would be developing his own strategy to destroy the renegades once and for all. Could they afford to wait? Hugh playfully smacked his arm.
Don't look so helpless. I'm still invincible, you know. We're not beat yet.
Adrian glared at him. And you're going to stop him single-handedly?
If I have to, I've done it before.
No, you didn't. Adrian trailed off, not wanting to remind them all of what was actually their greatest weapon. Not Captain Chromium, not even Agent N. Their greatest weapon was Max, had always been Max. But Adrian didn't want Max anywhere near Ace Anarchy. You had help, he finished lamely. He still has help, Dana said. Those villains haven't defeated us yet. I'm ready for another round. Adrian bit the inside of his cheek, considering. She was right. They were beat down, but not defeated. Ace would be expecting them to realign their forces before making a move. He would expect a full-scale attack on the cathedral because that's how the renegades operated, with flashy attacks and extravagant displays of their strength, whereas the anarchists had adapted to be stealthy and secretive. They used the element of surprise, and that's how they had bested the renegades this time. That's how Nightmare kept beating them. Maybe he could win at her own game. He faced his dads. They were already discussing counterattacks and battle maneuvers when he interrupted them. How much Agent N do you think they have left? Hugh shook his head.
It's impossible to say for sure, but from the amount we had in storage and what was used here today,
he frowned, pondering the question, then shook his head.
I can't imagine it's much.
Let's hope so, said Adrian. If we're going to attempt a counterattack, it would be nice if they didn't have any more of that stuff at their disposal.
It would, said Hugh, but we can't know for sure. It wouldn't have required much to arm those bees with it. But I can talk to the lab, see if they can pull together an estimate for us.
And do we have any left for ourselves? Asked Adrian. It seemed to take a moment for his question to register. Finally, Simon said, They replaced our supply with some sort of decoy. Yeah, I know, but there must be some left somewhere. I have some. He bristled at the sound of Janissa Clark's haughty voice, though he did his best to hide his dislike as he faced her.
She looked terrible, her skin practically translucent, with garish purple spots beneath her eyes. She was clutching her head as if it would roll right off her shoulders if her hand wasn't there to support it. He was surprised to see her at all. He'd half expected her to be dead, but she must have only been unconscious. Nightmares doing?
"I took some with me when we went after Hawthorne," she said, unholstering a gun from her hip. "I still have one dart left."
Adrian wanted to appear grateful, but he was already trying to figure out what he would say when Janissa insisted she be allowed to join him on the risky mission he was considering. To his surprise, she held the gun out to him handle first.
"You can have it," she said almost angrily. "I'm done playing heroes and villains. For real this time. The renegades aren't worth this."
He took the gun and watched as she tried to saunter away, though her movements were stiff and jerky. Adrian opened the projectile chamber and saw the lone dart inside, swirling with green liquid.
"Uh-oh," said Oscar. "I sense some serious vigilante recklessness coming on."
Adrian glared at him, wishing he hadn't chosen that moment to remind his dads that they were still supposed to be upset with him. "The only way we're going to defeat Ace Anarchy is if we can either get that helmet back or neutralize him," he said.
"To do that," said Hugh, "we need to get into the cathedral, and like I said, with that wasteland—"
"They'll see us coming," said Adrian.
"But I know another way in."
Chapter 38. A silence descended on the cathedral tower, almost as loud in Nova's ears as the bells had been before. Her rebellion echoed among the bronze and timber, that single, simple proclamation. No. Ace, his arms still outstretched from his grand speech, slowly turned toward her. It felt different now to see him with the helmet on, his strength and vitality so quickly restored after years of watching his body deteriorate day after day. She'd always assumed the change would be for the better, but now, seeing the unfamiliar coldness in his gaze, she felt a shiver of apprehension down her spine. "Little nightmare?" Nova stepped forward from the group. "I share your beliefs, Uncle, and your conviction, but I disagree with the path you would put us on to achieve our goals. I know that for years we've been talking about destroying the renegades. I understand that you believe we can only establish a society that works if we first dismantle the society that operates under our enemies. But you're wrong. We don't need to fight. We don't need to destroy. We need to leave." Ace's expression tightened, but Nova plowed ahead. She had to make them understand. "We don't have to stay in Gatlin. There's nothing keeping us here. Let the renegades have their city. We can go somewhere else, establish our own community under our own rules, our own principles." Her nerves thrummed as she spoke, knowing that she did actually have something that might keep her here in Gatlin. But Adrian was only a dream, had only ever been a dream. Someday he would know the truth. Someday everything would fall apart. Better that day was today. "The renegades are no longer relegated to Gatlin City," said Phobia, his voice dry and annoyed, as if this should have been obvious. "Their influence has spread across the world. They have syndicates in nearly every country." "In the major metropolises, yes," said Nova. "I'm not suggesting we trade one city for another. That would just lead to the same conflicts we faced here. I'm saying we start fresh, find a place that's entirely our own." She inspected the faces that were watching her with surprise. Some tinted by curiosity, others a faint hint of suspicion. "We are prodigies, and with Ace Anarchy leading us," she faced her uncle, "we can build the society we've dreamed of. Literally build it from the ground up. Look what you did here. In a matter of minutes, you turned a pile of rubble into this." She gestured at the bell tower around them. "We could walk out into any wilderness and transform it into the home we deserve." Ace watched her, calculating, but the fact that he hadn't silenced her gave her courage. "Look," she said more emphatically now as she moved to stand in the center of the room, on the old wooden floorboards beneath the central bells. They amplified her voice as she spoke. "We talk a lot about personal responsibility. Maybe it's time we took responsibility for our role in what this city has become. I don't like the way the Renegades are running things, but as Ace just reminded us, things weren't great when we were in charge either. We helped make a mess of this city. And despite all their failings, I'm convinced that the Renegades really are trying to make things better. We may not agree with their methods, but this is the way the world is now. If we don't like it, then maybe instead of trying to tear it down, we should lead by example. Build something new, something better. If we form a community outside of the Renegades' control, show how we are capable of governing ourselves for a change, then maybe that's how we change this world. And if it doesn't change the world, then who cares? Maybe this isn't our problem to solve. At least the war will be over." Honey spoke first, her voice ireful and her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "This is that boy talking, isn't it? I knew it. He's brainwashed you." "I'm not brainwashed," said Nova, heat flaring across her cheeks. "You want to run away," Honey snapped back. "You want to give up, now when we might actually have a chance of beating them. I'm saying that maybe we don't have to beat them. That's the problem, isn't it? It's always us and them, heroes or villains, prodigies or civilians, the powerful and the powerless. I'm saying that I want a chance at a better life for all of us and anyone who wants to follow us. I want a life where we aren't the villains anymore." Her voice rose with determination, but also with fear that they wouldn't understand. "We can go anywhere, be free anywhere. Why settle for this?" Finally, a flicker of emotion in Ace's eyes, still shadowed by the structure of the helmet. It wasn't understanding, though. If anything, he seemed hurt. "Settle?" he said. "Settle for Gatlin?" He moved toward her. "This is our city, our home. I will not settle for anything less. I will not cower before the enemies who stole it from me." Nova's shoulders sank. She shook her head. "We wouldn't be enough." She reared back, the harshness of his voice like a blow. "If we are the villains to their hero, so be it. We will give them reason enough to fear us." He paced around the tower, somehow regal in his stolen double-breasted coat. "We will not run. We will not hide. We will stay and fight, and this time we will win. This city will be ours." A roar of approval rang through the tower. Nova shuddered. As the others pressed forward, she felt almost invisible. Her tongue had become gummy in her mouth. She had been so confident that once Ace was free, the others would agree with her. Leaving made sense. She had expected relief, that they could have their freedom without sacrificing more lives, without another battle. Had she not been compelling enough? Had she not conveyed the power of her ideas? How was it possible, with the world now open to them, that they would rather stay here and fight? "We were not prepared when the Renegades surrounded us at the Battle of Gatlin 10 years ago," said Ace, approaching one of the open windows. "We will not make the same mistakes again." He lifted his hands, fingers outstretched toward the horizon. The wasteland beyond the cathedral stretched for acres in each direction, enclosed with a puny chain-link fence. A ring of torn-up pavement, the debris of crumbled buildings, crushed and overturned cars. Those ruins began to tremble. The others moved forward, gathering behind Ace. Nova was still trying to form her thoughts into words, still thinking of how she could persuade Ace and the others to choose differently, when bits of debris began to rise anew from the wasteland. Plywood and unhinged doors, metal sheeting and steel beams, the side torn from a bus, still papered with a faded advertisement. Bricks and stonework, appliances and roof shingles, broken glass, rebar and copper pipes, old street signs, and a plastic slide from a child's playground, ladders and porcelain bathtubs and traffic lights. Countless bits of raw materials emerging from the wreckage. They began to fuse together at the edge of the wasteland, bit by bit, piece by piece. Ace was building a wall. Nova walked away from the others to the opposite side of the tower. Here, too, the mess of materials was interlocking. Unlike the shimmering, near-transparent barricade that Adrian had used to protect himself at the arena, this wall was as thick and impenetrable as it was dark and unruly. It surrounded the cathedral in every direction, growing higher and higher until it eclipsed even the great bell tower where they stood. Higher still until it towered over the cathedral's sharply pitched roof. Higher still until the jumbled structure arced inward, knitting together overhead. It blocked out the city below, blocked out the sky. When Ace was finished, they were trapped beneath a dome of sharp edges and rust. It felt like being in the tunnels again. It felt like the opposite of freedom. "There," said Ace. "That will slow them down." Nova gulped, thinking of all the renegades she'd come to know. Could Adrian get past this wall? Could the Sentinel? What about Max, with his telekinesis and the ability to manipulate metals? Or Captain Chromium with his unbreakable weapons? She gnawed at her lower lip, remembering how many of the renegades were no longer prodigies. Their powers had been drained from them. Like they would have done to you, she remembered. It did not diminish the sour taste in her mouth. Still, it will not hold them forever. Ace peered around at their group, fierce and hungry. "You have fought valiantly tonight, but we must prepare for the next battle." He focused on Leroy and Honey. "You were able to use the Agent N substance to great effect. Do you have any left?" Leroy shook his head. "What we took from the Renegade's storehouse is almost entirely used up. We have only a few of the gas release devices Nova designed, and less than half a container of the liquid." "Good enough," said Ace. "With any luck, we will finally be able to determine that age-old mystery. Is Captain Chromium truly as invincible as he seems?" Grinning wickedly, he swept an arm around the room. "Fellow anarchists, find accommodations and rest until further notice. I would like a moment alone with my niece." Nova tensed. A few of the villains cast her looks that were gloating and smug. Others seemed nervous on her behalf. Leroy smiled comfortingly and winked, the movement awkwardly drawing up the paralyzed left side of his face. Nova smiled back. It was only Ace. Within a matter of minutes, the bell tower had emptied out, the drum of footsteps on the lower staircase growing more distant by the second. Only one of the villains lingered behind. To Nova's surprise, it was Narcissa, her expression full of concern. Though she had taken a leadership role among the rejects before, she had been loitering at the back of the group since they'd arrived at the cathedral. Her fear in the face of Ace Anarchy was palpable, and the look she was giving Nova suggested a hesitation to leave her alone with him. There was something almost kind in her expression, something almost protective. Nova's spirits lifted just barely to think that perhaps the Mirror Walker no longer hated her. "Is there something you would like to say, Mirror Walker?" Ace asked. Narcissa opened her mouth but hesitated. Her voice trembled when she finally spoke. "I agree with Nightmare," she said, barely above a whisper. "I think we should leave Gatlin." Ace studied her, and Narcissa slowly shrank under the look. "There is a mirror in the chapter house," Ace said. "I do not keep prisoners. You are free to go as you please." Narcissa gulped. But if you stay, I will expect your cooperation in our efforts to destroy our enemies. I will not tolerate betrayal." She paled. Her gaze clashed once more with Nova's briefly, before she, too, disappeared down the ladder. The wooden door clapped shut behind her. The air inside the belfry became uncannily still, with no breeze from the outside world able to make it through Ace's barrier. The tower smelled of old iron and the dirt that had been stirred up after so long. Nova waited for Ace to speak. Already she missed being able to read his expressions, the wrinkles of his cheeks, the furrow of his brow. He felt more closed off from her now than he had the whole time he'd been hiding in the catacombs, and she was surprised to find that she already missed the man she had come to know, even if that man had been shattered and weak. At least, she had never been afraid of him. But now, she couldn't help herself from feeling a jolt of apprehension as he fixed his attention on her. "I cannot fault you for wanting more than the life I've been able to give you," he said. "I cannot even fault you for being drawn to the lies that the renegades have tried to sell to the world. It is a beautiful story they tell, one of righteousness and courage and justice. But it is only a story." Ace put his hands on a windowsill, though there was nothing to see now but their own dark cage, rough and pieced together from the unwanted remains of a long-ago war. "Your father had a faith in the renegades that I could never understand. I offered to protect you and your family. I would have had my companions guarding your apartment day and night, but he didn't want my help. He insisted that the renegades would protect you. I thought he was foolish, but it was not my place to interfere. David wanted to make his own choices, to find his own path through those dark times." His head lowered. "It is my greatest regret to this day. I wish I had been there for you, for David, for your mother and sister." "It wasn't your fault," whispered Nova. "It was the roaches and the assassin they hired. It was the renegades and their false promises." She shut her eyes, and the memory was there, as painful as it had ever been. Gunshots ricocheting in her skull, blood splattered on their front door, Evie's cries silenced forever. "But Ace," she whispered, feeling like her heart was being ripped into pieces. "Is this really the way to avenge them? All these years, it's all I've wanted, to see the renegades brought to their knees after they failed us. But this hatred, it's destroying us, too. It's destroying me. Is this what my parents would have wanted?" Ace's features filled with remorse. "It isn't about vengeance, little nightmare. We cannot bring them back, but we can honor their deaths by preventing the same tragedy from happening to other families. We can keep the renegades from spreading their falsehoods any longer. We can show the world who they really are. Not heroes, but false idols. Imposters. Liars." Nova moved closer to Ace. "They're not all bad," she insisted. "They're not all good either, but I believe now that most of them want to help the people of this world, even if they're confused on how to do it. They're not just the power-hungry bullies we've thought. They're not all liars. Like Adrian Everhart?" She froze. To her surprise, Ace reached for his helmet and lifted it from his head. Setting it on the sill, he turned toward Nova. He did not seem angry. If anything, there was compassion scrawled across his features. "He lied to you, too. I think you know that now." A shiver ripped through her. The Sentinel. He was the one who found me inside the catacombs. He and those friends of his. His eyes crinkled sympathetically at the corners. They know his identity, too. But they didn't tell you, did they? Pulling her hand away, Nova paced along the wall of the tower. Ruby and Oscar knew the truth? And Dana, too? For how long? They were a team. She'd thought they trusted one another. She'd thought Adrian felt things for her that went beyond camaraderie, beyond even friendship. She knew it was hypocritical for her to be angry at his keeping this secret when she kept so many of her own. But it still stung to think that her entire unit had known and not told her. You cannot trust them, Nova. You are not one of them, much as you might wish otherwise. She kept her back to him, hoping he couldn't tell how this information hurt her. You are one of us. You are part of this family. A hand settled on her shoulder. If you want to leave, I will open a path for you. I will not keep you here if you do not wish to be a part of our revolution anymore. You have already done so much for our cause, and for that, you will always have my gratitude and respect. But Nova, his voice dropped. You know what the renegades will try to do to us when they make it past these barriers, including Adrian Everhart. I hope you will choose to stay and fight. I hope you have not been so taken with their promises that you can no longer see what's been driving us forward all these years. Stand beside your family, Nova. Stand with us. Fight for our future, not theirs. He patted her shoulder once, gently, then let his hand fall away. She heard him picking up the helmet and moving toward the trap door. And she heard the gunshots. And she heard Evie crying. And she heard Captain Chromium's steady voice. We did what we had to do to stop the villain gangs, to bring order and peace. We would do it again if we had to. Ace? The bell tower fell silent, but she knew he was still there. Her hand was trembling as she wrapped it around her bracelet and turned to face him. He watched her, always patient, always waiting. The star pulsed against her skin. I found something, she said. Something my father made before he died. His chin lifted. Interest peaked. I think he might have created it as a weapon to destroy Captain Chromium.
Chapter 39. The last time Adrian had stood in front of the creepy poster inside these creepy subway tunnels, Nova had been at his side. Until now, she was the only person he'd told about the tunnel that connected the subway to the catacombs, and he would have given just about anything to have her there at his side again. He would have preferred to be kissing her again, rather than getting ready to risk his life to ensure the defeat of Ace Anarchy, but he would have been content just to have her there. She was a fierce ally, a strong fighter, and her skills would have put his mind at ease as they prepared to sneak into the cathedral. That, and he wouldn't have been devoting a corner of his brain to worrying about her. He hadn't heard from Nova since before the attack on the arena, despite numerous attempts to contact her via their wristbands. Surely she had heard the news. Everyone in Gatland City knew about what had happened by now. But she had never shown up at the arena, and as far as he knew, no one had heard from her at headquarters either. He would have gone to her in person and told her about their plan to sneak into the cathedral while Captain Chromium led the renegades into a diversionary assault up above, hoping that she would join them. Except he didn't know where she was. The house on Wallow Ridge was gone, and he had no idea where this apartment was that she and her uncle were staying at. The more he thought about it, the more his fingers twitched with nervous anxiety. What if something had happened to her? He knew he needed to stop thinking about it, though. One crisis at a time, he told himself, and for now that crisis was stopping Ace Anarchy and protecting the world as they knew it. He reached for the corner of the poster and swung it outward, revealing the narrow tunnel beyond. Oscar whistled. Dana remained silent. The three of them were alone this time, and it felt off balance to be without Nova, who had become a reliable fixture in their group, and Ruby, who had gone to keep watch over Max until they could be sure that Ace Anarchy couldn't come after him. Though Ruby's family had been instructed to remove all the mirrors from their house, He still worried that Nightmare might have other ways to figure out Max's location. The last thing he wanted to do was underestimate her or any of the anarchists. Captain Chromium had wanted to come with them. Actually, he'd at first insisted that he go alone into the cathedral to face off against Ace and the others by himself. But his leadership was needed at headquarters, organizing the renegades who had been pouring in from outside syndicates and preparing them for the counterattack that would soon be underway. Only after Adrian had reminded his dads that his team had already fought Ace Anarchy and won, and only after he'd given them a number of demonstrations of his sentinel abilities, proving that he had, in fact, made himself into one of the most powerful prodigies of all time. And only after he pointed out that this plan required stealth, which was not a skill that Captain Chromium possessed, did Hugh and Simon reluctantly agree to let his team attempt this raid. They knew, as Adrian did, that taking Ace Anarchy by surprise was their best chance to neutralize him, to steal back the helmet, to defeat him once and for all.
"I'll check that the coast is clear,"
said Dana. She transformed, and the swarm disappeared into the shadows, their wings catching on the beam of Adrian's flashlight. Leaning on his cane, Oscar peered over at Adrian.
"We are going to survive this, right?"
Adrian swallowed. "Of course. We're renegades." Oscar nodded. Neither of them bothered to point out that a lot of renegades had not survived the battle at the arena.
"Good,"
said Oscar, a little wistful.
"Because I really want to see Ruby again after this."
Adrian completely understood. He really wanted to see Nova again after this, too. There were far too many things left unsaid. They waited in silence for what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes. Finally, Dana returned, or two of her butterflies did, dancing briefly around their heads before fluttering back through the passageway. With his marker in one hand and the flashlight in the other, Adrian followed. The catacombs were exactly as they had left them after the fight against Ace Anarchy. Bones and skulls littered the stone floor, making it nearly impossible to walk without disturbing the silence. Marble statues lay in pieces, sarcophagi were overturned, giant cracks ran through the church's thick foundation. They made their way as stealthily as they could through the catacombs' chambers and up the narrow stone staircase. Before, this stairway had opened out onto the wasteland, surrounded by nothing but ruins and destruction. But now, as Adrian neared the uppermost landing, there was no light filtering down from an open sky, only more shadows and their footsteps echoing off thick stone walls. Adrian's breath caught as they stepped out into a small circular chamber. A second staircase continued upward, but two doorways opened on either side, each one flanked by statues of hooded figures. He had known from second-hand reports that Ace had rebuilt the cathedral, but he'd been picturing a jumbled structure. Broken stone and timbers barely held together with old mortar and rusted nails. He had expected something flimsy and precarious, ready to collapse at the slightest blow. But the chamber around them seemed as ancient and solid as if it had stood there undisturbed for hundreds of years. The thick stone walls perfectly fitted together, with no sign that they'd recently been strewn across the wasteland. It was as if the battle for Gatlin had never happened. He cast an uncomfortable look at Oscar. The fact that Oscar hadn't said anything was proof enough of his own surprise. In fact, the cathedral was as silent as the tombs below. Adrian knew the silence wouldn't last. Soon Captain Chromium and every renegade who could still fight, including those who had arrived from outside syndicates, would attack the wasteland barrier with all the force they had. Adrian hoped this would create enough of a diversion and lead most, if not all, of the villains outside the cathedral, while he, Oscar, and Dana attempted to find and neutralize Ace Anarchy. But finding him might be a problem. A few of Dana's butterflies flitted toward the nave, the vast central area of the church, so Adrian crept after her, listening for any signs of the villains. As he paced beneath a gigantic stained-glass window that stretched all the way to the vaulted ceiling, Adrian was astounded to think that all this had been mere rubble before. How was a single prodigy capable of this in such a short amount of time? He moved toward the central aisle, set with wooden pews and iron candelabras and vast stone pillars on either side. His gaze traveled down the long, wide aisle. He froze. There, at the far end of the nave, what felt like a mile away, dwarfed by the vast ceilings and monumental windows, stood Ace Anarchy, waiting for them, his helmet glinting in the light of 100 candles lit along the sides of the choir. He was not alone. More than a dozen villains were at his sides. And a few steps in front of the altar stood Nova. Adrian's blood ran cold. When had the villains found her? How long had she been a prisoner here, a hostage? His vision sparked red, and before he knew what he was doing, Adrian was charging down the aisle. His right forearm began to glow. A ball of fire swirled around his left fist. Dana screamed, "Sketch! No!" Seconds later, a monarch butterfly danced in front of his face. Adrian batted it away. The cyclone of wings appeared in front of him, then Dana herself, hands upheld. "Adrian, stop!" Something hit the ground at Dana's feet. Green vapor burst from the capsule. This, more than Dana's plea, made Adrian skid to a halt. Dana gasped and swarmed again, her butterflies swirling upward. They were halfway to the vaulted ceilings when they began to converge. Adrian stared, horrified, as the cloud of gold and black wings reformed. Then they were Dana, and she was falling 40 feet from the ground. Her scream ricocheted through the nave. Allowing his flame to smolder and vanish, Adrian leaped. He caught her midair and landed just beyond where the gaseous vapor was dissipating. The air smelled suddenly of sharp chemicals, burning the back of his throat. Dana coughed and rolled out of his arms, landing crouched on one knee. "No," she murmured, pressing a hand to her heart. "No." A bolt of black smoke blurred past them. Adrian lifted his head in time to see the smoke arrow strike Ace Anarchy in the face. He reeled back, coughing into his elbow. Another bolt followed, then another, as fast as Oscar could send them, each one striking one of the villains gathered at the far end of the nave. Then Oscar cried out. Adrian looked back to see that Oscar's cane had been ripped from his hand. It took on a life of its own, striking the back of Oscar's knees, knocking him hard to the ground. "Smokescreen, cover me!" Adrian yelled. Oscar raised one hand to block another blow from the possessed cane while his other palm extended toward Adrian. A drift of thick white fog started to roll down the aisle, filling up the pews, when Oscar yelped in pain and swatted at the back of his neck. Oscar inspected his hand, something small and black clinging to his fingers. Queen Bee cackled.
"Serves you right for that little trick you played at the arena."
Oscar met Adrian's gaze. His expression was ferocious, but Adrian could still see the torment behind it. The bee must have had Agent N just like the ones at the arena. The last of the fog faded away. Adrian ground his teeth. His fists tightened. Dana grabbed his arm. "Adrian, think! It's a trap!" He tore his arm away and started to run again. Having been so close to the mist missile and the cloud of Agent N, they probably thought he'd been neutralized too. They were wrong. Nova hadn't moved. She watched him charging for her, her face pale, a fear like he'd never seen before brimming in her eyes. "Let her go!" he yelled as another flame burst forth from his palm. Adrian prepared to lurch forward, to attack, to tear Ace Anarchy and his cohorts apart if they'd done anything to hurt her. He didn't see the net until it was too late, until his foot had crossed some invisible mark, and as one, the knot of ropes engulfed him. He stumbled and rolled a few times, entangling himself more. Choking for air, he tried to rebound to his feet, but one leg was caught. He felt like a wild animal ensnared in a hunter's trap, and Dana's words came back to him, further igniting his anger. Igniting. Recalling the first time he'd been caught in ropes like these, he snarled and clenched his left fist around the nearest rope. He summoned his flame, letting it burn as hot as it could. The fire was an inferno, nearly engulfing Adrian's entire body, by the time he realized that it wasn't working. The ropes grew sticky, but they did not burn. "Fire-resistant coating," said Cyanide, drawing Adrian's attention back to the villains. "We do try to learn from past mistakes." With sweat dripping down the back of his neck, Adrian maneuvered his right arm so he had a clear shot through the net. His skin lit up. He targeted Ace Anarchy, standing not far from Nova, and fired. A series of pews flew up onto their sides, forming a wall between Adrian and the villains. The pews crashed back down to the floor, their splintered wooden seats leaving just enough space between them that there remained a narrow aisle down the nave's center.
"Great marvels," said Queen Bee.
Stepping forward, she linked her elbow with Nova's. Adrian tensed, panic surging through every nerve.
"If you want her so much, here, you can have her."
With a saccharine smile, Queen Bee shoved Nova forward. She stumbled down the few steps onto the long, narrow path that distinguished the choir from the nave. She caught herself and hesitated. "Nova," said Adrian, his voice thick with despair, his arms straining against the ropes. "Are you okay?" She stared at him, swallowing hard. She said nothing as she started down the aisle. She appeared tormented and unsure. He had never seen Nova, confident, brave Nova, look like that before. But as she came closer, he noticed something else, too. She was not tied up, like he would assume a renegade prisoner would be. She was not wearing her renegade uniform, or even her usual civilian clothes, but rather a black jacket and a utility belt that seemed eerily familiar. Adrian's stomach gave a lurch. He would have backed away, but he was stuck, peering at her through the ropes that were as constricting as his own rib cage.
"She's done well, hasn't she?" said Ace Anarchy, speaking for the first time. His voice carried a lilt of amusement, but Adrian barely heard him over the truth and disbelief that had gone to war inside his head. "Your plan was a clever one, sneaking in through the catacombs. It might even have worked if you hadn't already told my niece that you knew about the escape tunnel. Now that you're here, we'll have to make sure that entrance is blocked off, so no one else thinks to follow in your footsteps."
He gestured to a couple of the villains.
"Bind the others and secure them in the treasury for now. Take the Everhart boy to the East Chapel and await further instructions."
Ace Anarchy's orders barely registered. Nova was nearly to Adrian now. The fear he'd seen before was fading away, being replaced by her signature determination, her jaw tense, her shoulders set. Had he only imagined the torment before? The regret? The doubt? "Nova," he breathed, nearly coughing on the word as his own jumble of emotions stuck in his throat. "Who are you?" She crouched so they were eye to eye. They were as close now as when they danced at the gala, as close as when he'd put noise-canceling headphones on her ears so she could finally sleep, as close as when they'd kissed in the subway tunnels, just outside the hidden passage to the catacombs. The last shreds of denial shriveled up inside him. The truth won. Suddenly, he knew. When Dana had first accused Nova of being his worst enemy, the villain he had been hunting for months, he had been angry, mortified, at times even disgusted. Now, all that was left was a deep, devastating sense of loss. His shoulders fell under the weight of the ropes that bound him. Nova reached for Adrian's hand, placing 2 fingers against his knuckle. He flinched at the touch and thought just for a moment he might have seen hurt flash through Nova's eyes. But it was his imagination, because a second later her expression had hardened into something cold and impenetrable.
"Everyone has a nightmare," she said. "I guess I'm yours."
That was the last he remembered before darkness claimed him. Chapter 40.
"Well, isn't that clever?" said Queen Bee, inspecting the bottom of Adrian's bare foot.
He did his best to ignore her. He'd been trying to ignore the whole lot of them, the ever-revolving door of anarchists and villains, even as they'd attempted increasingly obnoxious tactics to get a reaction from him. His eyes stayed resolutely on Nova whenever she was in the room. Her eyes stayed resolutely away.
"Springs,"
said Queen Bee, trailing a sharp fingernail down the sole of Adrian's foot. He did his best to stifle a twitch.
To jump farther. Isn't that clever, sweetie?
He was pretty sure Sweetie, in this case, was Nova, but it was hard to tell as Nova seemed as determined to ignore Queen Bee as he was. Having Honey Harper inspect the soles of his feet was the last in a long line of indignities Adrian had endured since his capture. He did not know what had become of Oscar and Dana, or where he was inside the cathedral. When he had come to, he was inside a small circular chapel. In comparison to the magnificence of the nave, the chapel felt like an afterthought, so dreary and insignificant that Adrian wondered if the saint it was named for might have done something that annoyed the architect in charge of honoring him. Besides a smooth black altar and a series of narrow stained glass windows, it felt barren. Echoing stone walls, hard stone floors. The atmosphere wasn't much improved by its moody dimness either. Adrian had no way of knowing what time it was, as no sunlight or moonlight, for that matter, could permeate the structure Ace had erected over the cathedral, leaving them shrouded in constant darkness. Their only light came from a small gas lantern in the corner that sent their shadows flickering and shifting across the walls. Adrian was tied up with his back against the frigid altar. One of the villains had cut away the sleeves and collar from his shirt, revealing the tattoos on his arms and chest. Nova frequently came in and out of the chapel, dressed in full battle regalia. Her belt was strapped with 2 different guns, ropes, darts, and ammunition, gloves, flares, a hunting knife, and those awful throwing stars Nightmare had always been so fond of. But for some reason, she'd left off the metal mask. And though Adrian knew he shouldn't assign this any significance, he couldn't help it. Without the mask, he still didn't see her as Nightmare. He could only see Nova. Nova, who had betrayed him 100 different ways. But still Nova. He had tried to ask her where Oscar and Dana had been taken, if they were okay, but she seemed determined to stay silent. He wasn't sure if she was there to keep him from trying to escape, or just to make sure he wasn't being mistreated. Perhaps the worst part was that Phobia came and went too. It had taken Adrian a while to notice him at first, watching silently from a corner. The room was so dark, and he held so still that at times the villain seemed more like a figment of Adrian's imagination. He was real, though. He was very real, and every time Adrian noticed him, a chill swept down his spine. Phobia's cruel words, spoken as he stood over Calum's body, echoed back to Adrian again and again. One cannot be odd who has no soul, just as one cannot be brave who has no fear. It was him. Adrian knew it now, had known it the moment Phobia said those hateful words. The note left on her body, the unbridled terror on her face. Phobia had killed Adrian's mother. Adrian sneered, baring his teeth at the villain whose only response was to spin the scythe in a steady circle over his head. The news reports had said that Lady Indomitable had plummeted to her death from a 7-story building. There were no other wounds, no injuries that weren't direct results of the fall. Whatever Phobia had done to her, whatever he had shown her, it had frightened her enough that for a moment she'd forgotten she could fly. She had been petrified, scared literally to death. What didn't make sense was how Nova could possibly be on the side of that thing. But he knew he shouldn't be surprised. His mother had been a renegade. Nova was an anarchist. What did Nova care that Lady Indomitable had been murdered more than 10 years ago? One less superhero to deal with. He was grateful when Phobia finally left, vanishing from the room as silently as he'd come. Cyanide, too, disappeared some time ago, muttering about an experiment, and Adrian hadn't seen the Mirror Walker since they'd arrived. A handful of others had come and gone. A few of them he recognized from past renegade trials, prodigies who, like the Crane, had not been accepted into the Renegades. A few of them he was sure had been wanted for various crimes around the city, frequently hunted by patrol units. It made him wish he'd done more as the Sentinel to track down known criminals and see them apprehended.
"Have I missed any?"
asked Queen Bee, shining a flashlight over Adrian's arms, twisting his wrists against the bindings.
Let's see. That's the fire, the castle wall thing, the jumping, the suit, the... What is this?
She dug a fingernail into his right forearm.
Oh, right, the laser thing.
Her expression switched from jovial to vicious.
I recall that one intimately.
Adrian glowered back. You were trying to kill my father, he said, breaking his own vow of silence. She clucked at him.
Your father shouldn't have stabbed my AC.
Ace was going to kill us all. He shot a look at Nova, half expecting her to offer an opinion, maybe even an argument in his defense, but she stayed silent. Her back was to them, standing just inside the chapel's arched doorway, staring out into a corridor lined with statues. Queen Bee blew a raspberry with her ultra-glossy lips.
He was not going to kill us all, she said. Just you, and everyone you care about.
She winked as if this were all a joke. A hornet was crawling up her earlobe, but she didn't seem to notice.
Now then, Nightmare dear, which one do you think we should start with?
Nova moved almost imperceptibly toward her.
Which what? The tattoos. We can't let him keep them after the trouble they've caused.
Nova shifted again, studying Honey more intently, though her gaze never strayed toward Adrian.
What are you talking about?
Honey sighed dramatically.
We have to cut them out.
She parted the thigh-high slit in her sequin dress and pulled a stiletto knife from her stocking. Adrian tensed.
You're not serious, said Nova.
Honey smirked.
What did you expect?
She tapped the tip of the knife against the immunity tattoo over Adrian's heart. He gulped.
He's immune to Agent N, so we can't just inject him and be done with it, and we can't risk him getting loose and ruining everything. So the tattoos have to go.
She planted a hand on her hip.
If you're squeamish about it, you can busy yourself finding me some bandages.
She batted her lashes at Adrian.
We're not savages, after all.
He ignored her, focusing on Nova instead. He couldn't tell whether or not Queen Bee was just trying to intimidate him, but regardless, he hoped his silent pleading might have an impact on Nova. If only she would look at him.
I think this one goes first,
said Honey, pressing the edge of the blade against his right forearm where the energy beam cannon was drawn.
It'll be my little revenge. Besides, we wouldn't want you to get worked up and blow a hole in our roof. We just finished remodeling.
She angled the knife, its point breaking the skin. Adrian pressed his head back against the altar, his teeth clenched. In the doorway, Nova had crossed her arms tightly over her chest. Her focus was glued to the blade as it cut into his flesh. Adrian inhaled sharply. The pain burned, but he'd suffered worse. Then Honey paused and pulled the knife out.
Unless you'd like to do it,
she said, holding the handle toward Nova.
His powers have brought you a lot more headache than they ever brought me.
Setting her jaw, Nova turned away, back to the corridor. From her stiff posture, Adrian could tell she was uncomfortable with this, but she didn't move to defend him.
Suit yourself,
Honey said. The knife dug into his arm again. He screwed up his face, refusing to so much as grunt as she sliced away the top layers of skin. Once she had finished carving out the tattoo, she used the tip of the blade to flick away the chunk of gouged skin.
That is repulsive,
she said with a snarky titter. She left the wound to bleed freely as she walked around to his other side.
Now, let's see here. Probably the flame next.
She pinched his skin where the spiral of flame was inked. Adrian ignited a ball of fire around his clenched fist. Honey gasped and drew back, shaking out her hand where the flames had singed her fingertips. Then she laughed.
Oh, what a darling trick,
she said, stroking the back of a black hornet with the pad of her thumb.
One that deserves punishment.
The hornet buzzed at Adrian, and it suddenly felt like a searing poker was being jammed into his neck, just below his ear. He screamed, struggling to get away, but the ropes didn't budge.
Honey,
Nova screeched. "Stop it!" The hornet flew away, but the venom continued to burn and throb. Adrian squeezed his eyes tight as hot tears started to brim. The upside was that he hardly noticed the next cut of the knife as Honey Harper carved out the flame tattoo. As the burning venom spread down his torso and into his arms, Adrian dared to open his eyes. He sought out Nova again, desperate. She had her back to him, though, doing nothing as Honey scraped the edge of the knife down his forearm. He thought her shoulders might be shaking, but it could have been his own blurry vision causing the distortion.
"That actually is pretty gross,"
said Honey when she'd finished with the flame tattoo.
"Maybe we can wait and have Leroy do the rest. What do you think, little nightmare?"
Nova didn't respond.
Adrian cast his attention up to the high ceiling beams, which converged into a single point over his head. His whole upper body was on fire now, but as the venom spread, the intensity of the pain lessened, if only incrementally. Inhale, exhale.
"Interesting,"
Honey murmured.
"The swelling is already going down. Usually it lasts a day or more."
The immunity tattoo, Adrian thought. It was protecting him, ridding his system of the venom faster than it otherwise would. But he kept his mouth shut. No point in reminding her about it. Instead, he muttered to himself, "The renegades will come for me, you know." Nova spun around so fast he'd hardly realized she was moving before she was crouched in front of him, her eyes bright with fury and wet with unshed tears.
"No,"
she spat.
"the renegades aren't coming."
He held her gaze, grateful to have her attention for once despite the vitriol in her words. "Yes," he said, "they are, Nova." His mouth curled in a weary smile. "Maybe they're already here." Her brow furrowed briefly in confusion, then she let out a rattled scoff.
"Me?"
she said, standing again.
"You think I'm going to help you after all this?"
"Clearly, I don't know you as well as I thought I did," said Adrian. "But I know you're not one of them, not deep down. You're better than this, Nova." She scowled.
"From the day I met you, you've been saying how Nightmare is a villain. It's practically been your life's mission to hunt me down and destroy me, and now suddenly I'm better than this?"
"Yes," he said emphatically. He'd been having a lot of revelations since he was dragged into this chapel, and a lot of things had begun to make sense. Nova had told him that her uncle rescued her from the murderer who killed her parents, and during the fight at the arena, he was sure he had heard Nightmare call Ace Anarchy Uncle. Ace Anarchy is your family, and you want to be loyal to him. I get that. Sort of. But this isn't you. She leaned toward him and hissed, "You have no idea what I am." His eye caught a glimmer of a chain around her neck, disappearing into her collar. His blood ran cold. "Is that the vitality charm?" Nova straightened, one hand going to her shirt where the medallion must have been hidden underneath. She didn't have to answer. Her expression was all the response he needed. Anger stampeded through him, and he pressed forward against the ropes. "You had it this whole time, even though you knew it was the only way anyone could get close to Max!" She looked momentarily taken aback. Then, setting her jaw, she pulled her jacket's zipper to her throat, glaring. "You can get close to Max just fine." It was Adrian's turn to be surprised. "The Sentinel wasn't affected when he carried Max halfway across the city to the hospital," she said. "How long after discovering the charm did you decide to give yourself that tattoo?" She jerked her chin toward the immunity tattoo. "How long were you planning on keeping it a secret?" His lips pressed tight. He didn't offer an explanation, not when she hadn't bothered to give him one. He only said, "We needed it." "So did we," she spat. A simple statement that did nothing to quell his rising fury. Then Nova waved a hand at Queen Bee. "I'll find some bandages." Adrian shivered, startled that Nova would leave him here alone with Honey Harper and her knife. "Nova, wait."
She ignored him, but had only gone a few steps when Phobia appeared in the corridor towering over her. Adrian drew back against the altar, snarling.
Ace wishes to speak with us,
Phobia said. His hood fluttered, and Adrian had the uneasy sense that Phobia had turned his focus on him.
I'll send one of the rejects to stand watch.
Chapter 41. Nova passed by the room that had once been the cathedral's treasury, where ancient tomes and fine statuary depicting angels and saints would have been stored. Now, it was where Oscar and Dana were tied up, their hands and knees bound with nylon ropes. They both glared at Nova as she passed. She gritted her teeth, wishing she had taken a different path around the nave so as not to have seen them at all. Honey, walking a few paces ahead of her, didn't seem to notice. "Honey," said Nova, jogging forward to be beside her. "Can I ask you a question about phobia?" "Sure, but I probably won't know the answer." Honey flashed her a spooky look. "All these years later, and he still scares me as much as the day he joined us." "How did he join the anarchists?" Honey cocked her head, considering. "He just showed up during a fight against Thunderbird and Lady Indomitable, if I remember right. We were getting whooped. It was me and Animus. He was killed not long after that. I don't think you ever met him. Anyway, I thought we were both dead when Phobia showed up, creepy as ever, and suddenly the renegades were running away terrified. Phobia said he wanted to meet Ace, so we brought him back with us." Nova frowned, not finding the clues she wanted in Honey's story. Why had one of Adrian's own creations wanted to join Ace? "He killed Lady Indomitable, didn't he?" Nova said. Honey glanced at her, surprised. "How did you—" She paused. "Did someone tell you that?" "Adrian told me about a note that was found on her body." "Ah, yes, his notes. I'm glad he stopped leaving those. They were so pretentious." So it was true. Nova had known, and yet a small part of her had held on to the hope that maybe she wasn't allied with the villain who had killed Adrian's mother. "Does this have anything to do with whatever the mirror walker found in your boyfriend's mansion?" said Honey, eyeing her suspiciously. Nova swallowed. Now, continued Honey, before you start spouting off more of your lies, I heard the two of you babbling while we were at the pawn shop. Something about the Everhart boy and phobia and comics? It's complicated, said Nova, having the sinking feeling that she did not want Honey to know the truth about phobia's origin. I think they might be connected somehow, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Honey stopped walking suddenly. Nova froze at the abruptness. "Really?" said Honey, an edge to her voice. "You think our ghastly friend is connected to the Everhart boy? Tell me, what else did you learn from all this detective work?" The hair prickled on the back of Nova's neck. She had the distinct impression that Honey was fishing for something in particular. Was it possible she already knew about phobia's origins? That Adrian himself had created the villain? Or was it something else? "Not much," she lied. "Only that phobia joined the anarchists not all that long before I did. I wanted to check with you. See if that was true." Honey's gaze was long and searching, before a subtle smile pulled across her glistening lips. "It's true, and just like you, he's been an invaluable member ever since." She pushed open a large oak door, leading them into the arcade around the cloister. Nova hesitated, sure there was something Honey wasn't telling her. But the click of Honey's heels on the pavers quickened, making it clear the conversation was over. By the time Honey and Nova reached the chapter house, nearly all their allies were already gathered. Beyond the cathedral, they could hear the first sounds of war pummeling against the barrier Ace had erected. The renegades had arrived and were attacking the wall with a barrage of explosions and weapons. Each impact rattled the ground beneath their feet. So far, the barrier was holding, but Nova knew it wouldn't forever. The renegades may have been weakened, their numbers reduced, but they still weren't powerless. She couldn't help revisiting the conversation in the bell tower again and again, and wishing that things had gone differently. They could be halfway around the world by now, already working to start their new life. Instead, they were under siege, Adrian was their prisoner, and Nova felt smothered under everyone's expectations. Ace expecting her to be the little nightmare he'd raised her to be. The anarchists expecting her to finish the job she'd started and bring down the renegades once and for all. And Adrian expecting her to... what? He couldn't possibly expect her to help him. He must know better by now. She could still feel his stare digging into her, judging and disgusted. But then there were times when he seemed almost hopeful. Always so unnervingly optimistic. Being in Adrian's presence had left her feeling about as strong as a slug in a salt bath. Now, with some distance, she tried to focus on the sounds of war outside their protective shell, and the prodigies who were gathered at her side preparing to win the battle that would give them all a chance at a better life. She was here with Ace, and she was ready to fight, as she'd always intended to do. Soon this would be over, and she could be at ease again. She could be herself. She could be the nightmare the world feared. "I will not wax poetic about our chances for victory," said Ace once everyone was present. "I know we will succeed. The renegades will fall." He spent some time questioning everyone on their respective roles. Had cyanide prepared the necessary chemical reactions? Had Locksmith secured the eastern entrances? And on until he met Nova's eyes. At that moment, there was no familial gentleness in his expression, only an intensity that stopped Nova's heart. "I will commence negotiations once the council have revealed themselves. Is our leverage ready?" She gulped. The leverage was Adrian. He was an asset now, a bargaining chip, just as Ace had always known he would be. For months he had encouraged Nova to get close to Adrian, knowing he could be used against his fathers. Somehow, she'd never pictured it coming to this, though she probably should have. The words caught in her throat, and it was Honey who answered for her. "He'll be ready." Ace held Nova's gaze another moment before nodding. "Take your positions and await my signal." They dispersed. Nova dreaded going back to Adrian, to again be accosted by those looks of hope sprinkled with loathing. She was relieved when Narcissa jogged up to her in the cloister, clutching a stack of familiar comics. Relieved for half a second before Honey called back to her. "I'll go ahead and check on the prisoner. You take your time, sweetness." Bile rose up in Nova's mouth, thinking of Honey and that stiletto knife. But it wasn't her concern, she told herself, fighting every instinct to chase after her. Adrian was no longer her concern. Burying her apprehension, she turned back to Narcissa. "Glad to see you stayed." "Yeah, well," Narcissa kicked at the stone floor. "I promised the rejects I'd help them secure a better future for themselves. We haven't accomplished that yet." "You're right," said Nova, a little darkly. She wondered if any of them, when they'd been plotting their revolution, had foreseen this. "You know now, don't you, about the Sentinel?" Nova tensed. "Yes," she said slowly. "You knew already?" "That's what I wanted to show you the other day." Narcissa started to flip through one of the comics, but a particularly loud explosion above the barrier made her jump, and she dropped the stapled pages. They fell at Nova's feet. When she stooped to pick up the comic, the air caught in her lungs. The pages had opened to the final spread. It showed the main character, the young boy known as Rebel Z, as he transformed into a superhero. The superhero he needed to become in order to seek vengeance on the mad scientist. In the image, he was donning an armored suit, one that was remarkably like the Sentinels. Nova examined the picture, wondering if this would have changed anything if she'd seen it before the attack on the arena. She wondered if it changed anything now. "The comics are actually pretty good," said Narcissa. "It's a shame he never finished the story." Nova swallowed, wondering if it was okay for her to hope that maybe, someday, he'd get a chance to. "Thanks for showing me this," she said. "But you were right before. It doesn't change much at this point." Nova started to head back to the chapel where Adrian, kind, righteous Adrian, was shackled to a cold altar. But as she rounded the nearest corner, she crashed into Honey Harper. Without pretense, Honey plucked the comic book out of Nova's hand. "Hey!" said Nova. Too late to grab it back as Honey spun out of reach and started making her way down the corridor, flipping through the pages. "So, this is what's caused so much interest between you and the Mirror Girl," said Honey, turning the pages this way and that, inspecting the drawings with an air of derision. "What is it exactly?" "It's nothing," stammered Nova. "Give it back, Honey." "I take it our young artist drew it," she continued, ignoring Nova. "Must have been a while ago. He's certainly improved, hasn't he?" She chuckled. "Not that I can do any better." She suddenly stopped walking. She was gripping the comic in both hands, carelessly creasing the brittle pages in her fists. "Is that who I think it is?" "Doesn't really matter," said Nova. "We already knew he was the Sentinels, so..." She trailed off, noticing the page that Honey had landed on. It didn't show Rebel Z in the Sentinel's armor. Rather, it showed a shrouded figure with bony fingertips and nothing but shadows where a face should be. "He drew that when he was like 11, said Nova. He'd probably heard about phobia from back during the Age of Anarchy. He could have inspired this villain thing. Honey shut the comic, her eyes shimmering with a glee that sent a chill down Nova's spine. "You don't believe that," said Honey. "I overheard you two talking. There are more drawings, aren't there? Some not quite so recent?" She didn't wait for Nova to answer, which was just as well because Nova wasn't sure what to say. She didn't want to lie to Honey, but she could already see Honey's mind calculating what this meant. Suddenly, Honey let out a barking laugh and clapped one hand over her mouth. My, she said through her fingers. "That little artiste! And he has no idea, does he?" "It doesn't matter. There's no reason to." "Oh, I beg to differ," she said, pivoting on her heels. "I cannot wait to see this. Honey, no, wait!" Nova chased after her and grabbed the comic, hoping that would stop Honey. But she hardly seemed to notice as she made her way back through the cathedral's corridors. "Honey, please, we need to stay focused. This doesn't mean anything." Honey cast a smirk at her. "Careful, Nightmare. I'm beginning to think you might actually feel bad for the hostage." Nova winced and ceased her pleading, but she stayed on Honey's heels, dread filling her with every step.
Adrian had never been afraid of bees before, but then he'd never had the creatures crawling over him like tiny guards with fat, striped abdomens and needle-like stingers that twitched every time he moved. Though one of the villains had put gauze over the deep gashes in his arms, the blood had soaked through in spots, and the bees seemed particularly attracted to it, forming little clusters on the bandages. He tried to distract himself by thinking of the creatures not as harbingers of venom and pain, but rather of little miracles of nature. He didn't know how many species Queen Bee had control of, but he'd counted 9 different varieties while he'd been sitting here by himself. Some all black and fluffy like a caterpillar, others that were sleek and metallic blue with a wingspan as wide as Dana's butterflies, black and yellow stripes, black and red stripes, long, narrow bodies that looked more like a dragonfly, and thick, shiny-shelled bodies that looked more like a beetle, and everything in between. He was beginning to think his efforts at distraction might have been misplaced when he heard footsteps in the hall. Queen Bee appeared with a toothy grin that immediately set Adrian on edge again, wondering what new torture she was devising. It was foolish, he knew, but he couldn't help but be relieved when Nova came in right behind her. Not that she'd done anything to stop Queen Bee from cutting out his tattoos. "I've just learned the most delectable secret about you," Queen Bee said, clasping her hands in front of her face. Nova opened her mouth to say something, but stopped herself and shut it again with a grimace. "I wonder if you can guess what it is." Queen Bee sat down beside Adrian, her arm pressed against his. Hairspray clogged his lungs and he angled his head away, but she didn't seem to notice. "I'll give you a hint. It has to do with our eerie skeletal friend who likes to go on and on about fear and courage and blah." She rolled her eyes in mock disgust. Jaw tightening, Adrian glanced up at Nova in disbelief before glowering sidelong at Queen Bee. "Phobia killed my mother," he said through his teeth. "It's not a secret anymore, but wow, I sure am glad it's been so amusing for you." Rather than seem disappointed, Queen Bee gasped and pressed a hand dramatically to the base of her throat. "That's right! He did kill Lady Indomitable. Why," her eyes glinted cruelly, "that just makes all of this even richer, doesn't it?" "Honey," said Nova, her voice cutting, "it's not a game." "Oh, lighten up," said Queen Bee, flicking a few fingers toward her. "You've been frolicking around the city with your renegade friends for months now. It's time I got to have some fun, too." She winked at Adrian, but then her expression became thoughtful. She placed a hand on his forearm right over his wound, squeezing just enough to make him flinch. A few of the bees deserted him and started making their way up her limbs instead. "I've just had a thought. Do you believe in arch enemies? You know, that a hero and a villain are destined to be locked in an eternal battle forever and ever until they finally destroy each other? Because I always thought the idea was a bit too clean-edged, if you know what I mean. Ace Anarchy and your dear dad notwithstanding, but I'm beginning to wonder, because it's just so—" She tapped a finger against her shiny, sticky lips. "Perfect. Your own mother, the person you must have loved more than any other in this world, cruelly snatched away from you by your very own creation." Adrian blinked at her and would have gone on blinking at her, except a hornet decided at that moment to try and climb into his ear, and he let out a yelp and roughly shook his head. "Oh, allow me," said Queen Bee, scooping her finger against his earlobe and lifting the creature away. Adrian shuddered. "What are you talking about? My creation?" "See for yourself, Nightmare." Nova hadn't moved from the entryway, and for the first time Adrian noticed she was holding something. A stack of papers. She seemed reluctant to give them up. She seemed reluctant to do anything more than stand there, shoulders tensed and face borderline apologetic, but he didn't think it was the capturing, the tying up, or the torturing that she was sorry for, which made him go cold with suspicion. "What is she talking about?" he demanded. Nova still didn't move, still didn't speak. "Don't be shy. Our guest asked you a question." Honey got to her feet and grabbed the papers away from Nova, who didn't resist. "Now let's see, where was it?" As she started flipping through pages, Adrian realized what they were. His comics. He sneered. "The Sentinel isn't exactly a secret anymore either, you know." "Patience, patience," said Queen Bee. She flipped through the whole comic, the third and final one Adrian had made, the one where Rebel Z first donned the armored suit and transformed himself into a superhero intent on revenge. Reaching the end, she frowned and started flipping back the other way, turning the pages carelessly in her haste. He heard some of the paper rip. She reached the front again and heaved a sigh. Holding the comic up by just the front cover, she tilted her head to the side and started flipping through the pages again, as if this new perspective would help. Adrian raised an eyebrow at Nova. Groaning, Nova finally stepped forward into the room and yanked the pages out of Queen Bee's hand. Dropping to her knees in front of Adrian, she set the third issue of the comic aside and found the first issue in the stack, the one where Rebel Z was captured by power-hungry villains, kept locked up and tortured while all his friends suffered around him. It was all sounding eerily prophetic. Adrian tried not to think about that as he watched his old drawings flip past. Though he knew it hardly mattered at the moment, he couldn't help cringing at the awkward facial features and the hands that resembled pudgy starfish. Nova stopped on a page where one of the kidnapped kids was being tortured and turned the book around, holding it up for him to see. He took in the drawing and couldn't help the twinge of surprise that coursed through him. One of the kidnapped children was dead, still strapped to a medical table while the doctor and a nurse watched in the background. A shadowy figure was rising up from the boy's body, like a wisp of formless black smoke, but with a single bony hand pointing at the boy's dead eyes. It had been a long time since Adrian had seen the comics. He vaguely remembered the skeletal hands, the dark, shadowy cloak. He vaguely remembered how this phantom creature was intended to get stronger over the course of the series and become one of Rebel Z's most feared enemies. He vaguely remembered what the creature became, a villain crafted from fear and death, who had no face, no soul, and a mean-looking scythe that Adrian had thought would be fun to use in future epic fight scenes. It took only a second to guess at what Nova and Queen Bee were suggesting. But what they were suggesting was ludicrous. "What's your point?" he said, glaring at her over the top of the page. Nova lowered the comic. "I think this is phobia," she said, with such tenderness that he felt his fury flare irrationally. "That," he said, nodding toward the book, "is the disembodied soul of a troubled kid who's been used as a science experiment by an evil branch of the government." "Oh," said Queen Bee, clapping her hands. "I would read that." Sighing, Nova set the comic back on the floor. "It's not just these comics. I've seen your drawings from when you were little, really little. The phantom from your dreams, you drew it a lot, and over time it was turning into this." She pointed at the page again. Adrian let out a hoarse laugh. "Hold on, you really think I created him? Phobia?" Nova pressed her lips until they went white. There was so much pity in her eyes that Adrian wanted to scream. Had he really been relieved to see her only a few minutes ago? "It fits the timeline," she said. "It fits what little we know about phobia. It explains why no one has any idea who he was or where he came from. He just appeared out of nowhere and right around the time that you would have been old enough to start drawing him." "I would have been 4, he said. "Maybe 5. I might be good, but I'm not that good." She shook her head. "It's not about skill, though, is it?" He scowled, biting back his irritation. She was right. His superpower didn't work based on how good of an artist he was. It worked through his intention, through what he believed his drawings could become. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I would remember creating that." "Would you?" interjected Queen Bee. She was still smiling, as if she were enjoying a particularly saucy soap opera. "Do you remember every drawing you made when you were 4 years old, maybe 5? He glared at her even as his breaths began to quicken. Of course he didn't remember every drawing. His mom had once joked that Gatlin City would have to open a new paper factory with how many pages and pages of crayon scribbles he was creating. "There's also that phrase he uses," said Nova. "The one he would leave on his victims?" Adrian glared at her. "What about it?" "You told me it's like something your mom used to say, about being brave. I think you fed him that line, or your brain did when you were little. You created him with that thought in mind." His heart was pounding hard now, threatening to break through his own rib cage. "No," he said firmly. "It's impossible." "And Adrian, Nova's face contorted, twisting with pain. He works through people's biggest fears, and you told me that back then your greatest fear was that someday your mother would leave and she would never come back. A shiver raced down his spine. He tore his gaze away from her, staring instead into the shadowed corner where phobia had loitered not all that long ago. His mother's murderer. It wasn't possible. Adrian didn't. He couldn't have. I'm so sorry, Nova whispered.
What's to be sorry about? Tittered Honey Harper. We should thank you. Phobia may not be the most charming of roommates, but he has proven to be an effective villain.
Honey, please, said Nova. Could you just go away? Queen Bee flashed Adrian a haughty, victorious smile, and it was that look filled with such delight that made it seem almost real. His lungs spasmed, pushing out what little air he had left.
Of course, Nightmare, said Honey. I'll just give you some time alone. Let our young hero come to terms with the fact that when you think about it, he pretty much murdered his own mother. Honey?
Queen Bee left the chapel, her own squealing laughter echoing after her. Nova rubbed her temple. Adrian, it isn't your fault. You have to know that. You were just a kid. There's no way you could have known what you were—
Stop!
The sound was so cold, so harsh, Adrian almost didn't believe it had come from his own mouth. But it worked. Nova fell silent. His lungs were no longer cooperating. It felt impossible to make his chest expand enough against the ropes that were growing tighter by the second, digging into his flesh. Cold sweat was beading across his bare back. The altar had suddenly become unbearably cold. Phobia was a villain, an anarchist responsible for countless deaths, including Adrian's own mother's. Nova reached for him, but he whipped his head away and she froze. It's impossible, he said again, more viciously this time. My creations don't last this long. They die. They fade away after a few weeks, maybe months, but not years. He shook his head. There's no way I created phobia. Adrian, Nova started again, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to comfort him, but how could she? They were enemies. That much was perfectly clear. If that's true, then how do you explain the drawings, the timing of it all, the similarities? Coincidence, he spat. Nova rocked back on her heels, and he could tell that she wanted to believe him, but didn't. He snarled, his voice rising. I didn't make that monster, Nova. Do you really think I'd be capable of that? After a hesitation, she slowly shook her head. No, she whispered. But I'm not sure I believe in coincidences anymore either. The clatter of Honey's shoes reverberated through the chapel again, and she appeared in the doorway a moment later. I know that probably wasn't enough time to come to terms with this dreadful new information, she said, smiling sweetly at Adrian. The good news is, you'll soon be put out of your misery. She beamed at Nova. Ace wants us in the bell tower. Chapter 42. Nova seemed sensitive to the ragged wounds on Adrian's forearms, but Queen Bee showed no qualms about grabbing his bare arms as they hauled Adrian to his feet. What's happening in the bell tower? He asked. Only your doom, Honey said with a giggle. Adrian glowered at her. Is that a dressy occasion? Because someone sort of destroyed my shirt. Believe me, that's the least of your worries, said Honey, patting him on the shoulder. Nova took a handgun from her belt, and though she didn't aim it at him, the threat was implied. Adrian shook his head at her, still reeling from the absurd suggestion that he might have created phobia. You're not going to shoot me. Nova gave him a look, and it was so hollow and unfamiliar that Adrian immediately wanted to take the words back. At least she was looking at him, though, and with something more than just pity over his supposed creation. He held the gaze until she was forced to turn away. Despite everything, it remained impossible for him to imagine Nova shooting him. He had been wrong about her in so many ways, but this his mind refused to compromise on. Nova was not going to kill him. This much he had to believe. But would she stand by and do nothing once the other anarchists decided he'd served his usefulness? That he couldn't be so sure about. It was very likely that he was going to die in this cathedral. Maybe it would be Ace Anarchy himself who did the honors. Or even Phobia. Phobia. His mother's murderer. An abomination, maybe, but not one that Adrian had anything to do with. He was sure of that. Wasn't he? He couldn't fend off a sting of doubt. Honey and Nova had been persuasive, and the drawings did look like the villain, but Phobia had been tormenting renegades for years. Probably Adrian's art had been inspired by the villain on a subconscious level. It didn't prove anything. Besides, nothing he'd made had ever lived half as long before. Why would Phobia be different? He shuddered at the very implication that if Nova was right, he had created his mother's killer. But it wasn't true. It couldn't be true. He tightened his jaw and tried to convince himself that this was just a mind game they were playing with him, something to distract him, to leave him disheartened and hopeless. That's all this was. Nova and Queen Bee took him down a corridor of watchful statues and past the main altar, then into the north transept. Queen Bee carried the lantern, which offered them enough light to see by, if not enough to fully illuminate the shadowed corners. Nova pulled open a heavy wood door and cocked her head, indicating for Adrian to go first. He found himself trudging up a marble staircase that wrapped the walls of a large square tower. He could hear the renegades from here, their attacks drumming against the erected barrier. Though the leaded windows were too narrow to escape through, he kept searching the world beyond them for any sign of what was happening outside. But all he could see were glimpses of the dome and the darkness that filled it. The renegades hadn't breached it yet. They passed 2 stories and then ducked through another narrower door into the top half of the tower. The steps changed from marble to wood. They had reached a place where visitors and worshippers would not have entered, where only bell ringers might once have trod. The staircase seemed to spiral into eternity, disappearing into shadows overhead. The windows were still Gothic style, leaded glass surrounded by stone moldings, but otherwise this section of the tower was simple and utilitarian. Undecorated walls and supportive wooden beams cross-hatched between the rickety stairs. Adrian climbed. The wood beneath his bare feet was worn to velvet smoothness, and he was grateful that Honey hadn't started her mutilations with his feet. Otherwise, this trek would have been torturous. They rounded a corner to another flight of steps, and he took the chance to glance back at Nova. She bristled and jabbed the barrel of the gun into his back. At the top of a particularly steep, narrow section of the staircase, they came to a solid wooden platform overhead. Nova reached past Adrian to push up the trap door, doing everything in her power to avoid touching him as she did. The door fell back with a thud, and a cloud of dust rained down through the opening. Adrian angled his face away, coughing. "Heroes first," cooed Honey Harper. It was awkward to climb the last of the tiny steps without being able to use his hands for balance, but Adrian managed to do it without falling on his face. He found himself in the belfry, where 2 enormous bells hung in the center of the tower, along with a series of smaller bells suspended in the openings around the exterior walls. The windows here had no glass, allowing the bell's music to ring outward over the surrounding neighborhood. Back when there had been a surrounding neighborhood. Up here, the sounds of war were more pronounced, each strike on the enormous shield reverberating through the floorboards at their feet. Explosions, grinding and chopping, a steady clanging that battered against the dome again and again. Adrian couldn't help but wonder what sort of damage the renegades could have done if they hadn't suffered so many casualties at the arena. As it was, he was proud to hear them putting up such a ferocious fight. He was led to a window where one of the smaller bells was hung a few feet overhead, where he could view the dead, faded wastelands. Ace's barrier rose up a couple of 100 feet ahead of them, blocking out the city, blocking out the sky. To his surprise, Queen Bee extinguished the lantern. Though it wasn't pitch black, it was dark enough that for a moment, Adrian could barely see the anarchists' outlines. Then Nova lit a few of her micro-flares and tossed them out the window. Some landed on the pitched roof of the cathedral below, a couple on the wide arcade that ran along the northern side of the church. A few more fell into the barren land beyond. Though they succeeded in pushing away some of the darkest shadows, their faint light only served to make the atmosphere even more menacing. Realizing that Nova's attention was on the front of the cathedral, Adrian followed the look and saw figures emerging onto the roofs of the two western towers that framed the grand cathedral entrance. His blood cooled to see phobia among them. Ace Anarchy himself appeared, recognizable by the helmet that seemed to have its own faint glow. The villain lifted his arms dramatically, and Adrian felt both Nova and Queen Bee tense beside him. The collection of debris that had been forged together to build the dome began to rattle. Rivulets of dust streamed down. Straight ahead, directly facing the cathedral's western facade, a slim shard of light appeared unexpectedly from the base of the barrier. Not sunlight, but something blinding white and artificial, as if there were a giant spotlight trained on the barrier. Like massive doors opening, the wall peeled back on either side of the breach. Metal and wood and stone grated against one another, folding inward until an arched tunnel had opened between the wasteland and the world beyond. Adrian squinted against the unexpected onslaught of light, a swath cutting its way straight through to the main entryway of the church. For a moment, all fell still. Adrian wondered what the renegades would do with this open invitation, one that could only be a trap. As soon as the pathway had been cleared, the assault on the dome's exterior ceased. A heady silence filled the space. Adrian felt the hair standing up on his arms, apprehension hanging in the air with an electric charge. They waited. In the stillness, he could hear Nova's breathing. Though she was right beside him, she seemed to be taking care not to touch him, and strangely enough, he translated this as a sign that she still cared for him. He had a heightened awareness of her proximity, and he couldn't help believing that if she felt nothing for him, then she wouldn't be taking such care to avoid an occasional brush of skin. He stopped himself before his thoughts could travel much further down that path, because it raised a series of uncomfortable questions about his own feelings, questions he wasn't prepared to face. Not when Nova was wearing a black hooded jacket and holding a gun to his side. Funny, he thought, how he'd been so ready to write off their relationship as nothing more than a game to her back when she'd been arrested. But now he found himself resisting the idea. Maybe, after having gone through those doubts once already, his heart was refusing to go through them again. Maybe denial was easier. His dangerous thoughts were interrupted by a cruel chuckle from Honey Harper. "Jackpot," she whispered. A figure had appeared in the opening, a single silhouette, and one that Adrian recognized immediately. Broad shoulders, accented by armored pads, muscled arms and legs in skin-tight lycra, hair glinting gold in the light, not a lock out of place. Captain Chromium entered, his head high as he stepped through the tunnel into the wasteland. He carried a long chromium chain in one hand and the silver spear in the other. Every bit the superhero who had first risen to power in the Age of Anarchy. As soon as he crossed the threshold of Ace's barrier, the wall rumbled and closed up tight behind him. An enraged cry could be heard from the renegades left behind on the other side, and Captain Chromium paused. When he realized he was alone, he squared his shoulders and faced the cathedral, taking in Ace Anarchy and the villains gathered on the front towers. He stopped halfway across the wasteland and plunged the end of the pike into the ground. He looked ready to destroy the anarchists single-handedly, and Adrian almost believed he could do it.
"Hello again, dear friend," said Ace, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "Are you missing something? Or someone?"
If the taunting had an effect on the captain, it was impossible to tell. He kept his gaze locked on Ace Anarchy, cool and unflustered.
"We've had this fight too many times already, Alec," he said.
The silence, combined with the enclosed dome, made for an echo that carried his voice all the way to the top of the bell tower.
"Are we really going to have it again?"
"Oh, I hope so," said Ace. "I have plans for a different outcome this time."
You know you can't defeat me."
Ace laughed.
It is refreshing to see that your arrogance has not changed in all this time. Let's remember last time we stood here, you only bested me with the help of a baby.
Adrian shivered at the mention of Max.
"This is pointless," said Captain Chromium. "You know you can't kill me. What are you hoping to accomplish here?"
Well, to start, said Ace, I've long harbored fantasies of chaining you to a tank and watching you sink to the bottom of the ocean, never to be heard from again.
All so you can have control over a city that doesn't want you?
I'll be satisfied with revenge at this point. Revenge for 10 years of being powerless, while you ran around belittling who we are and what we are capable of. Your trials have turned prodigies into a sideshow, and the way you pander to the media is disgusting. You care more for your own reputation, for the citizens' approval, than for taking care of your own. And maybe that was going well for a while. You were idolized, you were adored. But how has it been working out for you lately?
My job is to make this world safer for everyone, civilians and prodigies, said the captain. Which would be a lot easier if we weren't always having to defend ourselves from villains like you.
Those civilians treated us like abominations,
Ace roared.
Don't you remember what it was like before I decided it was time for things to change? They hunted us, they tortured us, they murdered innocent babies, all in fear of what they might become. And they will turn on us again if we don't keep them in their place.
What place is that? Should we just enslave them for our own purposes then?
Why not? Said Ace. You know it's what they would have done to us if they'd been able to manage it.
The captain shook his head.
With you in power, all anyone knew was fear. I've worked too hard to clean up your messes. I won't let you do this again.
Ace scoffed.
I'll admit I did make some mistakes, but I've learned from them. It isn't enough to destroy the existing world order. You must destroy it and then rebuild the world to fit your vision.
No, Alec. We have been given a gift. We should use these gifts to better society, not just to stoke our own egos, not just to put ourselves on pedestals.
Ace chuckled in amusement.
How trite coming from you! I have never known a time when you didn't put yourself on a pedestal. Besides, you're wrong, my old friend. We have no obligation to use our powers to help the people of this world, not after what they did to us. Our only obligation is to ourselves, and once prodigies are no longer governed by fear or arbitrary codes, they will recognize their place. We will soon be in a second age of anarchy, but this time we will not be villains. We will be gods.
The captain shook his head.
You're delusional, Alec. You can't defeat me.
I don't have to defeat you, my old friend. You are going to defeat yourself. Soon you will know what it means to feel powerless, just how you left me all those years ago. Cyanide, if you'll do the honors.
Cyanide reached into an inside pocket of his trench coat. Captain Chromium tensed, eyes narrowing. The villain pulled something small from the pocket and held it up. Adrian leaned forward. Is that a flask? Queen Bee shushed him. The flask was lifted from his grip and sent drifting toward the captain below. Hugh snarled and braced himself, angling the pike toward the flask as it came to hover an arm's length in front of his face.
My chief chemist has distilled a particularly potent batch of the substance you call Agent N, said Ace. We wanted to try a little experiment to see if you are, in fact, invincible to your own poison. All you have to do is drink it. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, Ace said slowly, we're going to kill your son.
This, too, brought no reaction from the captain, who had probably been expecting it. His voice remained steady, if also cut through with a new edge.
For all I know, he's already dead. You think I would waste a perfectly good hostage?
Ace swept an arm toward the bell tower.
Behold, safe and sound.
Queen Bee reignited the oil lantern, filling the belfry with its subtle, steady light and drawing his dad's attention up to them. Relief brightened the captain's face.
I'm fine, Adrian yelled. Don't worry about me.
He was surprised at how confident he sounded. Beside him, Nova lifted the gun so his dad could see it, holding it against Adrian's temple. Adrian turned his head to look at her, not shying away even as the cool barrel pressed into his forehead. You're not fooling me with that. She ignored him, her focus on the scene below. Ace chuckled.
As you can see, he's very much not fine, which leaves you with a decision to make. Sacrifice him to protect your own powers, or sacrifice yourself and save the boy you raised from childhood, who has already suffered so much in his young life. It is a difficult choice. Let us see how much you truly care for your greater good.
Hugh scrutinized the side of the bell tower and the roof of the cathedral, and Adrian could imagine him trying to plot out another option, a way to be the hero as he always was.
Don't waste our time, said Ace.
The flask bobbed in the air.
This deal comes with an expiration. Besides, it may not even affect you. Your invincibility may yet hold. How will we know if we don't try?
Don't! Adrian yelled. Don't do! Queen Bee grabbed his head and slammed it against the stone window frame. He grunted and fell to one knee, his head ringing like the bell above. The blow throbbed through his skull and into his teeth. She held him down with his head bent over the windowsill. Adrian was about to lift his chin again, prepared to show Honey and Nova, Ace and his dad just how defiant he could be, when he heard a click and felt the gun pressing against his scalp. He released a dry laugh.
Come on, Nova.
Stop talking, she growled. He lifted his head as much as he could. Hugh was watching him, horror pulsing beneath his strong exterior. Maybe he'd been wrong yet again. Maybe Nova would kill him. Maybe that, too, would be its own sort of justice. He had trusted her so deeply, welcomed her into the Renegades without hesitation, begun to fall in love with her. It was, in part, due to his own blindness that she'd managed to cause so much grief. Adrian forced himself to be calm. He let his body relax. He lifted his chin, pressing the back of his head hard against the gun. He held his dad's gaze and tried to convey what they both knew to be true. Hugh Everhart could not sacrifice himself. If Adrian was going to die today, he needed to die knowing that the Renegades would persevere, that they would stop Ace Anarchy, that they would end this war between heroes and villains, again, for good this time. He wished he could convey these thoughts to his dad. He believed in him and the organization he had created, even if he had fought against so many of their rules. He wasn't afraid to die. He was a superhero, the son of Lady Indomitable, and also the Dread Warden and Captain Chromium. Being prepared to sacrifice himself for the greater good was a part of the job description. And they both knew that Adrian was not the superhero this city needed. Captain Chromium was. As he stared, he saw something enter his father's eyes. An apology? Driving the pike back into the ground, he grabbed the flask from the air and unscrewed the lid with his thumb. "No!" Adrian screamed. His father threw his head back and drank it. Heart pounding, Adrian watched. They all watched as Captain Chromium turned over the flask to show that it was empty before dropping it into the dirt. They waited. Adrian wondered what the physical indications would be. Would his muscles begin to shrink? Would the chromium chain and spear melt away as Ruby's bloodstone had? Captain Chromium yanked the spear from the ground, gripping it in his fist while the seconds ticked by. 10, 20, 30. The air came rushing back into Adrian's lungs, and he found himself laughing as the truth sank in for all of them. It hadn't worked. His invincibility had held.
"How disappointing," said Ace. "But there is more than one way to destroy a hero."
He gestured toward the bell tower.
"Nightmare, you were once forced to watch as your loved ones were murdered in front of you due to the negligence of this man who calls himself a hero. Today, you will have your revenge. Today, Captain Chromium will know what pain you felt as he, too, witnesses the death of the person most precious to him. I sentence Adrian Everhart to death. Nightmare, you may have the honors."
"No!" Hugh screamed. Even as Adrian lifted his head, refusing to cower from his fate, Captain Chromium pulled back his arm and heaved the spear with all his extraordinary might at the bell tower. He sent it straight at Nova.
Chapter 43. Nova stumbled back from the window. At the same moment, Adrian shoved his shoulder against her side, knocking her to the floor. The javelin flew over Adrian's head, missing him by inches, and lodged itself into one of the wooden beams supporting the bells. A cloud of dust exploded across the belfry. Dizzy with the rush of adrenaline, Nova pushed herself onto her elbows and gaped at Adrian. He stared back at her, seemingly as surprised as she was. Honey Harper laughed. "What was that? Did you just save her life? Oh, darling, if you weren't so disgustingly noble, I'd be half in love with you myself." Adrian didn't look away from Nova. "She saved my life once," he said. "A few times, actually." Nova swallowed. Outside, she heard the captain still screaming. The sound was rife with anger and fear and the promise that he would annihilate anyone who laid a finger on his son. Catching her breath, Nova forced herself to turn away from Adrian and all the emotions scrawled across his face. The intensity, the openness. "She saved my life once." She had not dropped the gun, though her hand was trembling as she climbed back to her feet and returned to the window. The captain was sprinting toward the entrance of the cathedral. The villain stood motionless on the western towers, watching him come. Nova couldn't tell if they were nervous that this supposedly invincible superhero was ready to demolish the church in search of Adrian. But they did still have strength in numbers, and the advantage of the higher ground, and familiarity with the cathedral, and Ace. They still had Ace. But Ace wasn't paying attention to his arch-enemy, Nova realized with a start. He was watching her. His mouth moved, but in the burgeoning noise, she could no longer hear him. He frowned and beckoned to Megaphone at his side. A moment later, Megaphone's voice boomed through the enclosed space. "You did want to see an execution, didn't you? Then so be it." Ace nodded at Nova. Shivering, she lifted the gun. Adrian didn't move as she angled it against his temple again. Her heart ricocheted inside her chest. Captain Chromium released another war cry, dragging the chain behind him as he ran. It seemed like he intended to tear the church apart stone by stone. Anything to stop Nova, anything to keep Adrian safe. He was halted as a series of wooden timbers dislodged from the arched dome and crashed in front of him. He roared, and with a single punch, the first beam splintered. The captain grabbed another and heaved it aside, then planted his palm on the third beam and launched himself over it like a hurdle. But for every obstacle he crossed, another was ready to take its place. Rubber tires, iron gates, cinder blocks. Ace was toying with him. He wasn't worried that his longtime rival was using all his strength to get to the church, to get to Adrian. Ace cast Nova another questioning look, this one tinged with suspicion. She adjusted the gun in her hand, put the barrel against Adrian's skin. He was facing forward, his focus locked on the struggle below. His glasses had slipped slightly down his nose. Nova watched the dip of his lashes as he blinked, the steady rise and fall of his shoulders. Pull the trigger, Nova. The gun became heavy. The handle felt slick in her palm. Adrian's lips parted. His gaze shifted in her direction. He was still shirtless, his wounds still bleeding through the gauze, and she knew he must be in pain. And yet, he was so still, so steady. Just waiting. Pull the trigger. His father made the choice for you, little nightmare. She startled. Ace had taken to the air. He was levitating over the nave's steep roof. And now, he continued, we must keep our word. We do not make idle threats. She tried to nod, but wasn't sure she succeeded. This time, she didn't look down at Adrian. That would make it easier. To not see him. To not feel his breaths moving through her. To not remember the steady drum of his heartbeat as she'd once rested her head on his chest. Her lips moved this time, saying the words to herself. Just pull the trigger. That was all she had to do, and Ace would be proud, and Captain Chromium would be devastated, and the anarchists would win. Her family would finally win. Her own breaths came in strangled hiccups. She was that frightened little girl all over again, staring at the unconscious body of the man who had murdered her family. She was petrified, unable to squeeze her finger, to take that one small action that would avenge her family's deaths. Her father, her mother, Evie, all that she had loved, stolen from her so brutally, so carelessly. Her arms started to shake. This was supposed to be her revenge, and yet it wasn't the revenge she'd longed for. This was pain of an entirely new sort. She couldn't lose Adrian, too. A roar came from below, followed by a crash. Ace turned back. The captain had made it around the front facade and begun scaling the cathedral's northern wall. The crash had been a saintly stone statue being thrown to the ground and shattering. Ace's hands curled into claws. He lowered himself onto one of the stone buttresses, snarling as the captain launched himself from pillar to window arch, gargoyle to finial. Every time he landed, he punched a new hole into the stonework, forming handholds for himself as he pulled his body higher. Ace lifted his hands toward the captain, but Nova wouldn't know what happened next. A hand snatched something from her belt. She gasped and swiveled around. Honey had taken her knife. "For all the diabolical schemes," said Honey. "If you can't do it, then I will." Honey grabbed Adrian's forehead and yanked his head back. She reached around, prepared to drag the knife against his throat. "No!" Nova grabbed Honey's arm and wrestled it away. Swinging them both around, she gritted her teeth and shoved Honey back against the wall. "Please!" It was a pathetic plea, a begging, desperate plea. Honey's expression was startled, though it quickly darkened. She shoved Nova away. Nova stumbled but caught herself. She still held the gun, but she wouldn't aim it at Honey, her ally, her friend. "I thought we were past this," Honey growled. "He's a renegade, Nova. He's one of them." "I know," she said, her voice sounding weak, even in her own head. "I know." It was all she could think to say, because Honey was right, and there was no way for her to explain that at this moment, she didn't care. She couldn't even ask Honey not to hurt him. She couldn't suggest that they let him go because where would he go? And what would Ace think? But still, she'd thought she could do it. She'd thought, for Ace, for the anarchists, for her family, for this world, she could do it if that's what it took for Ace's vision to come true, for the renegades to be destroyed once and for all prodigies to have freedom from tyranny, for the balance of power to tip back toward actual balance. But she'd been wrong. She couldn't kill him. She couldn't do it. And she couldn't stand there and watch him be killed either. Not this boy, who had given her a quiet, dreamless sleep, who had given her a star, who had given her hope. Not him. Not Adrian. Honey's face twisted. Then Nova heard the buzzing. She had barely cocked her head when the first wasp landed above her elbow and drove its stinger into her skin. Nova had seen Honey's bees at work, had heard the screams of agony. But nothing had prepared her for this. It was a burning nail being plunged into her flesh. Nova screamed. The gun clattered to the floor. A second sting pierced her thigh, a third beneath her shoulder blade, a fourth on her shin. Each one speared into her, more painful than she could have imagined. And they kept coming, scorching needles being driven into her again and again and again. "Stop!" she wailed, collapsing against a wall. "Honey, stop!" Every instinct told her to run, to throw herself from the tower, if it would only get her away from here. But one thought kept her there, despite the pain. If she ran, Honey would kill Adrian. "Please!" she cried, swatting away a crimson hornet. "Honey!" She gasped as a stinger burrowed into her chest. "This is wrong, Honey! We don't need to fight them anymore!" "Is that so?" Honey yelled. "So what? You thought you'd keep one as your boyfriend? Or forgive his councilman father? You've never understood, Nova. You were always too young to understand." Another sting plunged into the soft flesh behind Nova's ear. She tried to cover her head and neck as hot tears blurred her vision. She could feel them everywhere, not just the venomous stings, but their legs crawling across her skin, their wings beating against her hair, the deafening buzz all around her. Her hazy vision landed on the bare skin of Honey's ankle. Her power pulsed through her, more desperate than she had ever felt it before. She only needed to touch her. She threw herself forward, arm outstretched. Honey lifted her foot and slammed her heel down onto the back of Nova's hand. Nova screamed. "Nice try," said Honey. She lifted her shoe and kicked Nova's hand away. "Ace gave you an order, and if you can't follow through, then I will. Captain Chromium took everything from us. Everything! And now," she rounded on Adrian, still leaning against the wall, his hands bound behind his back. "Now I will take everything from him!" She lunged. Adrian sidestepped. Honey crashed into the window ledge, knocking over the oil lantern. The flame extinguished as it fell and rolled a few feet across the timber floor, oil spilling behind it. Honey pivoted, swinging the knife gracelessly through the air. Adrian kept backing away, dodging her swings as best as he could, watching his footing on the uneven boards. The blade nicked his shoulder. Nova tried to focus, but her thoughts were dull with pain, her movements involuntary as she contorted and writhed, trying desperately to escape the swarm. Her blurry attention landed on the gun. Her brain was slowed by the agony, the way her entire body felt like it was smoldering from within. Adrian's back hit a wooden support beneath the bells. Honey grinned. Adrian buckled forward suddenly, crying out in pain. A black wasp was crawling over his shoulder. He spun, trying to knock it away, driving himself right toward Honey. A howl tore from Nova's throat. She raised the gun, sweat dripping into her eye. Another stinger stabbed Nova's wrist. Honey lifted the knife, preparing to drive it into Adrian's chest. Nova locked her jaw around another scream and pulled the trigger. The kickback sent her flying into the stone wall. The gun blew out of her hand, ricocheting off one of the smaller bells with a resounding clang before it careened out of the tower window. Nova fell onto her side just as another sting shot through her knee, and she whimpered, wishing it would stop, pleading for it to stop. And suddenly, it did. Not the pain, but the volley of stings at least. Nova sobbed and trembled as the hornets covering her body began to take flight. They returned to Honey, returned to their queen whose body lay crookedly across the old wooden floor, A small pool of blood was forming beneath her cloud of yellow hair. Nova blinked back her tears, watching as the bees moved across Honey's flesh. They seemed to be inspecting her. Nova started to cough. She used her sleeve to wipe away the snot from her nose. She could not stop shaking. She couldn't think of much beyond the agony working its way through her system. Her body felt like a series of open wounds that someone had dumped acid into. One bee left Honey, buzzing up toward the central bells for a moment and waiting there, uncertain. Nova moaned and shrank away from it, terrified. But the bee took no notice of her. The others began to leave Honey's body as well. Only a few at first. Then more. Dozens at a time, dispersing through the open windows of the tower, abandoning the cathedral, abandoning their queen. Only once the last of their buzzing had faded away did Nova know for sure that Honey Harper was dead. Chapter 44. Nova rested her cheek against the rough wooden floor and sobbed. She was aware of nothing but burning and stinging and throbbing. She wished she could put herself to sleep. She would rather be unconscious and vulnerable than have to endure this. She would rather be dead. Something clattered across the floor and bumped her stomach. Shuddering, Nova peeled open her swollen eye and saw her knife. Adrian was inching toward her on his knees. When he got near enough, he lay down so their faces were inches from each other. There was so much concern written into his features that she started to cry harder. "Nova," he said. Gentle, kind. "I can help you, but you have to untie me. Can you do that?" She bent her head and coughed into the floorboards. His words felt distant, impossible. She didn't even think she could sit up, much less handle a knife, much less do anything useful. But she had to do something. She couldn't just lie here sobbing. "I know," he whispered, nudging his forehead against hers. "I know." She sniffled, choked some more, nodded shakily. Though her skin was aflame and her muscles as sturdy as string, she worked her elbows under her head and forced herself up, then back, resting on one hip. She bit back a cry of pain as each movement sent the venom searing through her veins again. Adrian sat up so she could see his hands. She stared at the ropes for what must have been ages. Her vision was blurry. Her mind refused to function. "The knife?" Adrian said. Nova picked it up and gripped it as tightly as she could with one hand. With the other, she held Adrian's wrist as she began to saw through the ropes. It took her forever, but Adrian was patient. He angled his body as best as he could to make things easier for her, though the bindings must have been digging into his arms. When the last rope fell away, Nova dropped the knife and collapsed with a groan. Adrian turned and swept her into his arms. She couldn't return the embrace beyond burying her head into the space between his throat and chest. She was crying again. Keeping one arm around her, Adrian moved his other hand to her waist, searching for something along her belt. A gurgling, hysterical laugh spilled out of her as it occurred to her that this, all of this, might be nothing more than Adrian preparing to betray her. He could kill her easy enough, or tie her up with her own rope, or pick her up and toss her from the tower. It was probably what she deserved. Instead, she felt the touch of a pen on the skin behind her ear. Adrian shifted slightly, and she felt him draw something on the back of her neck. After a moment, she felt something cold and damp and soothing pressed over the puncture wound. She sighed, practically in ecstasy at such comfort. "The vitality charm is protecting you," said Adrian. "Otherwise, you'd probably be dead from having this much venom in your system." "It feels like I'm dying," she said, the words slurred together into something almost coherent. "I'm sorry it doesn't do more to help the pain, but trust me, it would be worse without it." Adrian unzipped her jacket and eased it off her shoulders, peeling each sleeve carefully away from her arms. She whimpered each time the material brushed against the swollen welts. Setting the jacket aside, he shifted her body so she could stay cradled against him while he worked on her arms. Nova watched, speechless, as he used her own pen, the one she had long ago installed a secret blow dart compartment into, to draw a fat teardrop around each swollen wound before tenderly rubbing it with his thumb. The sketch became a cool salve under his touch. Then he drew a series of neat bandages covering each sting. "This is an ointment against the venom," Adrian said, finishing up with the first arm and starting a new teardrop on the other. "Honey and antihistamines. And this," he drew another bandage, "is an icy cold compress to bring down the swelling and take away some of the pain." Her lashes dipped. They still felt damp and heavy from the tears, but she wasn't crying anymore. Though her body ached and burned, the pain on her neck and arms had already dulled significantly. "Okay," he said, finishing her arms. He cocked his head and she could feel him watching her, but she kept her attention on the compresses that now dotted her limbs. "Where else?" She grimaced and bent forward, peeling up the bottom of her shirt so he could see the welts along her back. He worked his way through them, steady and meticulous. And when it was time to do her legs, Adrian looked away while she wriggled out of her pants, hissing and flinching the whole time. He handed her the jacket to cover herself as much as she could while he treated those wounds, though she felt the modesty was for his benefit as much as her own. She didn't much care for what he saw, so long as he made this agony go away. Distantly, she recognized the thunderous cacophony of a raging battle. Though they sounded miles away, she knew it was much closer than that. It didn't sound as if the renegades had yet breached the makeshift barrier over the cathedral, and she imagined the villains standing at the western towers, waiting to see if Ace's structure would hold, ready to defend their newly earned territory with their lives if necessary. That had been the plan. In the event that the renegades did make it through Ace's wall, the villains would hold the cathedral at all costs. Ace had been insistent that they not lose their sanctuary. The renegades were weak anyway. Nearly half of their numbers were neutralized. Holding the cathedral should be easy. Nova found herself hoping that the renegades never made it inside. She couldn't stomach the thought of another battle that nobody would win. By the time Adrian was finished, the pain had become a distant, dull thrum throughout her body. Again, Adrian allowed her privacy while she stood and pulled her pants back on, busying himself with finally addressing his own wounds. Nova swiped the backs of her hands across her cheeks. "Thank you," she murmured, and felt tears welling up again. Tears of gratitude, but also tears of guilt. A part of her wanted to lie down on this dirty, ancient floor and do nothing but sob until this whole miserable ordeal was over. It was all she could do to stay standing. "You didn't have to. After everything..." She buried her face in her hands. "I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't know what's right or wrong or..." "Nova, stop. Listen to me." Adrian took her wrists and pulled her hands away from her face. "I can only begin to imagine what your life has been like. But none of that matters right now. What matters is that you are good and strong and brave and willing to fight for the people you care for, right?" She gaped at him, not at all sure his description of her was accurate. Who was she? Who had she become? "Oscar and Dana are down there somewhere, and my dad..." His voice wavered. It seemed like an eternity had passed since Captain Chromium had started scaling the cathedral walls in an effort to get to Adrian. He was battling Ace, perhaps at this very moment. But he was invincible. Ace couldn't hurt him, right? "Help me," said Adrian. "Ace Anarchy wants us all dead. Please help me stop him." "He's my uncle," she whispered. "He's an anarchist." "I'm an anarchist." "No, you're a renegade." She grimaced. "Adrian, you are Nova. If you don't believe it, you're just going to have to trust me." She hesitated. His words reminded her of what Ace had said, what felt like eons ago. "You cannot trust them, Nova. You are not one of them. Much as you might wish otherwise." But she did trust Adrian. She always had. Even if he was a renegade. Even if he hadn't told her about the Sentinel. She trusted him. She just wasn't sure how it was possible that he could still trust her. "Adrian, I need you to know that I really am sorry. For everything. It wasn't all a lie. My feelings for you." Adrian cupped his face in his hands. "I know. And when this is all over, we're going to have a serious talk about keeping secrets from each other." She laughed, though it was a nervous sound. "How can you still trust me? After everything?" "We've got nothing else to lie about, right? You're Nightmare, I'm the Sentinel, Ace Anarchy is your uncle, you and I might be arch-enemies. And yet," he shrugged a little hapless, "somehow, I still want to kiss you." Her skin tingled. "You do?" "As much as ever." And then he did. The kiss was more tender than the passionate kisses they'd shared before, full of hunger and urgency. This was more patient, more knowing, utterly devoid of secrets. He started to pull away, but Nova stopped him, wrapping an arm around his neck and pulling his lips down to hers again. She melted against him. A kiss full of far more words than they had the time to say. She couldn't keep the overwhelming emotion from her voice when they separated, the disbelief and hope that coursed through her. "I was sure you would hate me when you found out the truth." Adrian grimaced. "I tried to, at first. But it's like you said. Everyone has a nightmare." He pressed his forehead against hers. "Maybe I want you to be mine." Her heart swelled, but she still couldn't help a teasing smile as she leaned back. "You've been holding on to that one for a while, haven't you?" "Just a few hours," he beamed. "But I sure am glad I got the chance to use it." Nova was tempted to kiss him again when footsteps thundered beneath them. The noise pounded up the wooden staircase. The trap door crashed open and Leroy emerged, panting. "What in the name of—" He froze. His attention skipped from Adrian to Nova to Honey and the blood-soaked boards. The right side of his face twisted with rage as he hurled himself up onto the floor of the belfry. "Get away from her!" he shouted, reaching for one of the vials attached to a bandolier across his chest. "Leroy!" Nova started, stepping toward him. "Wait!" Adrian lifted a placating hand. Leroy uncorked the vial and hurled it over Nova's shoulder. Nova spun around in time to see a shimmering wall spread out from Adrian's palm, just like the one that had protected him and his father at the arena. Leroy's vial smashed into the invisible bricks, painting them with a splotch of yellow liquid that hissed and sizzled. Nova cringed at the rank odor of tormacine acid, one of Leroy's favorite concoctions. It was known for the instant boils that formed on human flesh that would begin to decay and rot within an hour. "Leroy, please listen. Please stop. He's manipulating you, Nova," he said, "brainwashing you to think they're the good guys. Trust me, all he cares about now is saving his own skin." He shoved Nova away from him, away from Adrian. The wall shimmered, the golden mortar dispersing into the air, and Adrian took a hesitant step forward. "I'm not manipulating anyone. I care for Nova, and I think you do too. If we could just—" "Talk?" suggested Leroy with a high-pitched laugh. "Like you talked to Honey, who loved Nova like she was her own daughter?" Nova shook her head. "Honey tried to kill—" She didn't finish. In a blink, Leroy had thrown a second vial, not at Adrian this time, but at the floor near his feet, where a puddle of oil had spilled from the broken lantern. The moment the two chemicals mixed, they exploded with the force of a stick of dynamite. The ancient wood floor crumbled like tissue paper. Adrian shouted and fell through. Nova screamed and tried to lunge for him, but Leroy stopped her, both arms wrapping around her waist to hold her back. She stared, gasping, as Honey's body slipped into the void, as timbers and stonework caved in around them, and clouds of dust filled the air, invading her lungs. "He's our enemy, Nova. You need to understand. I hope you will someday." A heavy thump sounded below, a series of crashes, then a figure emerged from the void. Adrian, practically flying. He landed hard on one knee, just outside the chasm. The floorboards creaked and groaned from his weight. "No, Leroy," said Nova, her voice raw with emotion. "I hope you'll understand someday." She brushed her fingers against his leathery hand. "No." She didn't see whether his face held anger or betrayal. She let him crumple to the floor, his arms slipping from her waist, and then dove for Adrian. "Wait!" Adrian yelled too late, the word muffled by the noise of splintering wood and groaning framework. He caught Nova in his arms. The corner of the floor, compromised from the hissing chemicals, began to cave. "Hold on!" Then they were falling. The blast had pierced the top level of wooden stairs, leaving a mess of sharp edges and teetering beams beneath them. Wood chips and stone dust rained around Nova's head as she wrapped her arms around Adrian's neck, bracing for the fall to end. She spotted Honey's body on the next wooden platform. She looked up to where she could hear bells jostling overhead and saw Leroy's body slipping over the edge. Unconscious Leroy, falling. "No!" Adrian hit the wooden platform with an impact that clattered through her bones. He used the momentum to spring upward again. It felt like flying. Their heads crashed through falling debris. The air whistled past her ears. The narrow windows of the tower blurred in her vision. With one arm locked around Nova, Adrian used the other to catch Leroy around his middle. Clearing the destroyed floor, they tumbled together to the edge of the belfry, where one small section of floorboards had yet to give in to their weakened joists. Nova landed on her side with a jarring crunch. Leroy's body smacked the stone wall beneath one of the outer bells. "The floor's not going to hold," Adrian shouted as the telltale groan of wood and nails echoed beneath them. Ignoring her throbbing ribcage, Nova hoisted herself to her feet and reached for the open sill. With the mortar and stonework, it was easy for her to find fingerholds, and in seconds she had climbed up onto the crossbar that supported the enormous bronze bell. It swung beneath her weight, the bell ringing like an alarm. Squinting through the smoke and debris, she saw that Adrian had Leroy draped over one shoulder while he used the chromium pike that had been lodged into an overhead beam to haul himself onto the enormous timber frame in the center of the tower. "Don't hurt him, please," Nova said, gripping the walls to keep her balance. Leroy started to slip. Adrian barely caught him, grunting from the effort. He managed to secure Leroy on the crossbeam before leveraging himself up the rest of the way. Slumping in exhaustion, he looked at Nova. Clouds of dust spun in the air around them. Wood continued to groan and creak in the floors below. "You okay?" Adrian asked. She laughed and pushed her bangs back from her brow. "No," she said. "Leroy's been like a second father to me." She hesitated before adding, "Him and Ace both." Adrian stared at her. "I don't want to sound mean, but I think we need to get you new role models." She scowled. "Your dads aren't perfect either." "I know they aren't, but come on." He gestured at Leroy's slumped body. Nova adjusted her balance so she didn't feel quite so precarious, her ankles locked around the sides of the bell. "I know it may not seem like it right now, but he's actually a good guy." She trailed off, wondering how she'd never once, in all the time she'd felt herself falling for Adrian, considered what it would be like if he ever met Leroy or the rest of her family. It had never been worth considering, because she'd known it would never happen. "Well then," said Adrian with a dry chuckle. "I hope we'll have a chance to get to know each other." She focused on him again, grateful that he hadn't outright dismissed the idea. Thank you for not letting him fall. We're not safe yet. Adrian peered down into the jagged hole beneath them. I'll have to transform. I'm stronger with the Sentinel's armor. I'll be able to get him down to safety, but I don't know if I can take you both at once. I can get down, Nova said, testing that the pouch with her gloves was secure at her hip. Just let me catch my breath first. At least her body was no longer throbbing from the wasp stings, she realized, pressing a hand over her shirt where the vitality charm was tucked away. Things could be worse. Nova, said Adrian. His expression was worried. What is Ace planning? What is all this for? He wants to destroy the renegades, especially the council, so we can take control of the city. He sees the renegades as tyrants who are oppressing prodigies everywhere, and he keeps saying that we're going to be gods. Adrian made a sound of derision. And he calls my dad arrogant. A sudden crash shook the tower. Nova yelped, sure that the aftermath of the explosion was about to bring the bell tower toppling around them. Then she glanced across the expanse of the cathedral's roof, and her heart launched into her throat. Captain Chromium was on top of the southern turret, gripping the tall pinnacle with one hand while spinning his enormous chain overhead with the other. Ace levitated above the roof's peak, using his powers to peel off stone gargoyles from the architecture and lob them at his enemy. The captain was attempting to strike Ace with the chain while blocking the constant assault. Nova shuddered. Not from seeing the two in a battle, but because Ace was cackling as he tore into the clay tiles that lined the roof. My masterpiece, so recently rebuilt and so easily destroyed once again, said Ace, sounding more gleeful than distraught. All that matters now is that you renegades are buried in its rubble. It will be a fitting end after what you did to me 10 years ago. Nova, said Adrian, we have to stop him. You know that, right? Her mouth ran dry. It was impossible. Them stop Ace Anarchy? And yet, she knew he was right. No more heroes. No more villains. Inhaling a shaky breath, she met his gaze and nodded. I know.
Chapter 45. A startled cry drew Adrian's attention across the cathedral spires. His dad was falling, tumbling down the steep incline of the cathedral's roof. He caught himself on a flying buttress and dangled for a moment before swinging himself back up. With a grunt, he tore an open-mouthed gargoyle from the structure and heaved it at Ace's head. It was easily deflected. Ace didn't even flinch. But in the same moment, the captain lashed out with the chain, striking Ace in the chest. The villain was blown backward, his back crashing against the inside of his makeshift dome. Ace can't control your dad's weapons, can he? Asked Nova. Adrian shook his head. He never could. They aren't made of normal metal. Yeah, I know. Your family is kind of scary. Adrian gawked at her. My family? She dared to let a hint of a smile show through. Adrian hesitated and then started to laugh, a long, tired, gasping laugh. I'm going to turn into the Sentinel now, he said, reaching for his sternum. You sure you can get down okay? Nova smirked. Don't you know who you're talking to? She started to dig through a pouch on her belt when the noise of splintering wood and screeching metal shook the tower. The two gigantic bells in the center of the belfry were being pulled from their timber framework. Adrian tugged on the zipper at his sternum, and within seconds the armor had engulfed him. He scooped up Cyanide's unconscious body, hefting it over his shoulder again, as a series of steel bolts pried free and dropped into the depths of the disemboweled tower. He leaped from the beam, barely managing to grab hold of the bell adjacent to Nova's. It shifted from his weight, the clapper banging against its sides. He held tight to the crossbar, his other hand securing Cyanide's dead weight, and looked back in time to see the center bells angling upward, pulling unnaturally against their restraints. The wood gave out with a thundering crack, and the bells soared straight for the side wall. Adrian tightened his hold as the bells burst through the stone exterior of the belfry with a ringing cacophony. Stones and mortar exploded outward, raining down on the rooftop as the bells hurtled through the open air, heading for the captain. His dad braced himself on top of the buttress. He ducked, letting the first bell sail over his head and smash into the dome, then reached up with both hands and grabbed the rim of the second bell. The clapper inside gonged against the bronze shell. Using the bell's own momentum, he spun in a circle and threw it at Ace. Ace dodged. The bell missed him by inches and crashed into the barrier. A jettison of debris trickled down to the wasteland. Adrian was still holding cyanide, still watching the bells when the tower began to groan. It had taken as much destruction as it could. He looked at Nova, but she was no longer silhouetted in the next window frame. "Nova!" he yelled, searching the inside of the tower, but there was no sign of her. "Nova!" The roof above him gave out. The tall spire fell forward, tumbling past the demolished windows, pulling apart joists and beams. The off-kilter weight of it started a chain reaction that pulled at the weakened walls. Stones crumbled into the void. Ornate moldings broke free and disappeared into the chasm below. Adrian was still searching frantically for Nova when the sill he was perched on tipped and he was falling. Please, oh please, let her not be doing something reckless right now, he thought, watching the fast approach of the cathedral rooftop and trying to determine a safe place to jump to. He adjusted his hold on the unconscious villain, muttering to no one in particular. "Hold on." They crashed into the roof, and it caved from the force. Chunks from the tower hailed around them, beating against Adrian's suit, and he did his best to shield cyanide from the deluge. He tried to twist his body to get his legs beneath them so he could use the springs to absorb the shock of the fall, but there wasn't time. They crashed onto a stone floor inside the cathedral, landing with a jolt that ricocheted through his body. The rest of the falling tower tore through the weakened roof, smashing into the church's northern wall. It exploded outwards, scattering across the wasteland. The remaining bells landed with such force they cratered the floor in fractured stones. Adrian lay amid the rubble, every inch of him aching. "Nova!" he groaned. He checked to make sure cyanide was okay before stumbling to his feet. He could barely see for the cloud of dust surrounding him. "Nova!" "I'm fine," came a weak reply. Heart soaring, Adrian stampeded through the debris in the direction of her voice. He was a few feet away when a bell that had landed upside down rolled off the broken stone wall it had crashed into, striking the floor with a clang. "Ow!" Nova groaned. Adrian froze. He stooped to look closer, and there she was, her body tucked inside the bronze bell, her arms and legs braced against its curved sides. "Nova," he whispered, sweeping forward and helping her climb free. He pulled her against his chest, though the embrace wasn't quite the same now that he was wearing his armor. "Your suit gave me the idea," she said, her voice muffled against his breastplate. "Genius," he replied. "Are you hurt?" After a moment's consideration, he amended, "Badly hurt?" Nova groaned, but followed it with, "Not really. Leroy?" "He's alive. We should find a place to put him before the whole place caves in." Nova pulled away and shook some of the debris out of her hood, while Adrian scoured the dust from his helmet's visor. They scanned the wreckage. The collapsing bell tower had torn a hole through this part of the cathedral, demolishing nearly the entire northeastern corner. Adrian's body stayed tense, waiting for the next catastrophe to strike, but there was only the ongoing trickle of dust and clattering debris. "We can put Leroy inside one of the bells," suggested Nova. "I think he'll fit, and it will be as safe a place as any." Cyanide did fit inside the bell, though he would probably have a terrible crick in his neck when he came to. "So," said Adrian, watching as Nova grabbed a few vials off Cyanide's bandolier and shoved them into a pouch on her belt. "How do we stop Ace?" A frown flitted over her face. It took him a second to remember that she couldn't see his face behind the visor.
He pressed a button on the side of his helmet, retracting the face shield. Sorry. She shook her head. I'm not sure Ace can be stopped, not while he has the helmet, unless we can find a way to neutralize him. Is there any more Agent N? She considered this. Do you still have my pen? I have one blow dart with Agent N in the chamber. Yes, I have it. If we can get you to the roof, do you think you can get close enough to use it? Maybe, said Nova. But if he figures out what we're trying to do, he'll snap that dart like a twig. If anyone can do this, it's you. She shot him a wry look. What about Oscar and Dana? He asked. Where are they? They were locked up in the treasury when this all started. Come on. She led him up a short set of steps and down a curved corridor through a chapel that was only slightly less dreary than the one he'd been kept in earlier. Then Nova froze, staring into the room attached to the chapel. It had once had doors of stained glass enclosing it, but the glass had been shattered. The room beyond was barren and tidy compared with the destruction wrought on the rest of the cathedral, and it was empty. They were here, said Nova, her boots crunching over broken glass. Adrian noticed frayed ropes tossed across the ground. They must have found a way to escape. Nova seemed unconvinced. Maybe. They shared a look laced with a question. Find Oscar and Dana, or try to stop Ace Anarchy? Adrian sighed and tucked a hope into the back of his mind that his friends would be all right wherever they were. The roof? Nova's expression hardened, and he recognized the same resolve that had made his heart skip when he saw her at the trials. She gave him a nod. Let's end this. They raced back through the chapel, but as they were passing the choir, a shrill scream made them both skid to a stop. Adrian peeked around the wall toward the high altar. He gasped, pulling Nova back into the corridor. What is it? Said Nova. Birds! She hesitated only a moment before shoving Adrian's arm away and looking for herself. The sanctuary that surrounded the altar was full of enormous black crows, everywhere shining black eyes and sharp black beaks and scaly black feet. They perched across the rails that divided the sanctuary from the choir, along the moldings of the grand pillars, and on the tall windowsills stretching to the top of the vaulted ceiling. Their black wings drummed against the air as they flocked in and out of the space like a blizzard of ink-black wings. A clamor of angry caws echoed through the chamber. In the center of the tumult, clinging to each other at the base of the altar, were Dana and, of all people, Narcissa. Dana was curled into a ball, her head in Narcissa's lap as she tried to protect herself with her arms. Narcissa had one arm around her, though her own face was pale with terror, and her other arm kept swiping aimlessly at the air to keep the birds away. It wasn't working. Their feet dug into her limbs, their beaks nipped at Dana's legs. Oh, come on, Narcissa pleaded to no one. Birds were the one thing I wasn't afraid of. Adrian was still trying to figure out what he was seeing when a figure emerged from behind a pillar, wielding an antique candelabra like a sword. Oscar roared insensibly at the flock, trying to beat them back as he made his way toward the altar. Monarch! He yelled. You have to get up! As soon as Oscar stumbled onto the dais, the crows converged into a whirlwind, trapping all three of them inside a funnel. Their wings and bodies so dense it seemed impenetrable. And then the birds caught fire. It's phobia, said Nova. Dana had a fear of birds, and I'm pretty sure Oscar is afraid of fire. Adrian's skin prickled at the mention of his mother's murderer, the phantom that was so eerily similar to his childhood nightmare. I need something to draw on, he said, pulling out Nova's ink pen. We need water, a hose, or some sprinklers. Nova's face pinched. He'll just morph into something else. Then what do we do? I don't know. He isn't a normal prodigy. As far as I know, no one's ever managed to actually hurt him, not with weapons or even superpowers. Her gaze grew intense. But, Adrian, if you made him... I didn't make him, he snapped. Nova shrank back. Okay, she said, placating. But I'm just saying, if you did, then maybe there's some way you could destroy him? Except I didn't... Narcissa screamed, a sound of pure agony as the fire drew closer. Adrian was never sure how much of Phobia's ability was simple illusion, but the girl's pain sounded real enough. He cringed. I didn't create him, and even if I did, I still wouldn't know how to stop him. Well, start thinking of something, said Nova. One thing I do know, the best way to fight phobia, she squared her shoulders, is by being brave. She descended the stairs into the sanctuary and stood facing the searing hot flames. They were so bright Adrian had to lower his visor again so he could stand to look at them, but Nova didn't flinch away. Nova! He could feel the heat of the flames even through his armor, and she was standing so much closer than he was. He was amazed she could stand it. Then, she stepped into the fire. Chapter 46. Nova! Adrian yelled, and his scream split through the sudden, unexpected silence. The inferno had disappeared as quickly as it had come. Nova, untouched, stood only a few feet from the others who were clutching one another on the floor. Their faces were ashen, their hair drenched with sweat. How long had phobia been tormenting them? How long had they been trying to stand up to their greatest fears as the anarchist slowly wore them down to their greatest weaknesses? Bang! They all jumped at the gunshot. It was ear-splittingly loud, and Adrian spun around trying to find its source. Sure, the gun had been fired only inches from his head, but the sanctuary was empty. Bang! Nova whimpered, bringing his attention back to her. Her eyes were shut tight and she was trembling from head to foot, both hands gripping her head. Bang! A shadow rose up in front of Nova. For a moment, Adrian could see the hazy outline of phobia forming, the billowing cloak, the sharp scythe, but then he morphed into something else. A man, a mammoth of a man towering over Nova's small frame. His chin was rough with stubble. He had pale hair tied at the nape of his neck. There was a splatter of dried blood on his brow. He was holding a gun, pressing it against Nova's forehead. A hatred like Adrian had never known surged inside him, and the next thing he knew, he had crashed into the man's side. They both fell. The man landed on his back beside the altar, but Adrian's momentum sent him rolling across the floor. He struck a column that shook from the impact of his armor. On the other side of the sanctuary, Nova released a shuddering breath and fell to her knees. The man started to cackle. His body dissolved into wisps of shadowy smoke before reforming again into a long black cloak. The gun elongated into a staff and a hooked blade.
Master Everhart,
said Phobia, his raspy voice making Adrian twitch with loathing.
I had hoped our paths would cross again before this night was through.
Adrian climbed to his feet, one hand braced on an intricately carved cabinet. He peered into the blackness where a face should have been and realized this was the moment he had spent years imagining. He had found his mother's killer. Justice was within reach. You killed my mother, he said through gritted teeth. The image came unbidden to his mind. His mother's broken body, her silent scream. Dread filled him all over again, but he needed to stall. He needed time to think. Behind Phobia, he saw Nova urging the others to run. Narcissa seemed keen on the idea, but Oscar and Dana were staring at Nova in disbelief. They didn't trust her. Why would they? But then, how on earth had they come to trust the Mirror Walker?
So I did,
rasped Phobia.
It might have been my favorite death of all. Do you know what her greatest fear was?
Adrian clenched his fists.
It's an easy one to guess. It usually is with mothers.
Disgust and boredom oozed over the world.
She feared losing you. She feared that this dark, cruel world would ruin her darling little boy. Ruin him or kill him, whichever came first.
He chuckled.
Would you like to know what was the last thing she ever saw?
Adrian said nothing.
Me, holding the body of her dead son in my arms. I didn't even have to say anything. She took one look and started to scream, and then she just gave up. I think she might have actually forgotten that she could fly.
He made a quiet, tisking sound.
Her scream was a symphony. I can hear it to this day.
With a guttural roar, Adrian grabbed the narrow cabinet beside him and flung the whole thing at Phobia. The villain dissolved before impact, wisping away in a cloud of smoke. The cabinet crashed onto its side, its doors swinging open and an assortment of chalices and urns spilling across the floor. Phobia appeared again, rising up on top of the altar.
You're very much like her, you know.
Adrian ripped a statue from a nearby alcove and threw that too. Phobia blocked it with the handle of the scythe, sending the marble figurine skittering into the choir.
You also fear losing the ones you love. It's a common fear, one shared by prodigies and humans alike. But for you, there is an added element of responsibility. Your greatest fear is to lose your loved ones, while you are powerless to stop it.
Adrian sprang upward, vaulting himself onto the altar. This time, he reached for Phobia's throat as if to strangle him, but again the villain vanished the moment he touched him. He reappeared behind Dana and grabbed her forehead with one skeletal hand. He pulled her back against his cloak, angling the scythe so that the tip of the blade pressed into the soft spot at the base of her throat.
Nothing is quite as debilitating,
whispered Phobia,
as seeing a loved one suffer.
Adrian called for the concussive energy beam in his arm, only too late remembering that Queen Bee had cut that tattoo from his skin. No! Snarling, Dana grabbed two of Phobia's skeletal fingers and bent them back as hard as she could. The fingers snapped off in her hand. Phobia hissed, his grip loosening enough for her to slip out from his chokehold. The moment she was clear, a volley of throwing stars sliced through Phobia's cloak. He evaporated into the air again, as did the bones Dana had ripped from his hand. The stars struck the wall on the other side of the sanctuary, one lodging into the mortar between stones, the other two rebounding and skidding across the floor. "Dana! Oscar! Get out of here!" Nova shouted. She raced past the altar and gathered up the discarded throwing stars. "You're not superheroes anymore, and he's just going to keep using you against Adrian if you don't leave." Oscar sent her a frazzled look, then turned to Adrian. "I'm sorry, is this a thing we're doing again?" "What?" said Adrian. "Trusting her!" Oscar yelled. Before Adrian could respond, Phobia reformed, towering behind Oscar. He raised the scythe, and Adrian gasped, already envisioning the swing of the blade coming down on Oscar's throat. But then a war cry erupted through the chamber, and Dana came charging down the aisle. She launched herself into a series of forward flips that took her beneath Phobia's outstretched arm. It happened so fast, it wasn't until Dana had lobbed herself onto a shrine, scattering unlit votive candles, that Adrian realized she had stolen the scythe. "We may not be prodigies anymore," Dana said, casting a glare toward Nova, "but we're still superheroes."
How quaint.
Phobia jutted a pale finger toward her, and the scythe became a twisting serpent in Dana's grip. She cried out and dropped it. The moment the creature hit the stone floor, it scattered into a million black spiders scurrying in every direction. Narcissa and Oscar both screamed. The spiders merged with Phobia's cloak, and he seemed to grow taller, as if he were pulling the very shadows around him. Adrian's mind searched his options. He could jump high. He could lift heavy things. He could crush his gauntleted fist through concrete walls. He could draw things. What could he draw? It all seemed useless against Phobia. "All right, nightmare," said Oscar, his voice thick with disdain. "You must know his weakness, right? How do we defeat this guy?" Phobia continued to grow, darkness surrounding him like mist. His body stretched upward until he seemed to take over the whole sanctuary. He was a giant composed of shadows and smoke, about to engulf them all. "Well?" Oscar said. Nova shook her head. "I don't know." Her panic was evident. How do you kill a phantom? How do you kill a nightmare? "Helpful as always," muttered Oscar. "I told you to run!" Nova shouted. Adrian took a step back, craning his head as Phobia's massive form expanded, a living black hole sucking the light from the room. The scythe was in his hand again, a blade hanging ominously overhead. Blood pounded against Adrian's temples. How do you kill a phantom?
"You want to know fear?"
said Phobia, his voice bellowing from all directions. His form engulfed them, blacking out the rest of the world.
"Fear of the dark, fear of being trapped, fear of death. I am master of them all."
As the sanctuary succumbed to impenetrable darkness, Adrian and the others were forced together, crowding against the altar. "I'm not afraid of you," said Adrian, daring to step forward into the shadows. His heavy boots clanged on the stone floor.
"Actually, you are,"
said Phobia, with a low, sinister laugh.
"But you are even more afraid to know the truth."
Adrian hesitated. Phobia's voice dropped to a whisper.
"Or do you already know?"
Heat climbed up Adrian's neck. It wasn't true. It couldn't be.
"I suppose I should be grateful,"
Phobia rasped.
"It's a rare gift indeed to meet one's maker."
Adrian shrank back, colliding with the wall. Another game, he told himself. Phobia was toying with him. "It's impossible," he said. "You would have died years ago, faded away to nothing, like all the rest."
"Is that so?"
Phobia's hood had reached the vaulted ceiling so that the blackness engulfed the room. Nothing but shadow in every direction. It felt like death itself closing in on them, sucking the warmth from the air, suffocating them, slowly, agonizingly.
"I suppose I should be dead,"
said Phobia.
"But you were so clever in your fearful youth to imbue me with an endless source of strength, a bottomless well of power, your own fears."
Adrian shuddered. "What are you talking about?"
"I used to worry that they would fade as you got older, but I needn't have bothered. Fears might change, but they never go away. You once feared losing your mother above all else, but once that nightmare came to pass, there was another lurking to take its place. Fear that you would lose your new family. Fear that the renegades would collapse. Fear that Ace Anarchy would win. Fear that you would always be in your father's shadows. Fear that you would lose more loved ones. Fear that you would be weak and helpless when it mattered the most."
He cackled, almost delightedly.
"There is no end to your fears, Master Everhart, and there is no end to the life they give me."
Adrian tried to swallow, but it was like swallowing a mouthful of sand. He started to choke. The refrain persisted in the back of his thoughts. Impossible! But he knew that was only because Phobia was right. He was terrified of this truth. Because if he had created this monster, that meant he had created his mother's murderer. But instead of the anger that had propelled him in his search for the killer, all he felt now was a deep, weary distress. He had created this thing. On some level, he was responsible for every unspeakable act Phobia had ever committed. His imagination had rendered a soulless creature and set it loose on the world. He had made him to be a villain, a killer, everything Adrian loathed. Adrian clenched his jaw until he thought his teeth might break. Phobia was his own worst nightmare come to life, and it was entirely Adrian's fault. And now Phobia was going to kill him, his friends, Nova, people he would give anything to protect. It had a sick sort of completeness to it. Adrian even found himself wondering if maybe he deserved to die, now that he knew one of his drawings had been the cause of so much suffering. The guilt of it settled into his core. Maybe a death at Phobia's hands would be fitting. He even suspected, though he didn't know for sure, that all his creations might perish too when his own life was ended. That would provide its own sort of justice. If Adrian's and Phobia's deaths were intrinsically knotted together, it lacked only that moment of satisfaction that Adrian might have known to see his mother's killer ended, once and for all. It lacked only his own yearning for revenge. Nova believed there was a way for Adrian to destroy Phobia. Perhaps this was it. Perhaps his own death was the only way. A rumbling laugh shook the wall.
Ah, the sweet bravery of one who is ready to die,
Crooned Phobia.
But don't overindulge your self-sacrificial fantasies just yet. I'm not going to kill you.
The enormous scythe swung lazily overhead, a shard of silver light glinting in the blackness.
I'm going to kill them while you watch and know that you can do nothing to stop me.
No! Adrian jerked forward but collapsed to one knee. The darkness had thickened to something tangible, rendering him trapped. He could barely make out the stricken faces of his friends through the shadows. No! You can't! Phobia knew his fears too well. He knew how this would torment Adrian, to be powerless, to lose his loved ones and be unable to stop it, just like he'd lost his mother. His ribcage squeezed inward, suffocating him. He couldn't let this happen. He couldn't let Phobia win. There had to be a way to defeat him. He would do anything. Anything. Then, suddenly, he knew. Or he hoped. Because if this didn't work, it would be the biggest mistake of his life. Coughing against the press of shadows, Adrian reached for the plate of armor and retracted the protective suit. It clanked inward along his limbs, leaving him in the remains of his renegade uniform, still shirtless, his skin dotted with dried blood and the bandages he'd hastily drawn on himself in the belfry. "Adrian!" Nova yelled through the chasm. He could barely see her in the gathering dark. "What are you doing?" "I have an idea," he yelled back, pulling out Nova's pen, the one with the hidden blow-dart chamber. He opened it up and pulled the single dart from the chamber, sloshing with familiar thick green liquid. His mouth ran dry. "No, it won't work!" yelled Nova. "Don't waste it!" Ignoring her, Adrian grabbed a massive leather-bound tome from the shrine and spread it out on the floor. Pressing the pen against the pages, he started to draw. Phobia's voice boomed through the cathedral.
I'm impressed.
Adrian's gaze traveled up the length of the shadows into the emptiness beneath Phobia's hood, which now brushed the ceiling beams so far above them.
Your courage is remarkable for such insignificant creatures. But you know what they say about courage. One cannot...
Be brave who has no fear, yakety yak, said Adrian, remembering how Winston Pratt had once mocked Phobia's favorite saying. But do you know what they say about fear? The hood fluttered around Phobia's obscured face. Adrian pressed his hand into the book and pulled his drawing from the brittle pages. A narrow rod the length of his forearm with a flat cross at one end. It glowed like a lit ember in the darkness. His hand started to shake. Adrian, Nova croaked. Is that a firebrand? Adrian ignored her, facing off against the shadows. One cannot be afraid, he said, when they have nothing left to lose. His gut lurched even as he angled the brand toward himself. Adrian! Nova yelled, her voice hitched with panic. Adrian! He braced himself, and before he could talk himself out of it, thrust the heated iron against the immunity tattoo on his chest. A cry of pain ripped out of him. Almost immediately, the sickening aroma of burnt flesh filled the sanctuary. When he pulled the brand away, a deep red X had destroyed the tattoo. He dropped the firebrand with a shudder. He felt suddenly dizzy with pain, white spots creeping into his vision, but adrenaline and will kept him standing. Closing his fist around the dart full of Agent N, he searched the depths of Phobia's hood. The phantom who had haunted his childhood dreams, the nightmare who had stolen his mother from him, the monster he had created. Phobia hissed, sounding almost worried for a moment, before his low cackle shook the sanctuary again.
Don't be a fool. More than any prodigy I have ever crossed, you fear being powerless. You would never.
Adrian set his jaw and drove the needle into his own thigh. Chapter 47. Adrian sank to one knee, knowing there was nothing else he could do. Either this worked, or he'd just given up everything on a whim, on a chance. He didn't even know if it was a good chance. That, and his chest was burning, and he thought he might pass out from pain and blood loss, and the shadows of Phobia's cloak were still engulfing him, still closing in around him and his friends, still swallowing them whole. When the effects of Agent N began, he was almost too weak to notice them. The sensation was reminiscent of being in the quarantine with Max before he'd discovered the vitality charm and given himself the tattoo. It was like a spark extinguishing inside him, a chill sweeping through his body, a slow draining away of strength concentrated in his hands. The fingers that had sketched so many amazing things in his nearly 17 years. The fingers that had sketched Phobia himself. They tingled and grew cold until he almost couldn't feel them at all. He heard a rattling cough.
No,
Phobia whispered.
this isn't. You can't.
He wailed as he began to fade away. His cloak vanished like fog on a breeze, a cloud of ash billowing across the sanctuary floor. The cloak, the skeletal fingers, the shadowed hood, and last, the scythe. A curl of candle smoke wisping into the air before it, too, was gone. Adrian held his breath. He counted to 10. Phobia did not come back. Adrian slumped forward. Warmth was returning to his fingers, but it didn't come with the sensation of power he'd known all his life. He knew beyond doubt that he could draw 100 flowers, or 1,000 weapons, or 1,000,000 dinosaurs, and none of them would ever come to life again. And everything he'd ever made before, would it all be gone? All the work he'd done rebuilding the mayor's mansion, the jungle in his basement. Even as he thought it, Nova gasped and something clinked, hitting the floor. She bent down and picked up her bracelet. The clasp was broken again. The star, however, was still there, glowing brightly, indifferent to their victory. He had drawn this, too, and yet his thoughts caught on themselves. No, he hadn't drawn it. In the mural, the statue had its back turned, so its hands could not be seen. The star had been Nova's dream, not his. Nova shoved the bracelet into her pocket and crouched beside Adrian. "I can't believe you did that," she said, inspecting the burn on his chest. "Sweet rot, Adrian. A firebrand?" "It was the fastest method I could think of," he said. "It's not that bad. I think it's singed off the nerve endings. Really, I can hardly feel it." Nova sat back on her heels, staring at him with something like awe. It wasn't the first time she'd looked at him that way, with something more than admiration, more than respect, with something akin to amazement. He would do just about anything to keep her looking at him like that. He was still tense, his whole body strung tight, half expecting Phobia to reappear, howling his dark laugh. But only the sound of their own uneven breaths persisted, and after a moment, Oscar's voice cutting through the gloom. "That was simultaneously the bravest and stupidest thing I've ever seen." Adrian tried to smile, though he knew it was weak. "I created Phobia. It had to be me." Oscar opened his mouth, but Adrian raised a hand. "I'll explain later." Harumphing, Oscar said, "There's a growing list of things you'll be explaining later." He grabbed the altar and pulled himself up, weak on his feet. As the rest of them stood too, Adrian wondered how long Oscar had been without his cane. A faraway rumble shook the walls of the cathedral. Adrian glanced toward the nave. In the struggle against Phobia, he'd nearly forgotten that his dad was still out there, battling the most infamous villain of all time. He knew that Ace Anarchy was powerful, but it was still unbelievable to him that anyone could be a match for the captain. Then he remembered that his dad had given up his favorite weapon, the silver spear, when he'd thrown it at the bell tower. The pike must have been buried beneath the tower's wreckage. Was there any hope of finding it? Would it give his father the upper hand again? Surely no one could defeat Captain Chromium, not even Ace Anarchy. "Adrian," said Nova, "that was the last of the Agent N. The only way we can stop him now is if we can somehow get the helmet. But—" "I have Agent N," said Narcissa. Nova froze, then spun to her. "You do?" said Adrian. At the same time, Nova said, "Why are you helping us?" Narcissa crossed her arms. "Could ask the same of you." "She helped us escape," said Dana. "Well, I mean, we only made it this far, but she broke the doors and cut our ropes, and she doesn't even have to stay. She could leave through a mirror any time. As far as I can tell, she's a few steps ahead of you as far as trustworthiness goes." "We're all trustworthy," Adrian insisted. "We're all on the same side." He gave Narcissa's shoulder a squeeze. "Thank you for helping my friends." "I didn't do it for you," she said. Her attention traveled from Adrian to Nova, Oscar to Dana. She cleared her throat. "My grandfather was a lot of things to me, but I never thought of him as a villain. I know he did some bad things, but he was just trying to survive, to take care of me and the library. I don't think he would want this for me, and I'm not sure I want to be a part of it." Guilt scrawled over her face. "Any more than I've already been." "We've all done things we're not proud of today," said Nova. "Speak for yourself," Dana muttered. "Dana's right," said Oscar. "I've been pretty awesome today." "You said you have Agent N?" said Adrian. Narcissa reached into a pouch at her waist and pulled out a dart full of green liquid. Adrian recognized it as the projectile Frostbite had given him, the one he had brought with the intention of neutralizing Ace Anarchy from the start. "I swiped it when we were carrying you back to that chapel. I figured they'd give it to Cyanide, but—" she frowned at Nova. "After Ace Anarchy's speech about us all becoming gods, I worried this whole plan might be going off the rails. I thought this might come in handy at some point, and I wasn't entirely sure I trusted anyone else with it." After a moment's hesitation, she held it out to Nightmare. "Please don't make me regret this." "I'll do my best," said Nova, tucking the dart into her belt. "Now to figure out how I'm going to sneak up on him." Oscar held up his hand. Just so we're clear, you are officially on our team again, right?
Of course she is, said Adrian, more defensively than he'd intended.
No, said Dana, pressing her hands to her hips. There is no, of course she is. She betrayed us. She let them neutralize us. She doesn't get to just...
She just killed Queen Bee, said Adrian, and she saved my life. I know things are messed up right now, but I trust her.
Dana's glare only intensified. Nova took a step forward. I know it doesn't mean much, but I am sorry. Dana huffed, but Oscar made a face like maybe the apology meant something.
Look, we're going to have to work this out later, said Adrian. The three of you, he gestured to Oscar, Dana, and Narcissa, you're with me. My dad threw his spear into the belfry before it collapsed. It's his strongest weapon and one that Ace can't control. We're going to see if we can find it and get it back to him.
Spear, belfry. Got it, said Oscar, saluting. He cocked his head toward Nova. What's she doing?
Adrian turned to Nova. She took in a steadying breath.
I might be the only one who can get close enough to Ace to neutralize him. I have to try.
Adrian had been so focused on making sure Nova was okay after the bell tower collapsed, he hadn't fully grasped the extent of the destruction. The tower had crashed through the roof of the transept, leaving a gigantic pile of rubble beneath a split roofline. The dust had begun to settle, but Adrian still covered his mouth to keep from inhaling too much as he made his way through the treacherous landscape. He could see the doorway that led down to the catacombs, now largely covered up by debris. A handful of the bells stuck out from the mayhem, silent where they had fallen.
Whoa,
said Oscar, who had taken a floor candelabra from the nave to use as a makeshift cane, and possibly a weapon in case it was needed.
I think I found a body?
Adrian cringed, not eager to see Queen Bee again, but Oscar had crouched in front of one of the fallen bells where a foot was dangling from the opening.
That's cyanide, said Narcissa.
Adrian nodded. He was trying to kill me, so Nova put him to sleep. We thought he'd be safe inside that bell in case the whole cathedral collapses around him. They started sifting through the wreckage, searching for the chromium pike. It wasn't long before Adrian began to realize how much he was going to miss the strength that had come with his alter ego's suit. Each stone block, every ancient timber seemed heavier than the last. He was already exhausted, and it wasn't long before his muscles were groaning at him to stop. He was glad Oscar was there. He, at least, had actually bothered to spend time lifting weights in the training halls, unlike Adrian, who had just gotten really good at drawing weighted barbells.
There!
Dana cried, standing on a bank of rubble. Adrian scurried up beside her and saw what was left of the wooden scaffolding that had supported the tower's central bells. The pike was still stuck in one of the timbers. In the end, it took all four of them and an embarrassing amount of straining and grunting for them to pry it free. When the spear finally came loose, they fell backward with a cry, landing in a heap among the stones and mortar. A broken gargoyle dug into Adrian's hip. Hissing, he grabbed it and threw it back into the pile.
"Phase 1 complete," he said.
"Now, to get it to the captain." He started to scramble back up when a pair of bare feet appeared a couple of steps away. He froze and let his gaze travel up long golden robes until he was staring into the face of a boy who was probably a few years younger than he was. Despite his age, the uniform suggested that he was a harbinger, one of the most powerful gangs from the Age of Anarchy. He wasn't alone. Villains surrounded Adrian and his friends, including at least one other harbinger, many of the Cragmore inmates he recognized from the arena, and a couple of prodigies he vaguely recalled being rejected at renegade trials. But there were also men and women he had never seen before in his life, a few dozen at least. Some carried weapons, guns, blades, a tall staff, but most, he knew, would have no need of weapons. He wanted to believe they'd appeared from the shadows, like Phobia would have, because that's the sort of creepy thing villains did. But no, he and his allies had simply been too preoccupied with getting the pike to hear them approach.
Adrian swallowed, all too aware of his lack of superpowers. He spread his fingers in what he hoped would be seen as a supplication for peace, but he couldn't bring himself to put down the spear. Instead, he used it as a prop as he rose to his feet. So, you might want to put on some shoes before coming any closer? Said Oscar, his voice cutting through the tension. There's a lot of jagged pieces around here. The two harbingers studied him but said nothing.
Narcissa,
said an older woman who had a shotgun slung over one shoulder.
You're helping them?
Adrian cast his gaze to the side. The mirror walker pulled herself from the debris and stood facing her previous allies, her expression distressed. She opened her mouth but hesitated. She is, Adrian answered, with enough conviction to surprise even himself. And I would ask each of you to help us too. He saw a few lifted eyebrows and a few suspicious glares, but no one had attacked them yet, and he couldn't help but see that as a good sign. We've been enemies a long time. Some of us, he glanced at the two younger boys, were probably born enemies. We were raised to hate one another. I've been told my whole life that renegades are the good guys, and any prodigy who defies us is an enemy who needs to be destroyed, or at least locked up far away from the rest of society. But what if we've been wrong? I don't want to fight you, just like I don't want to fight Narcissa, and I don't want to fight Nightmare. His knuckles whitened around the spear. His muscles tightened, preparing to wield it to defend himself, even as he pleaded with the universe that he wouldn't have to. We can stop this. No one else has to die today. A man snorted.
Fine speech, renegade. But it's easy to make fine speeches when you're outnumbered.
I hate to break this to you, said Dana, stepping beside Narcissa. But we aren't the ones who are outnumbered. The renegades may not have broken past that barrier yet. She gestured toward the world beyond the cathedral. But when they do, there will be thousands of superheroes charging in here, ready to demolish everything they see.
Thousands? Said the crane. We were at the arena. We saw what those bees did to your ranks.
We've received reinforcements, said Dana. They've come from every syndicate around the world. They weren't going to stand by and let Gatlin City fall, not to Ace Anarchy. The villains exchanged looks, but Adrian couldn't read them. The renegades are right, said Narcissa, finding her voice. When I brought you together, I promised we would find a way to have a better life for ourselves. I still want that. I still believe in that. But Ace Anarchy isn't the one who's going to get us there. She lifted her chin, prepared to accept her fate should her allies turn on her. Maybe the way we change things is by finally crossing the divide between heroes and villains, rather than blindly lining up for battle again. We know, Narcissa, said the older woman. Believe it or not, we didn't come down from that tower so we could pick a fight, not even with the Everheart kid. She smirked at Adrian. We joined this mad crusade because it's time things changed. We deserve a revolution, and that we're willing to fight for. But Ace Anarchy, all he sees up there is revenge. All he cares about is destroying Captain Chromium. He's not doing this for us or for a better world. This isn't what we signed up for. And now you're telling us we're under siege by thousands of renegades? Said a woman with long wooden fingernails. Well, what do you think's gonna happen to us when they get here? You can talk all you want about peace and forgiveness. They'll slaughter us on sight. And any they don't, said a man with neon yellow skin. We'll be shipped right back to Cragmore. He shook his head. I can't go back there. I'd rather die. So, pretty Everheart boy with the pretty words, said the older woman, tapping the gun against her shoulder.
You got any other options for us? Because we're not looking to die today any more than you are."
Adrian's mouth had run dry. They were right. He could plead for a truce all he wanted, but as soon as the renegades arrived, they wouldn't stop to listen to these prodigies or their requests. They didn't care about revolution or freedom or acceptance. This was a war. Their enemies must be vanquished before they could do any more damage. Would he be able to stop the renegades? Could he persuade them to put their hatred aside long enough to find resolutions beyond death and imprisonment? Not today. Not so soon after the battle at the arena. Not with the deaths, the neutralizations, the fight still raging between Ace Anarchy and Captain Chromium. The hatred ran too deep, and change would take time. But things had to change, and if he wasn't the one to start it, then who would? "You can escape through the catacombs," he said. "Go out through the tunnels into the subway. You'll be long gone before the renegades realize it, and if our paths ever cross again, maybe it won't be as enemies."
"We can't go out through the catacombs," said Narcissa. "Ace closed off the tunnel, piling up a bunch of those marble coffins. To get through there, we'd need—"
"Dynamite?" said a tired, scratchy voice. Adrian wheeled around. Cyanide was sitting cross-legged inside the bronze bell, his fingers drumming against his knees. When they had been in the bell tower, Cyanide had been intent on killing Adrian. Now he was watching him with an appraising look.
Yeah," stammered Narcissa. "Dynamite would probably work." "Unfortunately, I don't have any," said Cyanide. "But I have a few other concoctions that will do just as well."
"Settled then," said Adrian. "You all get out of here, and when this is over, I'll be the first among the renegades to advocate for tolerance, or prodigy rights, or whatever it takes to end this war between us, for good." Cyanide flashed him a lopsided smirk that showed a few missing teeth. He peeled himself out of the bell and limped toward Adrian, then settled a hand on Adrian's shoulder.
"Just remember, if Nightmare gets killed out there today, I will find you, and I will douse your extremities in an acid that will eat away at your flesh until all that's left is those fine, pearly teeth of yours."
Adrian pressed his lips together, not so much from fear, but rather to keep from smiling. Funny how a threat could suddenly make him like a guy. "Duly noted." Cyanide led the group of villains toward the staircase and the catacombs. Narcissa hesitated, caught between old allies and new. It was with an apologetic look that she faced Adrian and the others, with a particularly regretful glance at Dana, one that made Adrian suspect the trauma of the past hours had done more to draw them together than any amount of talking ever could.
"I have to go with them," said Narcissa. "I know I'm not much of a leader, but I made a lot of promises when I brought them together, and I want to keep those promises. I'm supposed to make sure things change for us, for the better." "You will," said Dana. "And you won't be doing it alone." She held out a hand. "Friends?" Narcissa wilted with relief and took the hand. "Friends." After she had gone, Adrian said, "You two could go with them, you know. Might be safer down there." "Yeah, nice try," said Oscar. "Ruby's somewhere on the other side of that barrier. When it comes down, I'll be waiting." Dana grinned determinedly. "Heroes to the end."
Chapter 48. Nova sprinted up the stairs to the northwest tower. When she reached the roofline, she peered through one of the narrow windows. Ace and the captain were on a flat rooftop that ran beneath a series of Gothic-style flying buttresses. The captain's head was lowered as he slammed his way through every obstacle Ace put between them, his fists shattering stones and lobbying thick pillars halfway across the cloister. Despite his strength, Captain Chromium was red-faced. his brow glistening with sweat. Even he was becoming exhausted against Ace's relentless attacks. Nova scanned the stairs landing. A stone niche held a statue of a praying woman. She tore it from its base and hurled it at the window. The statue burst through the stained glass, littering the rooftop below in colorful shards. She kicked out the remaining edges and climbed through, dropping onto the rooftop. The captain had pulled himself up onto one of the buttresses, trying to find a way to get to the villain. "Ace!" Nova screamed. It was a sign of his exhaustion that Captain Chromium startled and nearly fell from his perch. He grabbed a gargoyle's head for purchase. Nova ignored him. Her attention was on her uncle. She still didn't know what she could say or do, but if she was going to neutralize him, she would have to get closer. Maybe she could get close enough to put him to sleep even, which would make everything a lot easier. But first, she needed him to come back down to the roof. Ace peered at her, his eyes thinly veiled with suspicion. "Why, if it isn't my dear little nightmare, how thoughtful of you to join us." He scanned the tower behind her. "The Everhart boy isn't tagging along?" Nova lifted her chin, drawing on all she'd learned these past months about lying and betrayal. "He's dead," she said, her voice rigid and calm. "I killed him, just like you asked. I'm sorry I hesitated before. It won't happen again." She could see Ace considering her words, perhaps wondering if he could trust her. "You're lying!" Captain Chromium screamed. Nova looked at him, and though she wished she could convey that yes, she was lying, she couldn't risk it in front of Ace. Instead, she raised her voice, made it colder, harsher. "When he died, all the things he'd sketched before died with him." Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out her bracelet, its clasp broken, but the star glowing bright as ever. "He fixed the clasp on my bracelet once," she shrugged. "I guess this time I'll have to take it to a jeweler." The captain dropped to the rooftop, raging, and grabbed the chromium chain. Nova barely had time to blink before the end was flying toward her with enough force that it probably could have taken off her head. A stone spire snapped off from the tower behind Nova and intercepted the chain, shattering into 1,000 bits. Nova stumbled back into the wall, feeling the crunch of glass under her boots. "You dare attack my own flesh and blood?" Ace roared, dropping between Nova and the captain. Her pulse skipped at the opportunity. But he was still at least 10 steps in front of her, not close enough to touch. The pouch with the last Agent N dart felt heavy on her hip. She checked that the zipper was open and started to creep forward while Ace's back was turned. "No more games, Captain," said Ace. He glanced back at Nova. She froze, feeling caught, but Ace was smiling. "Do you know how my brilliant niece was able to retrieve my helmet? She told me about your little box. I suspect you thought it was as invincible as you are. But it wasn't, was it? You see, we have a new weapon. The last that my brother ever made, and the most powerful." Nova cringed, wishing she'd never told Ace about the star and what it could do, what she thought it could do. "Perhaps," Ace said, enunciating carefully, "it is even powerful enough to destroy you." Ace extended an open palm. "Give me the star, Nova." She instinctively clamped her fist around the bracelet. Ace frowned. "Nova? Give me the star." The star pulsed against her skin, almost like a heartbeat. Or perhaps it was her own heartbeat thundering through her limbs. "Let me do it," she blurted. "My dad left the star for me, and Captain Chromium needs to be punished for what happened to my family." Ace still appeared doubtful, bordering on angry. "Niece," said Captain Chromium, his tone full of disbelief. Only a few moments before, he had looked ready to tear Nova in half, but now his head was cocked to one side, a wrinkle stitched between his brows, staring intently at Nova, as if seeing her for the first time. Ace tensed, as if he realized he'd said something he shouldn't. But that means you're David Artino's daughter. The name coming from him was a shock. This man who was supposed to protect her family, who was supposed to be a superhero. But he hadn't come. Yes, she said defensively, I am. And I could not be more proud of her, said Ace, shooting her a doting smile. She tried to return it, but hers became more of a grimace. All her life she'd longed for those looks from Ace, the recognition that she had done well. He had taken her in, given her a home and a family when all was lost, and now she was going to betray him. There was no other way, though. He was hurting too many people. He was no longer seeing a better world for prodigies. All he could see was his own revenge. Sudden anger eclipsed the captain's boyish features. He bared his teeth at Ace. Does she know? Know what? Ace said, quietly, harshly. The captain bellowed. Does she know you killed her family? Nova stumbled back a step. What? She swiveled toward Ace, but he was watching his enemy. A desperate, pathetic lie, said Ace. He would say anything to turn us against each other, anything to save himself. Nova riveted her attention on the captain again. I witnessed their murders. My family was killed by an intruder, an assassin hired by the Roaches when my father refused to keep crafting weapons for them. Ace saved me. No, said the captain, shaking his head. He sent the assassin. A low-life gun for hire that wouldn't be traced back to the anarchists. Her throat constricted. She glanced at Ace. You know it isn't true, he said, but he still wasn't looking at her. You know that I killed the Roaches in retaliation for the deaths of my brother and his family, whom I loved. The captain's expression became almost gentle, Nova thought, which might be worse than his anger, worse than the shock. He was watching her with pity. Captain Chromium, the one who had not come, even after she had put every ounce of faith into him. He pitied her. Your father regretted making the helmet, he said. He felt responsible for the things Ace had done. He came to us and begged us to stop his brother. He told us about the helmet. Before then, we believed Ace Anarchy's strength was inherent, but when David explained that most of his powers were a result of the helmet itself, it allowed us to formulate a plan to defeat him. But David knew. He hesitated, his handsome features twisting with grief. David knew that Ace would seek revenge for his betrayal. In exchange for the information, we promised to protect his family. His voice broke. But we failed. I'm sorry, Nova. I'm so sorry. No! Nova yelled, surprising even herself with the outburst. Tears flooded her eyes, and she swiped at them with her fist. You don't get to apologize! Why didn't you save us? Her voice rose, 10 years of rage storming inside her. Why weren't you there? Where were you? The man's ruthless stare. Bang. Her mother begging for mercy. Bang. Evie's cries silenced forever. Bang. Why? She murmured as the first tears escaped. We were there, he whispered. Liar! She shrieked. Hugh Everhart's voice remained steady. We had someone posted at your apartment building day and night for weeks. No one came. No one. Lady Indomitable was there the night of the murders. Her breath snagged. What? She was killed that night too, he said. And though I've never known for sure, I always wondered if Ace had orchestrated that death as well. I believe he sent another villain to distract Georgia while the murders took place. Nova felt suddenly dizzy. A renegade had been there that night? To protect her family? To protect her? Not just any renegade. Lady Indomitable. Adrian's mother. Phobia killed her. That same night. Her lungs throbbed, expelling the air as fast as she could gulp it down. "I'm sorry, Nova," Hugh said again. "I failed you. I failed your whole family. Not a day has gone by that I haven't regretted it." Nova turned her head, focusing on Ace. "Is it true?" He watched her, unmoving, unmoved, and when he finally spoke, remorseless. "Your father betrayed me," he said, speaking in the low, soothing voice Nova knew so well from her childhood. "He sold my greatest secret to my worst enemy. Such treason could not go unpunished." A cry fell from her lips. "You had him murdered!" she screamed. "And my mom, and—" A sob swelled in her throat. And Evie! How could you?" "I know," said Ace, still disgustingly calm. "It's awful, I know. But you understand how our world works. It is necessary to send strong messages, lest others think to one day betray you as well." Nova pressed her palms into her eyes. "What about the roaches? You told me you slaughtered them, the whole gang, in retaliation." "And I did. Every last one," said Ace. He shrugged, remorseless. "I couldn't have you guessing the truth, not after I'd seen what you could do." "What I could do?" Nova's pulse stammered. "My father never told you I was a prodigy, did he? Because if you'd known, you would have tried to turn me into a villain." Her lip quivered as she realized that she'd become exactly what her father had tried to avoid. "I was supposed to die that night, too. You only saved me because I saw your potential," Ace insisted. "Because you were my little nightmare. Listen to me, Nova. I know how much you loved your family, and how the tragedy of losing them has driven you all these years. But for all your father's talents, he was weak. He did not belong in our world. Your family was not like us. And now, look around. Look at what we have achieved together. We have torn the council apart. The renegades are in shambles, but we still stand, Ace Anarchy and his nightmare." He raised his arms toward her. "We are strong, and we have conquered today because of you." Her blood congealed with revulsion, with dismay. But in all the tumult of her raging thoughts, she had a flash of clarity. This moment was what she had been working toward her whole life. Vengeance. "No," she said, her voice shaking. "I am strong. You are a murderer and a liar. You were defeated once. You can be defeated again." In a blink, his warmth vanished, masked over with calculating precision. "It saddens me to have been so wrong about you. Still, you will always have my gratitude for bringing me to this moment. And for bringing me this." He stretched his fingers toward Nova. The bracelet flew out of her hand. Nova cried out, but was too late to grab it from the air as it sailed into his waiting palm. She released a war cry and charged for him, no longer thinking strategy, only that he couldn't have it. She would not allow him to abuse her father's last gift. Ace sliced his hand through the air. The star flashed, briefly illuminating the atmosphere in blinding electric waves. An invisible force struck Nova, and she was thrown backward. Her body tumbled, weightless, for nearly 20 feet before her back struck the stone wall of the nave, forcing the air from her lungs. Ace laughed. "Finally! All these years being limited to only the control of the inanimate. My brother truly was a genius." Nova struggled to breathe, but her lungs wouldn't expand. Nova! The scream was muddled in her head, eclipsed by mounting panic and throbbing pain. Adrian! You're alive! Yelled Captain Chromium. She peeled her eyes open, wincing from the effort. A figure was sprinting toward her, tall and broad-shouldered, dark skin and thick glasses, and a metal pike gripped in one hand. Sweet rot, he was the most handsomely heroic vision she'd ever seen, and Nova was filled with abject terror that he was there. Ace would destroy him.
Chapter 49.
Dad, catch!
Adrian yelled. Captain Chromium caught the pike one-handed.
Don't get overconfident, said Ace, humoring himself. The rules of this game have changed.
With the star in one hand, he stretched his other toward the chromium chain that was coiled not far from Adrian's feet. It sprung to life, slithering like a snake toward Ace, one end coiling around his waiting arm. Ace pulled his arm back and lashed out at the captain. The captain blocked with the spear. Once, twice, the sound of metal striking metal rang across the wasteland. But Captain Chromium was losing ground, each blow pushing him closer to the edge of the roof. He looked down once again to gain his bearings when the chain reared up and circled around his throat. Adrian cried out and ran to him. He tried to dig his fingers between the chain and his dad's skin, even as the metal squeezed tighter. His dad fell to one knee, suffocating. The most ear-piercing, skin-crawling screech echoed from overhead. Adrian flinched and resisted the urge to cover his ears, still pulling at the chain. It started to come loose as Ace shifted his focus to the barrier overhead. With a reverberating groan, the enormous back end of a rusting semi-truck that had been attached to the barrier pried loose and fell. It landed with a resounding crash in the wasteland, mere feet away from the cathedral's side wall, sending up an enormous cloud of dust. Captain Chromium ripped the chain over his head and tossed it away, panting and massaging his throat. Adrian squinted toward the gigantic hole left behind by the semi-truck, taking in the patch of night sky. There should have been stars, but some artificial light was being shed on the dome, blocking them out.
Who dares interfere?
Ace growled. As if summoned, a head appeared over the edge where the trailer had been. With the figure silhouetted by the glaring lights, Adrian couldn't make out any details, but he would know that fluffy hair anywhere. He didn't know if he was more elated or horrified. "Sorry!" Max shouted. "Is everyone okay? It didn't hit anyone, did it?" In response, Ace released an enraged scream. He took to the air, gripping the chain. He reared his arm back and sent it whipping toward the opening. Max's eyes went wide, and he vanished. The chain struck the barrier, knocking loose an aluminum wheel. Ace froze, hovering over the cathedral as the chain swung beside him. He scanned the barrier, tense and watchful, as he gradually lowered himself back down to the roof. A tall, narrow spire snapped from the western tower and plummeted toward Ace. He sneered and sent the chain soaring for the spire. The chain lit up as if made of molten gold. When it struck, it sounded like a bomb going off. Stonework cascaded around them, chunks of shrapnel, some as big as Adrian's head, raining across the roof and down to the wasteland. Adrian heard a cry of pain. He blinked back the dust as he searched the roofline of the cathedral. Max flickered back into view. He had followed Ace, trying to get closer, and was now caught in the deluge. He lifted his arms to protect himself from the blast. Ace roared at the sight of the boy.
I'd hoped we would meet again. You and I have unfinished business.
Max startled as he realized his mistake. He winked into invisibility again, but the chain was already careening through the air. It crashed through a window, catching the wall above the jagged stained glass as Ace yanked it back. Stones blew outward, leaving a crater where Max had stood. Adrian searched the cloud of dust, his body trembling with fear and adrenaline. "I'm fine," said Max, his disembodied voice a little breathless. "Don't worry about—"
Ace swung the chain again, aiming for the air where Max's voice was coming from. It crashed through one of the flying buttresses, sending more stonework and a hefty gargoyle toppling over the side of the cathedral.
"It shouldn't be possible," said Hugh, drawing Adrian's attention to him, aghast and pale, red impressions on his neck where the chain had dug into his skin. He was watching Ace. "He could never use my weapons before. They always defied his telekinesis."
"It's the star," said Adrian. "It's changed him somehow." It was difficult to see his dad this way, weaker than Adrian could even have imagined him looking.
"You think you can stop me?"
Ace bellowed.
"A child?"
"I did once, didn't I?" Max appeared again, crouched on the edge of a tower, holding on to one of the decorative spires for balance. "Besides, you'll have to kill me to stop me. All I have to do is get close to you." He stood, his jaw set, his feet lifted off the roof, and he hovered there for a moment before sinking down to Ace's level, a few feet closer than before. The sight left Adrian awestruck. Max was wearing a renegade uniform. It might have been a little long in the arms and legs. Adrian guessed it was Ruby's, and yet, for all the greatest skies, his little brother really did look like a superhero. Hearing a groan, Adrian glanced at Nova. She had been slumped against the wall on the opposite side of the roof, too far for him to reach her. Relief welled inside him now to see her conscious, using the wall for support as she staggered to her feet. He wanted to tell Max to be careful, to not get too close to Nova, but he bit back the words. She still had the vitality charm beneath her jacket. It would protect her. Besides, Max had enough to worry about facing off against Ace. All he had to do was get close. Even as Ace was taking a step back, keeping the distance between them, he curled one finger toward the nave. An arched window of stained glass shattered. Max ducked, protecting his head as the glass drove toward him, sharp edges slicing through his skin, one shard lodging itself into his thigh. He hollered in pain. With an enraged scream, Hugh took off running, charging toward Ace with renewed vigor. He brandished the pike, holding it like a javelin ready to spear the villain through the gut. Ace spun to face him, the chain swinging overhead. Captain Chromium leaped. At the same moment, Ace lashed at him with the chain. Another flash from Ace's fist, igniting the weapon. The captain was in midair when the chain struck him squarely in the chest. The golden aura rippled outward, an explosion of light and sound, burning the air where the invincible chain met the captain's invincible body. Then his dad was falling, his body limp as it was thrown backward, tumbling head over feet off the side of the cathedral. Adrian wasn't sure if the scream was his or Max's, maybe even Nova's. He didn't remember sprinting to the edge of the roof. Desperate hope surged through him as he leaned over the short stone balustrade. He imagined seeing Captain Chromium, as ferocious as ever, already scaling back up the wall. But that's not what he saw. Captain Chromium was on his back, eyes closed, the silver spear a few feet from his limp hand. A cloud of dust billowed around his body. Adrian stood motionless, waiting for his dad to wake up, waiting for him to groan and shake it off and get back into the fight. But Captain Chromium didn't move.
"Incredible," Ace murmured. "I remember this feeling."
Adrian stumbled back from the edge of the roof. The villain was levitating again, his eyes half closed in euphoria.
"The first time I wore this helmet, I was a changed man. Everything that I am, everything I ever hoped to be, was within reach. And now I surpass even those bounds. The world at my fingertips, malleable as clay."
A hiss of pain drew Adrian's attention to Max. He watched as Max pulled the shard of glass from his thigh, then stood on weakened legs, dozens of cuts leaking blood into the gray suit. He kept coughing. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, but still he scrunched his face in concentration, and the wall behind Ace began to tremble. A small vibration at first, until all at once the great slab of stone pulled free from its mortar and launched itself at Ace.
He was too distracted by his own glory to notice. The block hit him in the back, and Ace fell, sprawling onto his knees as the rest of the wall clattered around him. For a moment, the villain didn't move, and Adrian could almost hope that this would be enough. He was still just a man, wasn't he? But then Ace released a guttural scream, and the stones shot back at Max. "Max!" Adrian cried, unable to do anything as the stones collided into Max's slim form. He fell, curling into a ball as the storm rained down around him. Adrian sprinted across the rooftop, in agony to know there was so little he could do. What he wouldn't have given to have the powers of the Sentinel again.
"I will not be defeated," Ace yelled. "Not by you! Not again!"
Adrian skidded beside Max and started pulling the rubble away. He was relieved when some of the stones moved of their own accord, Max lifting them with his powers. "I'm okay," Max muttered, clearly not okay. "Stop wasting your energy on attacking him," said Adrian, scooping one arm around Max's shoulders and helping him to sit up. "Focus on getting close. You're the bandit, remember?"
"Not ready to surrender?"
said Ace, chuckling as he watched Adrian and Max stumble to their feet.
"You have no idea what I'm capable of. No idea of the power."
He cut himself off, and a wicked gleam entered his eyes.
"Perhaps a demonstration is in order."
Adrian and Max took one step forward, and Max's body collapsed against him from the effort. Adrian realized that Max wasn't putting weight on his right foot. Was his leg broken? Lifting his head again, he locked his attention on to Ace Anarchy, who stood at the far end of the rooftop. The distance could have been miles. "I've got you," said Adrian. "We can do this." A shocking burst of light drew Adrian's attention back up to the overhead barrier. His feet stumbled. The barrier was shifting, starting from the opening that Max had created. The whole thing seemed to be splitting open. Sewer pipes, utility boxes, traffic lights, jumbled architecture and found machinery, abandoned vehicles and wrecked buildings, all peeling outward toward the city, being dismantled bit by bit. The glare from enormous floodlights that had been erected on a series of trucks cascaded over the wasteland, making Adrian squint against their brilliance. As the whole grew larger, it revealed the city skyline in the distance and a night sky with the faintest haze of electric blue along the eastern horizon. Media helicopters circled overhead. It was disorienting, after having the battle relegated to Ace's small bubble, to suddenly be thrust back into the real world. That is, until Ace snarled and waved his arm as if swatting at mosquitoes. Both helicopters careened off course, plummeting from the sky. Adrian ground his teeth. No time to worry about whether or not the pilots had parachutes. He tightened his arm around Max and started moving again when he heard a new sound. A war cry, blaring from all directions. His heart leaped. The renegades had been waiting outside the barrier, desperate to get in. Now, with the wall torn down, they wasted no time in charging across the wasteland. The sight was mesmerizing, wave upon wave of identical gray uniforms, thousands of superheroes from every corner of the world. Even many of the renegades who had been neutralized at the arena were still among them, ready to be heroes with or without superpowers. He spotted Tamaya Ray, wingless and hoisting an electric trident that he recognized from the artifacts department. She wasn't the only one. The mob was brandishing an assortment of weapons and artifacts, powerful ones. They must have raided the vault. The mob raced forward, more unified than ever. Though it was chaos, Adrian couldn't help but seek out the people he cared for most. He found them easily, as if drawn to them. Simon, Ruby, and in the wasteland preparing to join them, Oscar and Dana. He was glad the villains had abandoned Ace and the cathedral. Seeing the renegades now, Adrian knew this fight would have become a massacre. Now, the only enemy left was Ace.
"Isn't that charming?"
said the villain, watching the renegades come. The way he said it, unconcerned, even amused, sent a chill into Adrian's bones.
"Unfortunately, I fear they're too late.
Ace let the chromium chain slip from his hand and cupped the star in both palms. It flashed, and for a moment Adrian saw streaks of energy in the air, flickering all around them as far as he could see. Then Ace stretched his hands toward the city.
Chapter 50. Though she could barely stand, Nova forced herself away from the wall. One knee buckled, and she half fell onto the hard stone. A chip from a broken spire caught under her kneecap, and she flinched. Planting both hands on the ground, she pushed herself back up, wobbled unsteadily for a moment, then kept going. One foot in front of the other, even as a wave of dizziness washed over her, step by step, even as her muscles rebelled. Movement in the distance made her hesitate, the small momentum she'd picked up nearly sending her crashing down again. She barely caught herself. Her jaw fell as she took in the sight. Beyond the cathedral, beyond the wasteland and a rush of renegades, more renegades than she'd ever seen in her life, the city skyline began to rise upward. Hundreds of buildings shuddering, undulating, lifting into the air. Nova watched a multi-story hotel torn from its foundation. She saw the stately courthouse with its Roman pillars disconnect from the imposing front steps. She saw the enormous backlit G on top of the Gatlin Gazette building toppled over, while the structure underneath swayed upward. Building after building succumbed to Ace's power, sending bits of concrete raining down on the streets below. Plumbing pipes ruptured, spewing water and sewage into the craters of empty foundations. Wires and rebar dangled from the bases of the levitating structures. The power grid was disrupted, plunging whole swaths of the city into blackness. It was like watching someone flick off the lights neighborhood by neighborhood. From the sudden blackness came screams. The screams of people who appeared at their apartment windows and saw the ground suddenly too far away. The screams of those below as they sensed the ominous weight of the buildings above them, with nothing to keep them from falling. It was the screams that made the renegades in the wasteland hesitate. They turned to see what was happening, to their city, to the people they'd sworn to protect. A strange sense of déjà vu flickered through Nova's memory, and she thought of the night she had caught Max practicing his telekinesis in the quarantine. She had seen him lifting up the miniature glass buildings of his miniature glass city, letting them hover weightless in the air around him, almost exactly as Ace was doing now. Nova had been surprised at the time that Max was powerful enough to lift so many glass figurines at once, a feat few telekinetics could have mastered. But this? She stared at Ace Anarchy, her uncle, and her anger and loathing were momentarily dwarfed by fear. Of who he truly was. Of what he could do. Thanks to her father and his weapons. Thanks to her. She stumbled forward a few more steps. She was far closer to Ace than Max was, and she didn't know how close Max would have to be in order to have an effect on her uncle. Her fingers twitched, tempted to make contact, to put him to sleep. But what would happen to the city if she did? Without Ace, it would come crashing down. All of those buildings, all those lives, there would be no stopping it. Great powers, she whispered, realizing the terrible inevitability of it. Ace was going to destroy the city. The few who survived would have no reason to stay, surrounded by rubble and ruins. Gatlin would become nothing more than a forgotten legend. A nighttime story to warn children of the dangers of power. Having too much of it, or having not enough. She remembered Calum's words, as if he were standing right beside her. He killed and he destroyed, and he left the world in shambles. Nova tried to gather her emotions into a tight ball and spoke with all the calmness she could muster. Ace, she started. taking another step forward. Think about what you're doing. You love this city. You want to rule this city. If you destroy it, then what's been the point of any of this? He chuckled deeply. Though she couldn't see his face, she could picture his expression. A cruel, crooked twist to his lips. Oh, my wise young niece. You saw what I could do to this cathedral, and that was before I had this gift. Before I understood what was possible. He clicked his tongue. I can destroy this city. Tear it apart, brick by brick. And when I'm done, I will rebuild Gatlin to fit my vision of perfection. He tilted his head back, as if basking in sunlight that wasn't there. The world will have learned its lesson. No one will dare stand against Ace Anarchy. The star in his palm pulsed, and one final tower rose up toward the sky. The tallest building in the city, Renegade Headquarters, its glistening glass facade an icon of hope to the world. Nova watched its ascent, dwarfing all that surrounded it. Hang in there, Max. Adrian's voice startled her. He and Max had covered half the distance, but were still at least 50 paces away. They both looked ready to collapse. How much farther did they have to go? How long before Ace felt the slow drain of his abilities? It wasn't going to be enough. They wouldn't make it in time. In the wasteland below, the renegades were divided. Some had taken up the charge again, but Nova knew they would never make it in time to stop Ace. Others were rushing back toward the city, desperate to help the people caught up in Ace's approaching catastrophe. But what could they possibly do against such power? She reached for the pouch on her belt and wrapped her fist around the projectile inside. She calculated the distance, focus shifting from Ace to Max and back again. Clenching her fist around the dart, Nova lunged. The needle was inches from Ace's shoulder when he turned and grabbed her forearm, locking her in a debilitating grip, while his other hand remained outstretched, holding the star toward the city. He forced Nova's fist to eye level, studying the syringe. The bright yellow liquid sloshed inside. He frowned. That is not the neutralizing agent, he said. No, this is one of Leroy's, said Nova. This one is Agent N. She drove her other hand forward, jamming the dart into Ace's side. Ace released her arm and drew back. In the same moment, Nova reached up and snatched the helmet from his head. Ace cried out in surprise, but she was already sprinting, both arms crushing the helmet to her chest. Her feet were lifted into the air as Ace summoned the helmet back to him. Nova held tight, curling her body around it as the helmet flew back to Ace, taking her with it. She somersaulted in the air. Her shoulder crashed into Ace, knocking him against a column. Nova fell to the ground, but her body had dulled to the constant battering, and she stayed folded around the helmet, bracing to be thrown halfway across the roof again. But another attack did not come. Daring to lift her head, she saw Ace examining the fingers of his open hand. His face wrinkled, his hair gray and unkempt. Agent N was working. She had no time. Springing to her feet, Nova swiped one hand at her uncle's, snatching the bracelet from him. He hardly seemed to notice. In the distance, the first buildings began to fall, slipping from the sky. Adrian! She screamed, hurling the helmet as hard as she could across the roof. Adrian caught it one-handed. What? For Max! Quick! Even as Adrian's face tightened with confusion, he planted the helmet onto Max's head. The kid gasped, both hands reaching up to pull it off. The city! Nova screeched. Max froze. He looked out at the city, at the hundreds of structures that were slipping from Ace's control, being claimed by gravity, starting to plummet back toward the earth. A strip mall struck the ground with concussive force. A bank tower speared through Mission Street, 40 floors of glass and steel caving in on themselves. Max recoiled from the sight at the same time he lifted his arms toward it. The crumbling buildings slowed their descent and gradually stilled. Max groaned. His entire body shuddered. "Adrian, this too!" Nova threw the star. Adrian caught it and immediately dropped it with a yelp, shaking his hand as if it had burned him. He looked at Nova, and she looked back, baffled. Setting his jaw, he went to pick it up again, but Max stretched out his own hand, and the star leaped into his grasp. There was a flash, and Nova saw those flickers of energy again, swirling through the wasteland like a brewing storm. Max's limbs stopped trembling as the star lent him strength. In every direction, the buildings haltingly, tentatively, began to settle themselves back onto their foundations. Nova exhaled, feeling the first wave of relief when her fingertips began to tingle. She gasped and looked down at her open palm. A sensation of fragility streamed through her limbs, even as a foggy, sleepy weakness seeped into her mind. It felt like powerlessness. It felt exactly like when she had once gotten too close to Max inside the quarantine. She pressed a hand to the vitality charm under her shirt. It should have been protecting her, but... the helmet. It was amplifying his powers. Perhaps the charm could no longer protect her. Max, focused on resetting countless buildings back in place, seemed oblivious that he was even doing it. Nova took a step back, then another, wondering if she had the strength to get away from him before he absorbed everything. She didn't get far. Nova yelped as her feet were suddenly lifted from the ground. Ace had one hand on her upper arm, the other scooped beneath one leg as he lifted her over his head. Nova screamed, thrashing in his hold, swinging her arms in an attempt to find skin, any skin. Adrian screamed her name, but she barely heard it over her own panic. Ace stormed toward the edge of the roof, and she realized that he intended to throw her over the side. She used every technique she knew, kicking and flailing, trying to curl herself into a smaller target or rock her body from side to side. But her thoughts were too frantic, too scattered. And Ace's grip was iron. His own scream, an animal's wail as he reached the ledge and prepared to heave her to the ground 80 feet below. Something glinted in the blinding floodlights, driving straight toward them. Nova felt the impact slam into Ace's body. She heard his strangled cry. His grip loosened, and Nova arched her back, rolling out of his hold and landing on all fours at his side. Her jaw fell open. Ace Anarchy stood at the ledge of his cathedral. A god among men. A revolutionary. A visionary. A villain. With a chromium spear impaled through his heart. Nova scurried backward, colliding with another body, and a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. She screeched and spun out of reach, already calling on the well of power in her gut. Adrian grabbed for her again, his face wild with worry. Adrenaline draining from the tips of her fingers, Nova swiveled. Ace seemed frozen in time. His head was cocked back, his eyes on the brightening sky. The great floodlights around the wasteland lit up the metal driven through his chest. Ace Anarchy tipped forward and fell. Chapter 51. "Everyone okay up there?" called a ragged voice. Nova peered over the ledge, avoiding the sight of Ace's broken figure below. A surge of relief rushed through her to see Hugh Everhart on his feet, if only barely. With an exhausted grin, he wiped an arm across his brow. "I once swore to protect you. I'm sorry it came so late." She laughed, half delirious with gratitude that it wasn't her broken body at the base of the cathedral. "Dad!" cried Adrian, throwing himself against the balustrade a few feet away. "You're alive!" Hugh chuckled. "Yes, but not invincible anymore, I don't think." He tried to disguise the pain that flashed over his features as he shifted his attention to the other side of the roof. "How's Max doing?" Nova studied Max, taking in his shuddering limbs and the helmet that was far too big for him. Little 10-year-old Max, who was clever and brave, and now might very well have stolen the superpowers of Ace Anarchy and Captain Chromium, arguably the two strongest prodigies in the world. And nightmares, too. She knew with absolute certainty. There was no need to test the theory. When she called for her power, that subtle strength that had always pulsed beneath the surface of her skin, it was no longer there. She would never put anyone to sleep again. But what surprised her more than anything was that she suddenly recognized Max in a way she had never recognized him before. Watching him was like watching an illusion. He stood as still as the gargoyles that surrounded them, his face shrouded by the helmet, his arms stretched out like offering a gift to the world. The star hovered a few inches above his cupped palms. He looked like a statue. The one she had once conjured in a dream. The one who had held a star in its hands. The star brightened, and for a moment, she saw the flash of energy lines again. The coppery gold strings her father could manipulate. The remains of a supernova that had brought superpowers to humanity. The lines were still there, but more sparse now than she'd ever seen before, and, unnervingly, they were all flowing in one direction. They were all flowing into Max. She blinked, and the vision was gone. She was left gaping at the boy, afraid of what it could mean. "Adrian," she whispered. He was focused on his brother, his face pinched with concern. Nova stepped closer and tucked a hand into his, but he hissed in pain and pulled away. Nova started. Adrian flashed her a sheepish look and flipped his hand over, showing her the blisters on his palm where the star had burned him. "It's not so bad." She linked their elbows instead. "Don't panic," she said. "But I think Max might be absorbing all the superpowers that are left. Maybe in the whole world?" Adrian frowned. "What?" "The helmet is amplifying his power," she explained. "He took my power already, and your dad's." His eyes widened. "I think he's taking them all." In the distance, the final building fit into place. Shattered concrete and snapped rebar melded back together. The skeletons of broken scaffolding and discarded fire escapes climbed back up their facades. Erupted asphalt streets sunk into smooth, level grades. Collapsed walls righted themselves. Bricks and mortar fused like puzzle pieces. Sludge-filled water drained into sewers. The whole world knit itself back together, as if the wounds caused by Ace Anarchy had been nothing but a long nightmare they could finally awake from. Electricity had not been restored, leaving a city that would once have been aglow with 1,000,000 golden windows, instead awash in the light of 1,000,000 stars and an indigo sky. The horizon was glowing with the promise of dawn. It was absolutely breathtaking. "He did it," Nova whispered. Adrian didn't respond. She cast a look up into his face and saw that he wasn't witnessing the same amazing sight she was. His attention was trained on his little brother, his lips parted with growing horror. "What's happening to him?" She followed his gaze. Shining rivulets appeared beneath the skin of Max's hands, like veins of melted gold disappearing into the cuffs of the renegade uniform. More were on his throat, where the helmet didn't cover. They glowed with an iridescence that was both beautiful and terrifying, its warmth pulsing in time with the star. The star, too, had begun to change. It was larger now, roughly the size of a walnut, and its color had changed to a writhing orange-red mass, like a sphere of molten lava. "Max?" Adrian called uncertainly. He pulled his arm from Nova's and approached his brother. Nova followed, and as she got closer, she could see Max's eyes open through the cut in the helmet. She gasped. At the same moment, Adrian froze. The irises of Max's wide brown eyes were gone, replaced with liquid gold. A few droplets had leaked down the corner of his eyes like tears. A shiver cascaded through her body. "Max!" Adrian cried, running the rest of the way to him and grabbing his elbow. He gave him a shake, but the boy didn't respond. Adrian looked at Nova, panicked. "What happens to someone who absorbs too much power?" She shook her head. How should she know? Had anything like this happened before? Closer to Max now, she sensed an electric current in the air, a charge that made the hair stand up on her arms. Adrian grabbed the helmet, pulling it from Max's shoulders and tossing it across the roof. "Max!" He squeezed the boy's shoulder, pleading. "Max, talk to me. Tell me how to help you." For a long moment in which Nova suspected even her own heart had stopped beating, Max remained unresponsive. Hovering a few inches beyond his fingers, the star continued to grow, now almost as big as a hand grenade. Nova and Adrian both jumped, pressing closer to Max. His voice had been so small, as if being dredged up from somewhere deep inside. "I'm here, Max. Talk to me," said Adrian. "I don't want it." A golden tear dripped from the bottom of his chin, and Nova instinctively reached out. It landed in her palm, warm but not burning. It reminded her of the golden threads of energy she had watched her father pull from invisibility and craft into toys and armor and jewelry and weapons. She pictured him sitting alone at their small table, coppery strands illuminated between his fingers. He'd been working on something special that night. He'd told her as much. She thought that she solved the mystery. But no, her father wasn't creating the star as a weapon to destroy Captain Chromium. He'd wanted to stop Ace. "What are you making, Papa?" "Something I hope will put to right some of the great injuries I've caused this world." The great injuries he'd caused this world. He had so much guilt for making the helmet. He wanted to counteract the enormous power he'd given his brother. So, he made a new gift for the world, crafting it from light and energy and stardust. The droplets seeped into her palm, and Nova felt a twinge of familiar power tingle in her fingertips. She squeezed her fist shut and gulped. "I'm going to knock it out of his hand," said Adrian, picking up the remnants of a broken stone pinnacle. "Wait," said Nova, looking from Max to the dark city, the ocean, the vast world beyond. She had once dreamed of a statue surrounded by ruins, but that dream had never been about destruction. It was about the hope that persisted when all else seemed lost. It was about the hope that the world might yet be saved. It was about putting to right the great injuries Ace and the helmet had caused and seeing her father's final wish fulfilled. Nova looked at Max again. She took in his eyes, glazed with liquid gold, and the star, which had darkened to a rich crimson red. He would absorb it all, every drop of power in this world. She didn't know if this is what her father had intended, but she knew it was for the best. Soon, there would be no more prodigies, no more heroes, no more villains. It was the world Nova had longed for, convinced it was the only way for humanity to ever achieve some semblance of kinship and equality. But no human could possibly hold so much power and survive. If Max did this, it would kill him. Nova shuddered. The anarchists believed in sacrifices. The renegades believed in a greater good. Nova wasn't sure what she believed in anymore, but she knew she believed in Max and Adrian, and herself. She couldn't let this happen. The surface of the star cracked loudly, making her jump. Black fissures marred the blood-red surface. "It's okay, Max," she said, slipping one arm around his shoulders, amazed at how small and fragile he felt. She stretched her other hand along his arm until she felt the heat of the star beneath her palm. "You don't need to carry this. You can let it go." She glanced over at Adrian, who was still clutching the spire, and beckoned him closer with a nod of her head. Though he was dubious, he set down the stone and mimicked her actions on Max's other side, wrapping one arm around Max's shoulders, settling his palm over Nova's. There was another fracture from somewhere within the star, and a wave of energy pulsed outward. She felt it in the joints of her knuckles and the spaces between her ribs. Power incarnate, infinite strength, boundless wisdom. Clarity cascaded through her mind, and she felt like she could understand every mystery in the universe if she only paused to consider it. But at the same time, she didn't want to pause for anything. She wanted to run and fly and soar. Tears blurred her vision as the sensation of strength expanded through her limbs, and it occurred to her that this must be only a fraction of what Max was feeling. Endless potential, fathomless power. In the space between their hands, the star had darkened. It was nearly black now, but with a web of hairline fractures burning white. This power, this feeling, it didn't belong to her, and Max couldn't contain it much longer. "Now, Max," she said, "just let it go. We'll do it together." He whimpered. The veins of gold pulsed under his skin. The star began to cave in on itself, and then a flash, an explosion of energy. Not just gold, but shades of aqua and amethyst, deep magenta and metallic orange, surging outward in every direction. The shock wave rolled across the wasteland, washed over the city, filled the rivers and the bay, and tinted the water coppery gold as far as Nova could see. It was destruction and creation at once. It was a supernova. And then it was over. In the wake of the cataclysm, the star shrank back into the confines of Nova's broken bracelet, looking like a chunk of polished lava rock. Nova exhaled. She felt like she was releasing a breath she'd been holding on to for 10 years. She covered the dead star with her hand and watched as the last remnants of its light faded away into the ocean beyond the city's ports. There were a few more sporadic flashes of color, of brightness beneath the water's surface, and then all fell still. For a moment, it was peaceful on the cathedral's roof. The whole world felt quiet, waiting to see what would happen next. Max groaned and slumped forward. Adrian barely managed to catch him before his head struck the stone banister. "Max!" they shouted simultaneously, crouching at his sides. Adrian pulled him into his chest, pushing back his mop of sweat-drenched hair. "Is he breathing?" asked Nova, checking for a pulse. The golden veins were gone, and his skin was now pale as parchment. But yes, he was breathing. Yes, his heart was beating. "Max!" Adrian yelled. "Come on, kid, stay with me!" Max's eyes started to open, fluttering wearily, and Nova could feel her relief mirrored in Adrian. Not just to see his eyes open, but to see them return to normal, if a bit bleary and unfocused. "Were we heroic?" he croaked. Adrian laughed and crushed the kid against his chest. "I think you just redefined heroic," he said through an onslaught of tears. "Max! Adrian!" Nova propped herself against the wall, feeling like it would be weeks before she could stand without her muscles wobbling, and turned to see Hugh Everhart and Simon Westwood racing across the roofline, though Simon hesitated when he was halfway to them, his expression torn. "What was that?" said Hugh, falling to his knees and wrapping both of his sons in his broad arms. "We were coming up the stairs when we felt it, and now—" He pulled back, bewildered. "What did you do?" It took a moment for Nova to understand. She'd been so overwhelmed by the surge of inexplicable power that was inside of her, even for such a short time, she had failed to notice the change that still lingered inside of her. Swallowing, she flexed and straightened her fingers. They tingled encouragingly. A laugh tumbled from her mouth. Her power. It was back. She could tell that Adrian was having the same realization. They were prodigies again. Elation rushed through her, and the first thought that crossed her mind was that Adrian would be able to fix her bracelet. But that was a request for another time. Beaming at him, she slipped the bracelet into her pocket. The star had returned their gifts. And yet, Adrian still had his arm around his little brother, and nothing was happening. Nova felt no weakness in his presence. Could it be that Max was no longer the bandit? Simon continued to approach them cautious, and seemed bolstered by every step in which Max's power had no effect on him. Then he was laughing too. They all were, as their family crowded in together, embracing amid the broken stonework and shattered shards of glass. Feeling like she was intruding on an important moment, Nova heaved herself onto her feet and stumbled across the roof. She stooped to pick up Ace's helmet. She peered into the opening where her uncle's eyes had once looked on her, doting and proud. But his pride, she could see now, was never for who she was. It was only for what she could do, what she might be able to do for him. She doubted if he had ever truly loved her. "It was indestructible when I took it the first time." Nova spun around. Captain Chromium had extricated himself from his family and was standing warily a few feet away. Was he worried that Nova still despised him, now that he knew the truth about who she was? She supposed it was impossible for him not to think of how she had tried to kill him in front of thousands of adoring citizens. "I doubt we'll have any luck destroying it now," he added. Nova angled the helmet one way and the other. She could feel the weight of the dead star in her pocket, and wondered whether it could have been used to destroy the helmet. But it was too late now. Whatever power the star had held, it was gone, spread out across the world. "We can put it down in the catacombs," she suggested. "We'll bury it down there, and hope no one will find it." "In a chromium coffin?" Hugh suggested. And though his eyes twinkled as if it were a joke, Nova actually liked the idea. "With Ace," she said. The humor faded from Hugh's face. "Any public grave will be defiled," she said. "I can't forgive him for what he did to my family." Her voice caught. Inhaling shakily, she forced herself to continue. "But he did give me something to believe in and to fight for. His vision for the world wasn't all bad." Hugh nodded in understanding. "A chromium coffin for Ace Anarchy and his helmet." He started to turn away. "Captain," said Nova. He paused. "What would you think if a villain happened to fall in love with your son?" He stared at her, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, though he fought to remain serious. "To be honest, I'm not sure there are such things as villains anymore." He shrugged. "Maybe there never really were." He walked away, returning to his family. Adrian was watching them, an arm around Max, a question in his eye. Nova smiled, hoping that Hugh was right. Maybe there were no villains. But watching Adrian and Max, she knew there were heroes. She was beginning to wonder if she might be one of them. Epilogue. We were all heroes in the end. At least, that's what people like to tell themselves. which in her humble opinion was a heaping load of garbage. She missed the days when the Renegade Parade actually meant something, back when people would watch the floats passing by and be awed by what they represented. Gifts and abilities that were truly extraordinary. Power too great to be quantified. Back when the word superhero was more than a marketing device. That was before the Supernova, as they had taken to calling it. 1 minute, the world had been in an uproar over the return of the greatest supervillain of all time. Mass panic, mass terror, the media drawling on and on about the end of the world. And then, destruction collided with creation. Devastation met rebirth. Suddenly, everyone and their mom had superpowers. It was the end of heroism as she'd known it, which was pretty sad given that she hadn't been too impressed with heroism to begin with. This year, the Renegade Parade had a different feel to it. Rather than putting the council and their cohorts up on a pedestal, it was about the celebration of all prodigies, of all gifts, extraordinary and otherwise. It was full of peppy good vibes and people saying things like, "Now anyone can be a superhero," and whatever other mumbo-jumbo they were buying into these days. The spectacle was still impressive, to be sure. The floats were alive with flames and ice, lightning and fireworks, towers of suspended water and gravity-defying props, and the prodigies at its center, the gears that made it all work. But they'd gotten rid of the villain floats, which were now seen as disrespectful and uncouth. She wasn't sure who exactly they were supposed to be respecting now. The anarchists? The villain gangs? Ace Anarchy himself? Please. Instead, the villain floats had been replaced with memorials for the warriors who had been lost. Blacklight, Queen Bee, even that jerk the puppeteer, which was the height of irony given that he'd attacked this same parade just 1 year before. There was even a float with a statue dedicated to Calum Treadwell. Her heart did a jolt at the sight of it, but she'd never tell anyone that. Sweet marvels. Calum may have been a ridiculous nerd, but he deserved better than being lumped in with these goons. She watched from the jostling crowd, arms crossed, scowling at each float that passed. What were they supposed to be celebrating now? The idea that they'd all gone from helpless civilians to courageous superheroes? Laughable. So what was it? The second fall of Ace Anarchy? The great equalization? A return to mediocrity? No one else seemed to have figured it out yet, but she knew they would soon enough. The facts were inescapable. If everyone is special, then no one is. A float rounded the corner, bringing with it a chorus of eager shrieks. The council, naturally, every bit the political figureheads they'd ever been. Without blacklight, the float was lacking a certain flair. No more strobe lights and fireworks and sparklers. Otherwise, not much had changed. Despite having their own superpowers, people still tried to emulate the council. Scanning the crowd, she picked out at least a dozen Captain Chromium costumes, along with branded light-up wands and plastic masks. She also saw a large banner hung from a nearby storefront. Bold, valiant, just. Do you have what it takes to be a hero? Yes, you do. But it was a lie. For starters, not all powers were created equal, and she knew the hierarchy would start sorting itself out soon enough, once all this chumminess over equality wore off. And not everyone was cut out to be heroic, even if they could boil water with their breath or hypnotize puppies with their magic kazoo or whatever. They weren't all empowered, no matter how much they wanted it to be. Empowered. Gross. She wanted to vomit every time she heard that word. The crowd broke into another round of cheers. A parade float came into view, displaying a miniature model of Gatlin City, crafted entirely of glass, just like the one she remembered at headquarters. It was pretty, sparkling in the bright afternoon light. It took her a minute to notice the boy in the center of the city. He seemed a lot older than the last time she'd seen him. Max Everhart. The haunting recluse she'd often seen watching the renegades from behind his quarantine walls. He was a legend now. If anyone was a hero, it was him, after he single-handedly rebuilt Gatlin City when Ace Anarchy had tried to tear it apart. The funny thing was, Max Everhart was quite possibly the only human being on the planet who didn't actually have any superpowers. Not anymore. He could have had them all, but instead, he chose to give them up, to give them away. She sort of admired him for it. She sometimes wondered whether he had regrets. She sometimes dreamed of having chance encounters with Max Everhart, where she could ask him what it had been like to have that much power, even if just for a moment. Actually, she thought a lot about Max Everhart these days. At some point in the past year, it occurred to her that he was actually kind of cute, and she wondered if he had always been cute, and she just never noticed it before because, well, no one really noticed Max Everhart before. But people noticed him now, and she couldn't help the fact that she had too. She'd never tell anyone that, either. Next came a float that was painted all in black, with light shining through a million pinprick holes, reminiscent of the night sky. A giant 5-pointed star stood in the center of the float. On one arm of the star stood Monarch, alongside a shorter girl with red hair that hung to her hips in a long, narrow braid, both of them waving exuberantly to the crowd. On the opposite side of the star were Smokescreen and Red Assassin. Grinning his dopey-eyed grin, Smokescreen pointed a finger at the sky and sent off a stream of fluffy white clouds that folded in on themselves to form the shape of a heart. A second later, a second burst of smoke sent an arrow piercing the heart, and Red Assassin gave him googly eyes, like he'd just ended world hunger or something. On the topmost point of the star stood another happy couple. She scowled. Her lip curled in disgust of its own accord, even as the crowd roared gleefully in her ears. They were the proof, people kept saying. Adrian Everhart and Nova Artino were evidence that there could be common ground, that the divide between heroes and villains wasn't as wide as they'd always thought, that love conquered all. She didn't know about any of that, but it was clear enough that the two were disgustingly infatuated with each other. Her attention landed on the bronze filigree bracelet Nova was wearing. It was still pretty, and a twinge of desire still coursed through her every time she saw it, but not nearly as much now that the stone had been swapped out. She never could pinpoint what had been so alluring about it before. Other than she'd had a sixth sense for the value of things, and that stone had been worth more than any trinket she'd ever lifted before, than all the trinkets put together. It was gone now, though, replaced with a hunk of onyx or black sapphire or something. She couldn't tell from so far away. There were a lot of rumors circulating about what had happened at the cathedral that day. Rumors about a star, an explosion, a new weapon made by David Artino himself. Rumors about Ace Anarchy and Phobia and Captain Chromium and Max Everhart. Rumors about Nightmare. On the float, Nova leaned over to speak to Adrian, and something passed between them. A softening of the eyes, a widening of smiles. Then they were kissing, and she had to turn away before she gagged. She'd seen enough. Any hopes that the renegade parade might still be worthwhile were smashed. She shouldered her way through the crowd, dodging people who were drunk on excitement and cheap beer, kids propped up on their parents' shoulders for a better view. She wasn't sure which of the rumors were true, but the only ones she cared to pay much attention to were the rumors about Ace Anarchy's helmet. They were saying it still had not been destroyed. They were saying it was indestructible, and that the power contained within it would never fade. She had even heard whispers that the helmet had been hidden beneath those cathedral ruins, buried deep in the catacombs. It made her pulse race to think about it. She'd had more than one fantasy lately about being the one to excavate such a treasure. If the rumors were even true. A sparkle caught her eye and she paused, noting a fancy brooch pinned to a woman's gray blazer. It was the iconic Renegade R set in red rhinestones. Probably not real gems, but pretty enough to give her pause. She angled her way forward, focusing on the jewelry. She pictured the sharp little pin pushed through the fabric of the woman's lapel. She imagined the clasp peeling back, the pin popping free, the brooch slipping out of the fabric. She bumped into the woman at the same moment the brooch tumbled down, landing in her open palm. She wrapped her fingers around it too fast and felt the stab of the pin against her finger. She flinched, but the woman was watching her suspiciously, so she changed the grimace into a brilliant smile and dashed off an effusive apology before ducking back into the mass of bodies. She felt someone's gaze on her then. Daring to glance up, she spotted a man tucked into the crowd, a worn trench coat draped over his bulky figure. He was staring at her like he recognized her, though she knew she'd never seen him before. One doesn't forget a face like that. A patchwork of blotchy skin, with one cheek that drooped lower than the other, dragging down the left side of his mouth, missing eyebrows and raised scars crisscrossing his brow. She wondered what sort of sad superpower would manifest like that. He smiled at her. A knowing, lopsided grin. Feeling self-conscious and worried that maybe he'd witnessed the theft and was about to raise an alarm, which was extra risky now that everyone saw themselves as part vigilante, she pivoted and hurried off in the other direction. She waited until she was half a block away before she opened her hand and inspected the brooch. Definite cheap costume jewelry, but it would fetch a few bucks at the pawn shop at least. She held the pin up against her own shirt, right over her heart, and used her mind to slip the sharp point through the fabric and twist the clasp back into place. Popping her finger into her mouth to suck off the drop of blood, she dug her other hand into her pocket to pull out the rest of the day's treasures. A wallet, 2 watches, and a gold wedding band. She felt a little guilty over the last one, but without knowing what was to become of the renegades, she figured she had to go into survival mode. If she was good at anything, it was surviving. She tucked away her findings, but kept out the last item she dug from her pocket, the good luck charm that was always with her, hidden away for safekeeping, a small silver bullet, the one that should have killed her. When she was just a baby, she'd been shot by a burglar breaking into her family's apartment. That night, her parents had been murdered. That night, her older sister had disappeared, either run away or kidnapped, and never heard from again. That night, her own dormant powers had been awoken. Of course, she didn't remember any of this for herself, only what the staff at the children's home had told her. They said she'd been found by the landlord, drenched in her own blood and screaming her head off, the bullet clutched in her pudgy fist. They told her that was less than an hour after Captain Chromium himself had stopped by to investigate the crime and declared her and her parents dead. And the renegades wondered why everyone thought they were inept. For years she had dreamed of her sister coming to claim her, of anyone really coming to claim her. But eventually she had realized that no one was coming. No one cared about one more orphaned, unwanted prodigy. She could only rely on herself. Which was fine. She didn't need anyone else. She was a survivor. The bullet was proof enough of that. Squeezing her fist, she shoved the bullet back into her pocket and started making her way to the pawn shop to sell her goods before she got caught with them. She knew she wasn't a renegade anymore. A lot of people were saying they didn't even need renegades now, just as they no longer needed to fear villains. There were no longer prodigies vying for power or non-prodigies being caught in the middle. They could reclaim control of their own city, their own society, their own lives. But it was only a matter of time. The greed would come back. The power struggles, the conflicts. This phase would pass, and the problems would still be there. Only now, each side would have a bigger army with stronger weapons. When it happened, they would see that not everyone was willing to protect the innocent, defend the weak, fight for justice. They would realize that some prodigies are stronger for a reason, braver for a reason. Some people were always meant to be heroes. Just like some people were always